Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I'm Lindsay Vertner, and today I'm wondering, does age really matter in relationships? But before we get started into these discussions, let me introduce to you my dynamic co-queens joining me today. First, we have Lala Key, aka Laura. We have Erica Lewis, Marlo Layson, and Athena Gardner. So, ladies, are y'all ready for this discussion on age gap relationships? Now, I'm going to kick it straight to Athena because I've heard through the grapevine that you have some history in some age gap relationships.
Listen, you heard right.
Spill the beans.
Listen, I have dated men who are older than me considerably before, and there are pros and cons to that. We can discuss that further if you guys would like, but age gap relationships are nothing new to me. So.
Mm-hmm. How much older? Are we talking like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Put it like this. I was probably like the same age as like this person's kids. So it's considerably older before. And then in general, I have most of the men that I meet are at least like 5 years up older than me. But yes, I've dated someone or people who are old enough to be like my parent.
Well, hashtag no judgment zone, okay? Now, have any of you other ladies had any experience?
I haven't, but that brings us to what the producers have popped up, right? Drea Michelle dating a guy, being pregnant for a guy that is the same age or age range as her oldest child, who is a college student. So I think it's to each his own, but I couldn't imagine dating someone. I have a son who's in his upper 20s. I could not imagine dating someone my son's age or my daughter's age that's under him. But, you know, do what you gotta do.
Yes.
You know, I was on the opposite end of that. A friend of mine a few years back, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, introduced me to a gentleman who was 64 and I had yet turned 50. I was like 48, 49. And I remember I was open to the conversation and we chit-chatted. And then as I started to do the math, I'm like, wait, this man is 15, 16 years older than me. And then as I continued to do the math, I'm thinking he's been an adult a long time. So when I was born, he was 15, 16. And by the time I entered high school, he was 30 and he had a 401k plan. So when I did all that math, I bowed out gracefully because when I mathed in, when I'm 64, he's going to be 80. And this is starting to turn into me being a hospice wife. So yeah, I backed out.
I've actually seen it both ways. Now, me personally, to each their own, I'm going to say that whatever love is, it is. However, my husband and I always tease each other about we're the same age. Okay. I'm only like 23 days older than he is. All right. But we laugh at the fact that there would be no way I would be able to communicate and laugh about the things that we laugh about, the things that we share, the 80s that we grew up in, the high school that we grew up in together. I can't imagine trying to connect with someone who is 20, 30 years younger than I am and not have that connection of growing up together and laughing at the same things. So for me, I can't ever see myself being with someone that much younger. However, my son dates only older men. So he calls them their silver foxes. And I'm totally fine with that. He has actually dated people who are older than I am. It didn't bother me because the guys that he brought to the relationship, we got to meet and I saw that they had good intentions and they were good for him. But for me, not so much. I can't do it.
You know, you bring up a good point, Lala, talking about being able to connect with your partner and have those same references. And I feel the same way. Like whenever I talk to people that are just years and years younger than me, not that we can't hold a conversation, but it's like to talk to you all day, every day. we don't have the same references, the same, social media, pop culture, things like that, the music, so many things. And so it makes me wonder, what are some of the reasons that these celebrities or even non-celebrities are in relationships with that significant age gap? Is it the money that could potentially?
Well, I can tell you, my son actually said, Mom, I like it when they're financially stable. I don't want their money, but I don't want two of us struggling if we wanted to go see the Mariah Carey concert. So in his mind, he wants that stability, even though he has his own business and things of that nature. He feels that people his age, most of the people that he's dated his age, and let me say a side note, guys, I was a teenage mother, so my son is only 16 younger than me. So I think we're in a kind of a unique situation when it comes to those ages. But he doesn't want to date the people who are his age because he feels like they are still kind of trying to find out who they are, when he wants to be with someone who does know who they are, who's stable, and they can still grow together. Me, I still need to laugh at cartoons with my husband, that we grew up with. That's just me.
I also think about the other financial flip side to that, which is when you have an older partner, the expenses that come with it. And yeah, people think, oh, that's my spouse, I'll inherit these things. But what about their children, right? What about the tensions that we see when somebody marries an older person and then the estate becomes in question because of having children that are essentially the same age as your spouse, and those trust issues that come from those sorts of things. I find that part interesting as well.
I think the difference in dating in our reality is being like, regular folk and versus dating in, let's say, the Shaquille O'Neal and the Drea situation is that they're in a completely different social status. And for them dating older or younger, older guys dating a younger woman dating an older guy, vice versa, I think it's more of the social economic piece to it because they're in the same social circles. So with the Drea, and God bless her, she's not more, it's not about him being 22, being younger. It's that he is in that social economic status that she's in. He could be 10, he could be 110, but he's in that social economic status. And I think it's more of that social piece that they're all in the same circle. And it's amazing that in these circles, you could be with your ex-husband one week and then your ex-boyfriend the following week. And this woman has 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different men in the room, and it's okay. If we did that, child, the drama would be off the rocker. But when you're looking at the economic piece because of the social status, then that's what balances all of it out. And everyone is on the same playing field because they're in the same social and economic playing field.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent, Erica, about being in the same socioeconomic groups. However, in my opinion, I feel like, yeah, but there's still people in that age range, maybe like give or take 10 years up or down, but to be the same age as your son, your adult son.
You also have to take into consideration there's a lot of NDAs that started that start floating around. And then, when you're a woman that's a certain age and you've already dated or were married to your equal who was the same age as you, and then you went through all of those dynamics and you want to step out and have some fun, you're going to date younger, you're going to date different because you're looking for a different experience within the realms of that social economic status. So you get married at 18, 19 years old and you have 5 or 6 kids together, you've been married 25, 30 years, and now you're divorced. Do you really want to repeat and go back and marry what you just divorced? No, they're looking to be in that same social economic status, but date younger. And that's on both the male and female side. And it may not be, and we have to also keep into consideration, a lot of them are not looking for a long time, they're looking for a good time. They're looking for a good time, not a long time.
I think that's the key point right there.
Well, you brought up something good to talk about as well, because there is a line that you need to cut it off at. And no matter what economic status you're in, you don't need to be a 35-year-old man or woman dating a 16, 17, 18-year-old partner.
Agreed.
That becomes pretty creepy and gross. And we are seeing a lot of that now in a lot of people. When we grew up, okay, here's an example. My grandmother, her story was that when they got married, she packed her dolls. I packed my dolls and we went. My grandfather wasn't that much older, but in those days, when she was, dolls were played with longer. She was 13 years old. He was like 21. And in those days, in early 1900s, that was acceptable. And they had a loving and long relationship and they loved each other dearly. So, but this is different in this day and age when you're looking at men who are grooming women who are teenagers. I know people, my clients, I've had some clients who come where I've had a 65-year-old man dating an 18-year-old girl. And I had a very hard time closing that deal. I'm not allowed to discriminate in my job. But there were so many warning signs that I wanted to say, girl, run, because it just wasn't that way. So you do have to take that into consideration too. Now, she also was looking at the financial aspect of this. Okay, she's 18. She wanted certain things. This gentleman was stable, and this is what she wanted to do. And this is how her mother was pushing her. So my question is, and in that age gap, what in the world do you have in common other than that money? Nothing. Because honestly, their conversations in front of me were like Venus and Pluto. They did not get it.
Yeah. When I worked on cruise ships, I remember seeing the first time ever in my life, because I didn't think it was real, I saw a child bride. She was listed as a guest for youth services, and she never showed up for the youth program. And I ran into her at the pool, and her husband, who was clearly old enough to be my grandfather, walked up and he's like, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Obviously not." And and she said, "No, that's my husband." And she was about 15 or 16. But then we also have to look at some of the cultural ramifications. This is a cultural thing. I've seen women that were from various different countries that were child brides, and they'd been married 25, 30 years, and they had grown to love their husbands, and their husbands had paid a fee to the family to marry said woman. So we start looking at the cultural aspects in some situations, but I think there is something a little bit lopsided when we start looking at, like you said, Lala, 16, 17, 18, and he's 45 and 50. It's just like, okay, like where's the cutoff?
Well, recently we saw that with Kimora and Russell's daughter, guys. Remember?
Girl.
Okay, and Kimora came out. Now, mind you, Kimora was young when Russell grabbed her. Okay,
Young.
for her to turn around and say that about her daughter, she came on TMZ talking about this ain't, no, I'm not acceptable with this, and I don't like it, and no, she was just experimenting. She shut that down really.
Listen, I'm glad y'all brought that up. I'm going to have a point on that. But first, if you are just tuning in, welcome to Fly Nubian Queen TV. And if you are like, wait a minute, I am in the area of looking for my mate, then we have a free gift for you. Text the word Queens to 87948, where you can actually get a free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking by Dr. Boyce Watkins. And this book is all about choosing someone and that's financially responsible. Because here's the thing, guys, the third leading cause of divorce is the money. So make sure you text the word Queens to 87948. Also, make sure you share, like, follow, do all the things on this episode. We truly appreciate your engagement. And now, listen, since you brought it up, this Aoki Lee Simmons, honey, when I first saw it pop up on my news feed, I was like, what in the world? And then I instantly did think about, okay, well, she kind of grew up in that with her mom and her dad. But again, what do you have in common with a 65-year-old? Like, y'all both like to golf. Okay, great. But what y'all gonna talk about?
I think it's interesting because Aoki went to Harvard, right? There was one daughter who was clearly on the track to modeling and maybe party girl status, if you would call it that, early. But then I think it threw everyone for a loop, because here she is, Harvard educated. She seemed very grounded. And I don't even know what that video was of her and the gentleman and the traveling. And she looked like she was kind of out of sorts. But how do you get from being Russell Simmons' daughter to essentially what looks like you try to, or you've gotten yourself into a sugar baby relationship, or what appears to be like a little sugar baby summer fun, right? Or a spring break fun, whatever time of year it was. How do you get to that, right? Because we could understand a young girl that comes from less, but this is Russell Simmons. He's the first billionaire of the hip hop, like kind of money elite class, right? So how does that happen is the question that I was left when I saw it all.
Well, what I would say, because I'm speaking from experience now, I'm not speculating. Most of those relationships happen because there is a exchange happening. So with age gap relationships, usually an older man will date a younger woman because he's looking for someone who is youthful and fun and can live out certain fantasies, per se, that especially when they're older, and this is not discussed a lot of men go through, especially if they're single, so they're not married, they don't have a wife, something like that. A lot of men go through facing mortality, facing death, facing aging. We don't really talk about the things that men go through when they get older. A lot of that conversation is safe for women, but when men get older, they worry about there's more years behind them than ahead of them, and to make the best of those years. So they're trying to feel young, they're trying to feel youthful, they're trying to maximize what's left of their years. So they'll be attracted or solicit a younger woman so that they can still feel youthful and forget that they're aging and dying. When it comes to, and this happens regardless of class. Now, what's unique about rich older men, though, is when a man is wealthy or has money, he will often seek, if he definitely has those desires, seek a younger woman. He is in addition, he's trying to feel younger and have that youthful side. But I will definitely not recommend for most younger women to date older men. Usually you're attracted, or you like the idea of doing that because you want someone more stable, someone more mature. A lot of men in your age group, especially if you're unmarried, are not financially stable enough, not mature enough. You don't really have like certain level of intellectual aptitude. So that is what will attract a younger woman to an older man, and the idea of him taking care of you, and he will actually kind of like the idea of taking care of you as well, because he will still feel useful, he'll still feel vital, he'll still feel vibrant. However, it's a trade-off, because the trade-off happens is, even though you are getting those things, hopefully, because there's, in my opinion, there's no point in dating anyone older if they are not at least financially stable. If you ain't financially stable, girl, you might as well just date in your own age range. But you're attracted to, the trade-off is you're also going to deal with their health issues, whether it's physical or sexual in nature. That tends to happen a lot. You're also going to deal with, you don't want to be a nurse with a purse. You also are going to deal with, they tend to be very stubborn and set in their ways. They're not changing. So whatever it is you're signing up for, and with a wealthy older man too, more chances than not, he is looking at you as a status symbol or something to flash, or a piece of property. Just to like sum that up. So if you're looking for love, chances are he doesn't love you like that. Chances are you are in the rotation. He may have, if he's wealthy, more than one girlfriend. Chances are you are just, for now, he might, especially if he's been married before and he don't want to do it again.
If I can interject, I think, Athena, I appreciate it. Girl, I appreciate you. But no, he's looking for a hospice wife, honey. He's looking for a hospice wife because he got one foot in the grave and he is on the wrong side of the cross. Amen. And he done messed up somewhere. He got a bunch of kids he didn't take care of. He did nothing for. Okay, let's just talk about it. I worked in healthcare before. Let's look at the men that are in the nursing homes. They got 3, 4, 5, 6 kids that they never took care of because they were out there finger popping and booty rocking. They had a good time. And now look, you're old and no one wants to be bothered with you because you didn't want to be bothered with anyone when you were on your good leg and you had your good wallet. Now you're broke. Or now you got a whole lot of money, you got dividends, and nobody still wants to be bothered with you. So that's when they realize I have to pay for company, and I am sorry. Youthful women should not have to bow down and become a nurse for the purse. Just no. I'm sorry. No, let him take care of himself. Let him go register in a nursing home, cash in that money and go to an assisted living and go get health care. No. Absolutely not. It's called the healthcare system for a reason. No, but being a hospice wife, I don't advise that for any woman because when he drops dead or something happens to him, guess what? Those very children he did nothing for, those women, those boys and girls come running to cash out life insurance policies and to take what belonged to him, you, and whoever else is in the way when it's time to cash out. Sorry, that was my rant for the morning.
You came through on fire, Erica.
I'm sorry. I'll have some water.
That Anna Nicole Smith situation when she was dating the older man and how whenever it was time for him to pass and pass on his wealth, the whole family was like, we don't care who you are. That is owed to us.
Exactly. The children come to get what's theirs because you have to keep into consideration and remember, these men don't tell you who they were and what they did 25, 30, 40 years ago. All you're seeing is who they are now and where they are now. And it's, oh my God, look, he's so old and nobody comes to check on him. Yeah, but why? Why?
I would say that most of those relationships, and I agree with you, Erica, and I can say this from experience and then from the outside looking in, most of those relationships are predatory in nature. The men try to take advantage of the naivety of the women who are younger. And I would most of the time not recommend dating someone that much significantly older than you because of the trade-offs I mentioned before, but also most of the time there is an element of grooming like Lala mentioned earlier, and there is a element of wanting to control. They have high levels of, I think a lot of them have control issues, if I'm going to be honest. And I think my stint, which was very brief stint in doing that, that was part of the reasons why I did not continue with those relationships, because I definitely felt like, well, any man trying to control me is going to have a problem. But I think I'm very smart and intelligent, and I know, and I'm not doing anything I don't want to do. And I'm not going to sign myself up for slaughter, no matter how much older, richer, whatever it is. So I definitely ended those relationships because I felt like the men were not great in character, especially when he's older and has a lot of wealth. I definitely, even observing other people who live that dynamic, I definitely found the men to be lacking in character and more deviant.
Here's where, and see, this is what happens when older men or someone older goes after someone not younger or less mature. What tends to happen is you don't understand that who he is as an older person at 65, 70, or 80, that's who he was at 25 or 30. It's just more pronounced now because he's older. Just because this is how, if he's ornery and scroungy and he just came into some money, he's always been that way. He was that way when he was broke. He's that way with money. He's that way when he's old. He was that way when he was young. These are personality traits and these are characteristics. And what happens is when they get younger women, you are starting to diminish who you are to fit into the mold of this for whatever you think you're going to get out of it. But technically what you're doing is you're leaving a part of your soul on the table. You're ripping a piece of yourself that you are leaving on the table that you're not going to walk because you're going to remember that. Mm-hmm. He's going to die. He's going to move on. You're going to get tired of it. And then what happens is now you can't relate to your own age group of people. You can't relate to your own circle of friends because now you have sat around somebody that is 35, 40 years older than you, and you're having senior conversations when you really should be living your life and going to learn something.
Listen,
well, we can't just put it all on men, though, ladies. We can't.
No, definitely can't put it on men because, honey, it's some vicious women.
There are a lot of women that also do this too. Remember, they call us cougars. All right.
Yes.
So I can't imagine dating a younger man myself, but I actually have seen that a lot in my business. Women who get these young men, and these young men cater to exactly what they want, the older women want. We all know that we mature differently. Women mature a little bit faster than women. It's scientifically known. That's not a put down. So I don't want to hear none of that, y'all, in the comments. Don't come at me. That's just the truth. But when you get to a certain age, a woman wants to be frisky and kind of relive her youth as well. So a young man serves that purpose for her, as long as they're fine and she's not grooming and blah, blah, blah. Same thing I'm going to say, because you're talking to someone who is dealing with that in my life, is sexual trauma. So I'm always going to put it on fleek when we're talking about that. Okay. But if it's something that you both agree to and you're fine with it, fine. But you better make sure your financial house is in order. I don't care if you're the woman or the man. Don't you just go into this relationship expecting that that's what you're going to get from that partner because they're older and they're more financially stable. Because like you said, those children are coming out of the woodwork. They're like, oh, no. He had me first. I don't care what kid it is. Right? You got to get it in order. And it's fun to play games when you're older and you're fine and everybody's committed. But when you get to that point, you also need to get serious and talk about your finances.
Yes,
people coming after people's houses and cars and inheritance. I see it every day in my job.
And I'm going to pause you, ladies, because y'all are on fire still. We done hit a hot topic. But no matter what age you are, young or old, single or in a relationship, make sure that you text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can get your free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins, because we all need to make sure that we are entering our relationships from a good financial space and that we are partnering with partners who are also in a good financial space, because we want to start to break down these statistics and we don't want to be divorcing down the line because of our money. So again, make sure you text the word Queens with an S on the end to 87948 so that you can get your free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. All right. If you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. My name is Lindsay Vertner, and I am joined by my very beautiful co-queens, Athena Gardner, Erica Lewis, Laura Key, and Marlo Layson. And today we've been talking about relationships with the age gap. And I'm not just talking 2 or 3 years. I'm talking 10 plus years in age differences. So we have been having a hot and heated discussion.
And what we actually back on is what we pretty much see in the celebrity world. But let's talk about it in everyday life. Don't we all have somebody that we know that is in this situation? With men, they call it midlife crisis, right? But with women, they call them the cougars. But we all know somebody. I literally have an acquaintance, not a very good friend, but literally goes to date women who are. He gets older, but he keeps the ages of the girls the same amount because his excuse is he wants to train them up the way that he wants them to do. Well, when the women get smart after being in the relationship for 6-7 years, they're like, wait a minute, there's more to life, and they move on. What does he do? I gotta get another one and train him up again. You know, I want to say something so bad, none of my business. If that's what they're doing, is what they're doing. But there are situations like that where a certain person, whether it be a man or woman, only wants a certain person to be in a certain status so that they can train them or guide them into the lifestyle that they want them to lead. And that's a problem. That's a problem because now you've got several women who just, they're not in it together anymore. So this isn't just for celebrities, right? Yes, sugar daddies, sugar mamas, but honey, if you ain't got no money, you can't be the sugar. So I'm telling you, this gentleman, that acquaintance that I know, is not really a sugar daddy.
He's just a stevia daddy.
What is he
called? A stevia daddy.
Oh my God.
The low budget sugar daddy is a stevia daddy. Listen, I agree with everything you ladies have said. I do believe that the person who is the older person in the situation is the person who is looking for control within the relationship. So whether it's an older man with a younger woman, or in this case of Drea and her boyfriend Jaden, an older woman with a younger man, the person who is older tends to be the one who is looking or has a control dynamics in the relationship. Now, I know a lot of people are upset with Drea for dating this younger guy. And to be honest, I don't think it's well or great that she is or is having a baby by him either. But I understand why she's doing that. Drea is in the basketball wives, entertainer circle. And what has happened to her is what happens to when the women in those circles get older. They start to realize through their relationships with these different men that the men are very difficult to control, that the men don't really love them or care for them like that, because Jaden is just the last. I'm looking at that as like an act of desperation, to be honest, and the last stop. I'm going to tell you why. She is dating him. He does meet the income requirement and the socioeconomic and status, right? But he is younger. So what older women in those positions tend to do when they date the younger guy is that, okay, I couldn't control the guys that were my age or older. They kind of played with me, pumped and dumped me, used me, whatever. So let me date the up and coming or the younger one, because he probably idealized me. He probably saw me on TV as his dream girl, and he's coming in nicer or more compliant and easier to control. So that is probably, and then he benefits because whatever, he could have an older woman fantasy or she still looks good or whatever.
She's good arm candy. She's a decorative piece. He's got a trophy that everyone. I got her too. Everyone else had her. I can get her too.
Yes, and they tend to rotate women. Listen, they tend to rotate women around, which is kind of weird, but whatever. So that's what that dynamic is. So I'm actually looking at it. I was like, okay, this is her last hurrah, but I don't think the issue, and I'll be curious to see how this plays out, is the maturity level of men in the league at that age. They're just, I just don't see that in a long-term relationship with that situation. There's no ring. You're going to be a baby mama for how many time again? Like,
he just had a baby in February. He just had a baby in February with another woman. So the thing is, as you, Athena, were so artfully putting it about the control and all of that stuff, she doesn't have that either, because he got a set of ghetto twins, right? He got a baby by one mama over here that was born in February. Drea's baby is going to be born sometime maybe this summer or the early fall. I don't know her due date, but she certainly isn't controlling him either. And what's worse is, I fear this relationship for her is not going to turn out the way that she wants, because I, as a sports fan, I also listen to basketball podcasts or podcasts with professional players who host them and who sit in around and talk. And she gets brought up by these guys not in a healthy, favorable light, right? It makes him the butt of the joke. It makes her the butt of the joke. So it's not really a good look for anybody. I mean, if I could tell Drea anything, I say, girl, you need to get you an acting coach and work on all these little side hustles you got, you know, your Fashion Nova line, because she has some things that she's trying to do independently. But I don't think that this is particularly the move if you're looking to be the cougar that is kind of corralling this
See, I think
and you
I
guys
look
brought
at
up
it,
some
he's
great
already a full-grown dog with a baby out here. So
talking about, being tired of what she's used to and then trying the younger one. It's like, but he's still in that same world, and so it makes me think about, are we being influenced by celebrities? That is a question that is floating around there, as quote unquote normal folk, not in the limelight. Are we being influenced by celebrities and the things that they do? What are your thoughts on that, Eric?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I have gone to high schools to talk to young people and you have career day, and the first thing somebody says is, oh, I'm not going to college. I want to be an influencer. What? You want to be a what? And they can't even spell influencer. They don't even really know what an influencer does. They don't even realize the responsibility of being an influencer. They don't even realize that that they're already influencing somebody to either pay attention to them or ignore them at the present state where they are. So yes, a lot of these so-called celebrities are, influencing regular life folks like you and I to kind of like step out there and do some of the weird stuff. I mean, going back to this young lady, Drea, there's no difference from what she's doing. She made an investment in a relationship with her womb. There's no different from her than somebody else I know. A young lady I knew, she actually had a baby at 51. She already had 2 grown kids that were in college, had a baby at 51 so she could maintain her Section 8. There is no, yes, ma'am. Yes, Marlo. Yes, girl. I saw your jaw drop. Yes, ma'am. So there is no difference between the poverty mindset versus somebody who's already in a socioeconomic status. Poverty mindset is poverty mindset. If you don't think anything of yourself, you're not going to do any better for yourself. It's the same difference.
And Erica, I'm so glad you said that, because I do think we need to call out women and how women monetize their womb is what I'm going to call it. How women monetize their womb and the messages and signaling we're getting out here. Because like you just mentioned, are we being influenced by celebrity culture? Yes. Do people want to be influencers? Yes. That kind of thinking, and that's in the ethos, is why we have women flying to Dubai, doing all kind of degrading things for contracts, for money. That has us women who seek these professional athletes, wealthy men, to try to get pregnant by them, or fishing out condoms out of trash bins and trying to have a child support guaranteed 18-year payment every year. That is, women do have a predatory mindset. So it's not just these older men. Women across the board do have a predatory mindset, in that they're trying to monetize their womb and use their children to finance their lifestyle. What do you guys think about that? Is that gold diggerish? Do you feel like, should a woman prioritize wealth in procreation or creating children? Because some can argue women are just having kids for nothing and getting nothing out of that. So, but I will say this, is that when women do these things, I think it's a very selfish nature. How many people had kids just to keep a man and learn that wasn't going to be the deal?
And there are some women that do that will have children, not just to keep the man, but to necessarily reap the benefits of having a child. There's certain things that they can't get from people. There's certain opportunities that they can't get. But when people see them with this baby, it gives them an opportunity of, now they can live vicariously through this child. So that's why it's a womb investment. Okay, no, certain men wouldn't look at me, or this guy that I dated 15 years ago wouldn't pay any attention to me. But now that I have a child and he feels bad for me, he'll buy me that Corvette. He'll get my rent paid. He'll buy me this. He'll buy me that. So yeah, I think a lot of women, their womb is an investment, but they also live vicariously through the child and get things that they normally wouldn't have gotten because of that baby.
Now, Marlo, I seen your mouth drop, so I want to get your take on this. And then Lala, I want to kick it to you to get your take on this, specifically in this whole womb investment we got going on.
Well, listen, I don't want to get us in trouble. Let's go to break. because we got a lot to say, because I was triggered in that woman investment. So let's go to break. I'll come back.
Well, listen, kids are very, very expensive, and I think we often underestimate how much it costs to raise a child. And so make sure you text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can get your copy of the Financial Lovemaking book by Dr. Boyce Watkins. And it's free, okay? So you ain't got no excuses. And it's really going to help you to merge assets with your partner in a way that feels good, all right? Because listen, we know what else feels good that can lead to that womb investment we got going on. So we want to make sure everything all around is feeling good. Text the word Queens to 87948. And also make sure you like, love, share this live stream out. Keep your comments coming. We love responding to those. And if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. Myself is Lindsay Vertner, and I am joined by my gorgeous co-hosts that have a lot to say on this topic, Laura Lalaki, Erica Lewis, Athena Gardner, and Marlo Layson. So, Marlo, let's go on with that comment that you have waiting in the wings.
So let me take us back to where we met Drea, right? As we talk about babies being in womb investments and all of these things. Drea was on Basketball Wives, and part of the mess of her storyline was that she had this child, or her child had been taken from her by Child Protective Services, right? It's well documented. Her oldest son was 11 years old. She was a stripper. Somebody called the police. She went out to work to get her money. And somebody called the police because he had been out. She downplayed the story. The internet has tales, but there's the actual court documentation of what transpired. But I will say it does look like, she had that young man. He is now a young adult in college. She has another young child, not raising that child. That child is with is for a former NFL player. I won't say his name, but it's all public on the Google. And then this baby is with yet another professional athlete, right? Mm-hmm. So I feel like maybe she's trying to get a little reset. Maybe she's trying to get, is she trying to get a do-over? Should we be looking at Drea like, have you mastered being a mama? If you aren't having shown mama qualities in the past, should we just be writing this off as, it's a womb check? Or should we be looking a little bit more closely at these women who are, just having babies and not taking care of them? And then these kids get turned loose on society to do whatever, and every child doesn't turn out worst case scenario. But if for those of us who work in urban or inner city spaces with young people, you understand that the root cause of what's going on with kids a lot of times is parents. So should we be Drea with the baby? Like, I want to celebrate it. I want to be happy for her, but she already has a track record of not doing this job well, of being a mother. So I want to talk about that aspect, right? You keep cashing this womb check, girl, but you're not doing nothing with the little deposits.
Womb check, honey.
And I don't think she not just her, but most women in this situation, I don't think, again, they're interested in being a mother. It's literally, what can this child do for me? What benefits am I reaping by having this child? This child benefits them at least for the next 18 to 21 years, given whether this child goes to college or whatever. Between 18 and 21 years that this woman has really set. With Drea being 39 years old, yes, she is looking at her future. She never got a 401k plan. She probably never had a savings account. She maybe never even had a checking account unless she was on somebody's account that she was dating. Okay, so this woman, her retirement plan is this baby. I mean, we're not talking about her on the list, but I mean, since we're talking about Basketball Wives, let's look at Evelyn Lozada. No shade, I probably shouldn't have named her, but allegedly, she ran through a few of the sports, the sports franchises. And her last child might be like 6 or 7, and she had him with a baseball player. She kind of did the same thing. That was her investment plan. Retirement plan rather. So these women invest completely different than Dr. Boyce is writing in the book that he has available. So, these are their investment and retirement plans, and that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that's all that they see that they can invest is their womb. They don't put their hands on anything to work. You talked about Drea having something with Fashion Nova or another conglomerate that she was working with fashion. It's really a shame that she didn't take that to the next level, because she could have had an independent clothing line, and that would have been, she would have had, an IP or something to her credit. But no, it's easier when you live off the back with someone else and just go ahead, I'm just gonna have this baby and take him to child support and do interviews for tabloids and make $25,000, $35,000 here and there. And it's just easier money versus working.
Now, Lola, I really want to hear your point, because I know you mentioned your son earlier and that he dates a little bit older. So what is your viewpoint on all of this?
Well, first, I think one of the main questions that was asked is, are we taking celebrity culture into our own world? And to an extent, I agree with that. But the question for me was, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I grew up hearing from other women, honey, you want to make sure that you present yourself very nicely so you can, you might get an older man that could take good care of you and your children. And, which came first? That wasn't influenced by a celebrity lifestyle. That was from wanting people to have security in their lives, because many of those women had lost their partner and then they had nothing and had to start all over again, right? We're coming from that mentality. So I don't know if I can agree that celebrityism is the main force that's driving this. I think it's just a matter of wanting to be taken care of, which you can also take care of yourself. You don't need a significant other to take care of you. Now, in the case of my son, like I said, the older man, I was fine. He never brings people around me that he doesn't think he's serious about. He may date 2 or 3 different men in between, but he will, when he is serious about someone, say, you need to meet my parents. And I appreciate that. And every last one of them have been gentlemen. They both have good heads on their shoulders. They've also helped my son in many ways, and he's helped them in their business. But like I can honestly say, and my son would not be upset that I mentioned this, but one of his older partners helped him to kick alcohol. My son is now sober 4 years because he dated someone who saw that he could help him in this matter, because he lived through it himself and has been sober over 30 something years. So I'm not to say that a difference in age is a bad thing all the way, but you gotta be equally yoked. Yes, I took it back there. Okay, Bible, I'm going to talk about it. You got to be equally yoked. You can't have 2 different directions and have a peaceful home. A foundation has to be firm before you build on it, or else it's all going to come crumbling down. We all know that from relationships maybe that we've experienced before in our lives, whether it's the same age or not. So it really and truly is up to each individual. And I think we hear a lot of these cases because they are celebrity people talking about it, but there's also a lot of positive celebrities who got different age groups. Bruce Willis and his wife, Catherine Zeta-Jones, all they have different age gaps, but they're still thriving and living and growing and still loving one another. So it just depends on who it is and if you both have the same yoke that you're going for. And I'm never going to shame somebody for loving who they love. I don't care if they're purple, green, blue, black, purple, black, man, white, polka dot, whatever. But just make sure that you have that foundation. And part of that self-love is Dr. Boyce's book. I mean, you got to love yourself enough to know that you got to have your own foundation to bring to the table as well, so that you can grow together. Simple as that.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned equally yoked, because I think that's the key factor. Because if we look in history, women, we're often told, like, make sure you find somebody financially secure and has a job and can take care of you. However, we have to think about women weren't allowed often to work, weren't allowed to have businesses, weren't allowed to do the things that men were allowed to do. They were expected to cook, clean, and raise the babies. And so they kind of had to look to, okay, who can I marry that can take care of me because I have to cook, clean, and raise the babies. But in today's society, women are allowed to do all those things. We're allowed to shatter the financial ceilings. And a lot of young people are even making their own money now. It's really about, we don't have the same excuses that we used to have. And with technology, there's so much that we are open to. So it's about, what is your personal preference of these things, and being equally yoked. I think that is the most important part. Are we along the same direction, the same path? Are we in alignment with our values and our goals and the things that we're striving for? So we have had a great discussion. One more time, listen, if you have not yet texted the word Queens to 87948, make sure that you do that right now so that you can get your free copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins, because it is going to help you marry your assets with your partner in a way that feels good, okay? No matter where either of you come from, because sometimes when we talk about money, we can get a little bit sticky, a little bit, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to face that. But we have to be able to have these discussions. And that book, Financial Lovemaking by Dr. Boyce Watkins, is an amazing way for you to have those discussions. So text the word Queens to 87948. Now, ladies, do you have any final thoughts as we wrap up today's discussion?
I actually want to be devil's advocate for a second. If a man wants to date someone younger and provide financially, and they have an agreement that, okay, I'm paying your bills, and on your side of the exchange, it's going to be my cute wife, and you can sit down and kick your feet up. Is there anything really wrong with that? If both people are consenting to that and that's the arrangement they want to do?
No, I think it's what you two decide together as a couple. And if you're both on the same path, there's no problem with that, as long as one is not trying to gain something out of the other, or the other is looking for an equally yoked person. As long as you both have those tough conversations in any relationship that you're at, your job, your partner, your spirituality, your therapist, your whoever you're doing, you have to be able to discuss and communicate what it is that you really want from one another. If you both agree and you both sign on, then there is nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think it boils down to the respect factor. You have to respect the person that you're involved with. And you have to, more than anything, respect the relationship. Because if you don't respect the relationship, that means you don't respect the person and you don't respect yourself. And then ultimately in the end, you're both going to lose. So yes, I agree with Lala. Having those conversations straight away, straightforward, first date, first phone call. What are your expectations? What do you want to get out of this? What can you put into this? And we didn't even get the opportunity, maybe we'll talk about it in another setting, as to, what's being brought to the table. And if your table can handle what's being delivered, so it's all about, again, being equally yoked. I agree.
Okay. I just wanted to ask because I think I can see both sides, but what I will say is that a lot of those decisions are being made, especially by women, because of fear and the fear of lack of resources. And I do think that a lot of women exhibit dusty behavior is what I call it. I have 4 brothers, and I try to tell, I was like, listen, a lot of women out here dusty, right? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. So I think that it was good to bring up. And a lot of women, there's a sprinkle movement going on. A lot of women are not trying to work or do anything nowadays. So you know, if a man is willing to consent to that arrangement, I think that's, you know, between those two consenting adults.
You know, from the sprinkle movement, I follow her too. She is quite entertaining. But I think what people fail to realize is she's been married to James 25 years. So, I mean, what men were doing 25 years ago, they ain't necessarily doing right now. Everyday waking life. So, I mean, you know, she is, you know, she's got some time on her, he's got some time on him, and they've got time together. So, I mean, a lot of that is tolerated because he knew what he was walking into, and at this point, it's cheaper to keep her. So,
yeah, and he already left his wife for her. So, what else is he gonna do?
Exactly.
Look, now y'all gonna have me Googling what is sprinkle.
I'm just saying to myself, I cannot believe I'm about to go and figure out what sprinkle is.
What? Y'all don't know she was 7.
No.
Y'all don't know. We will do a segment on her next time, I'm sure.
Yes. Athena, I'm with you on that one.
Listen, ladies, this has been a great discussion. My final thoughts earlier, I mentioned about money being the 3rd leading cause of divorce, but I didn't tell you what the number 1 was, and it's basic incompatibility. It is 43%. That is how much it is of divorces. So 43% of divorces are from basic incompatibility. And so it makes you wonder, is it because of that age gap, or, you know, having this idea of who this person is and what I want them to be, and then getting into the relationship and it not matching. And then the second cause is infidelity. And then the third cause is money. So we really have to consider all of these things when we are thinking about the relationships. Now, like you mentioned earlier, if it's just because you want to have some fun, then we need to make sure we're not having womb investments from that fun, because then you bring in other people into your situationship. But that's my final thoughts. It has been a great, great chat. Ladies, please let us know, let all the lovely viewers know, where can we find you? Lala, we will start with you. Let us know where we can find you on these internet streets.
Well, you can find me everywhere, because I am actually a social media freak. So you're going to find me on all different platforms under Realty Goddess. But if you want to see me anywhere else, all you have to do is click bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Thank you. Miss Erica, where can we find you on these internet streets?
All right. Well, you can find, I'm pretty much a little bit everywhere. You can find me. My website will be up and running, thank God. This evening, I had to do some rebuilding after the release of my book, Faith in Transition, My Journey to 50. So tomorrow, you can find me at faithinTransition.com.
Okay, Erica, you're 50. You going to be dating anybody that's 25 or 75?
Hell no.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I do not recommend women to date younger. Absolutely not.
Athena, go ahead and tell us where we can find you on these streets.
Listen, ladies, if you don't want to be a dusty woman and have to make these womb investments, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com, where I teach you all financial and wealth literacy so you guys can become the wealthy goddesses you're supposed to be. So follow me at wewealthwomen.com, and I am everywhere on social media at wewealthwomen.
All right. And last but not least, lovely Marlo, where can we find you on these internet streets?
Well, I am all over these internet streets in terms of news and journalistic endeavors. So you can find my writings in a Google News search near you, I suppose. And other than that, I am on social media. Instagram, I am Olrun Marlo. That is Marlo backwards and then forward. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. And my name is Lindsay Vertner. You can find me at liveafirstclasslife.com. You can shop the things. You can connect with me on all of the social media platforms. As long as you spell my name right, that is where you'll find me, liveafirstclasslife.com. Listen, y'all, this has been a quite interesting discussion on these age gap relationships. Now, no matter who you love, like our sister Lala said, just make sure you're equally yoked, okay? Whether you're 10 years apart or 2 years apart or all in between, make sure you're equally yoked so that that relationship can actually stand the test of time. And make sure that you download your free copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. Text Queens to 87948. If you haven't gotten it already, do that right now. Meanwhile, we thank you and appreciate you so much for joining us. Don't forget to like, love, subscribe, share, do all the things, and keep your comments coming in the comment section. My name is Lindsay Vertner, and I've been joined by my beautiful co-host here. And you can find us every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. So we hope that you stay empowered and inspired to take charge of your financial future. Thanks for watching. Bye now.
All right. Welcome to another segment on Fly Nubian Money. Come on in. Make sure you hit the like button and share this broadcast. Today, we are talking about what really happened to Wendy Williams. You're tuned in right here on Fly Nubian Queen TV network. We want to invite you all to hit the like button and share this broadcast and tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, because we are about to break this conversation down like you've never seen Black women do before. All right. So first and foremost, I'm your hostess for the day, Jade Harrell. I'm an educator and the owner of highblackesteem.com. We're also joined by our sister Athena Gardner, who's a CPA and women's wealth coach. So she's going to bring a financial spin to this conversation. We're also joined by Miss Lala Key. She's an international real estate agent, and we already know that Wendy Williams' luxury condo sold underpriced. So we have questions for you, Miss Lala. Also, we're joined by Miss Erica Lewis, who's the owner of Faith in Transition Publishing. So she is an author, and she's going to give us some special tea, but I'm going to save that for y'all for when she goes and starts talking about this topic. And we have with us Miss Rosalind Henderson. She's a leadership trainer and a 4-time author. And so she's going to give us some wisdom in terms of how this particular topic of what happened to Wendy can really apply to our lives and what should be our learning moments and big takeaways. So once again, this is our Fly Nubian Money panel. We're here on weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you all hit the notification bell so you are alerted when we do go live. And also be sure to text the word Queens to 87948 to receive alerts when we go live, but also to receive the book, a free book from our sponsor, right? Dr. Boyce Watkins. And the book is Financial Lovemaking 101. All right. The book goes into details about how, you can marry somebody and finances could add to the marriage very, very well. Or you can marry someone and finances could be a problem and it could be a shit show, like what happened between Wendy Williams and her husband, Kevin. But anyway, without further ado, let's get into the topic. So first I want to go to you, Miss Lala. Now, I was reading the headlines and I know that Wendy Williams's luxury dream condo in New York City, right? I believe it was valued at maybe $4.5 million, sold underpriced. For $3.75 million. Also, she's under guardianship. How does that work? Is somebody taking advantage of her from an international real estate guru's perspective? Can you break this down for us, please?
I can. And the first thing I'm going to say is the market dictates what you get. It's not always what you want. I have to always explain that to sellers when we have consultations. It is what the market dictates. It's what a buyer and a seller come to an agreement on. Now, in these cases where you're dealing with guardianship, you have different elements. The owner is no longer the one, whether it's being incapacitated or whether they've been deemed mentally incapable. They're the ones who make these decisions. It is their job to make sure that they get the most money for their person that they are guardianship over. However, in this case, I am not feeling that this guardianship did her job properly. I am not a guardian. However, I am a real estate agent, and I know that real estate has changed a little bit, but not to the point where this building for this price that was sold for. There is something going on behind this where they have accepted a price to me that is so much more lower than what it is actually worth. People are clamoring to get into this building. And sure, I know some people's money is funny, but let's be very, very clear. When you got millions, you're not going to haggle over something that you really want, as you see as a status thing. So I am at a complete loss of understanding. I have not had a chance to pull the comps, because that's going to be the next thing I do, to see what is selling else in that building and what shape it's in. And who it belongs to in these cases usually does make a big difference. And Wendy Williams is very well known. So I think there's a whole lot of different element going by that. And I do believe that it was a disservice that they sold this property at a loss.
Thank you for that. So listen, Lala, I know there are a lot of fees associated with selling a property, especially a property like of this magnitude. So if it's sold for 3.75, how much money would you say that Wendy got, after all of those fees and things?
Well, if you're talking about just realtor fees, they can range anywhere from 1% to 6%. We are not allowed to and this is a misconception in the world right now. We are not allowed to say, oh, everybody's charging 6%. That doesn't how it works. You negotiate with people. However, you also now have to pay for the guardianship fees, because they're the ones who has to go through and make sure all the paperwork is correct. You have to go through judge and court. You have to pay the court fees for that. No telling how much they are in New York City. So there are many fees behind that. And if they're saying if they sold it at a loss, doesn't necessarily mean that Wendy didn't even get a little bit from it. It just means that they're throwing the big numbers at you. Like, okay, well, it sold for such and such, but she paid such and such. But what was the numbers behind that for real? Because there can be other networks behind that. But in this case, they want to show it's a loss so that they can write that off of her books or prove something for something else that they need to show for the courts. Guardianship is very interesting, and a lot of people do not understand it. And this is why if I get anything through to you today, please love yourself enough to make sure that you take care of yourself while you are living and when you die, because we're not going to live forever. But what people don't know is while you're living, things like that are going through, Wendy's going through mentally incapacitated, Alzheimer's, anything, guys, strokes. What is your family going to do when you didn't leave them the instructions on what to do? Please get an estate, a living will, and please don't go to Staples and buy the one and sign that one. Hire an attorney and do what you need to do. And this all goes back to your self-love. You got to love yourself and your family to know that you're not going to leave them in this mess, because Wendy does have a son. So what is going on with this? Why wasn't he given guardianship? What is going on here? Something is not right and not adding up.
Thank you so much for that, Lala. If you all are just tuning in, we are talking about what really happened to Wendy Williams. I mean, this week, her luxury prize condo, it was a 2,400 square foot condo in the financial district in Manhattan, New York City, is sold under price. And so Lala just broke down what that means, as well as guardianship. We know that she's under guardianship. So welcome to the broadcast. If you all are just tuning in, I want to go over to Erica. Erica, at the height of Wendy's syndicated show, we know that she was making $10 million a year. And I believe that was about like $55,000 per episode. But at the height of her career, $10 million a year. How do you think she ended up in a predicament like this?
It happens, you know, in her previous writings in her books, of which I've read both. And what I actually had an opportunity to interview Wendy some years ago when she returned back to New York. I think substance abuse played a lot in the role of what's happening now. She has said over the years, yes, she has, you know, she's struggled with sobriety and she's sober 6 months, but then the holidays comes around and then she's got to start sobriety all over again. And I think it just got out of control. I think her husband, Calvin, whatever we're calling them these days, I believe that he played a huge part in her struggles with sobriety because, you know, she's trying to keep this facade of like, I'm married, I have a husband, you know, lady, stop being a jump off, you know, don't do this, don't do that. I've got the ring if he's not coming with the ring. But then, you know, in the shadows and the darkness, the deal clearly appears to be like, hey, Wendy, I'm going to be, you know, protecting you. I'm going to give you security. I'm not going to provide for you. I'm just going to protect you. Okay, you want a kid? Fine, I'll give you a kid, but I'm going to live my life over here. He was on payroll. He didn't have executive television experience, executive producing. He didn't have that. He got thrown a gig. He got thrown a job. She kept him on payroll. He was a kept man. And this is what ends up happening. If we take a look at celebrity women, we're going to see in the last 15, 20 years, maybe even a little bit more than that, 25, 30 years, we'll see that there's an upsweep of women, Black women, that are paying alimony. And it is getting out of control. And it really goes to show, if this man has to pay alimony, it, you know, makes you wonder, like, well, what was the original deal with the marriage? Because I'm a firm believer, I haven't been married yet. I'm a firm believer, especially at the age I am. You know what? Let's talk. Let's have that hard conversation about prenuptial agreements. Why not? If we're both coming into this marriage and we both have $5, if this doesn't work out in the next 50, 55 years, you take your $5 and go left, I take my $5 and go right. It doesn't have to be. Women look at prenuptial agreements like, I can't believe he wants to keep me from things. No, it's what Lala said. It's having your affairs in order. You know, especially when you get married up in years, you have a set of children. He has a set of children. You have assets. He has assets. Those things need to be protected because these are things that you're passing down to your lineage, and they need to be divvied up accordingly, doing things in proper order. So yes, having prenuptials in place, having living wills in place, and, you know, it's just have that hard conversation, get it out the way. You can love how you love, but take care of your business. And I just don't think that Wendy, you know, looked into the future. She didn't forecast what was going to happen. She wanted what she wanted. She got it, but I don't think she prepared for the repercussions of it. And here we are.
Yeah, that's really sad. And I'm really grateful. I don't know about y'all, but I'm grateful that our sponsor for this broadcast today is literally willing to give you all, the audience, this book, his book, Financial Lovemaking 101, for free. You can download it. You can get the book for free. It's thought of as the Karma Sutra of money management, and it teaches you the ins and outs of the financial lovemaking process and how your financial choices can serve to stimulate and strengthen your relationship rather than destroy it. Right? Get the book, read it. Even if you know you are married, you're in a relationship, you may be thinking about marriage, you may not be, or may not even be thinking about it, but just having these tools and these skills so that when you are in union or relationship with someone, you actually have an agreement with your partner in terms of, you know, the best ways to set yourselves up in a relationship up for financial success, so it doesn't lead to, excuse me, ladies, a shit show. Because I mean, I feel really bad, you know, for Wendy Williams. And I know that Erica, you use the term a kept man. I'm like, yeah, I guess they do have kept men these days. I ain't keeping no man, but it happens, right? A lot of women are paying alimony to these grown men that are supposed to be providers and protectors. And so with that, I'm going to remind you all to text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948 to receive your free book, Financial Lovemaking 101, from our sponsor, so we don't end up in this situation. Now, with all of that said, let's talk a bit about this drama, right? Because financial lovemaking was not present in Wendy's and Kevin's marriage. Athena, you know, He ended up having a side chick. He had a baby. He bought the woman a house up the street and around the corner from them. It was this whole situation. And do you believe, I just want your perspective, like, why don't you, he didn't walk away from the marriage empty-handed, right? So what is your idea of maybe the stress that the marriage had on her psyche and her health, and how that possibly could have contributed to this financial chaos in Wendy's life, Athena? Oh, you're muted, honey.
Sorry about that. I will answer your question, but first I want to put my CPA hat on and respond to what Lala said about the loss on the property. You can only deduct a loss on a property if it was used in business or investments. So for personal property, like your home or your car, if you sell that as a loss, you cannot take that tax deduction. So it would have been better if she rented out the property first or had it in some kind of business first before they did that sale. I just want to put that out there. As far as the relationship, so basically, I feel like Wendy and a lot of successful women face this dilemma where you reach certain levels of success and it causes a lot of issues when it comes to your relationships with your partner, and it plays out into power dynamics. We have seen this with Wendy. We have seen this with Mary J. Blige. We have seen this play out before when the husband becomes the husbander. And oftentimes when that happens, psychologically, I feel like a man will try to redeem some power. And in this case with Wendy, Kevin went out and had a side piece mistress, which she was fully aware of. So that's another thing too. A lot of people in marriages, and I often joke that a lot of people have these dusty marriages. A lot of marriages have certain kind of arrangements, right? But I think the straw that broke the camel's back is when Sharina popped up pregnant, because Sharina, even though she was a side piece, she was there for a long, at least 8 years. She was there for a long time. Photograph, taking pictures and going on vacations with her. So she knew in some of her documentaries, she noted how she struggled with eating disorders and other self-esteem issues. And we can see that in the latest one as well. So I think Wendy made it a trade, which a lot of women try to do, where, okay, even though this man is not necessarily honoring me, I'm going to have a piece of a man, or a kept man, as Eric, I'm keeping as a kept man, or part of that drizzle movement, and kind of go along with that. I do think that in the documentary, it was noted that once they got divorced, her health started to rapidly decline. And I think that, and that is something that happens when women face, or people get divorced. There can be, it's almost like the heartbreak is literally killing them. And it was noted in the documentary that it caused her to drink a lot, and she had alcohol-induced dementia. I also want to know, women need to be concerned, because when women face divorce, because I'm a women's wealth coach, when women face divorce, the statistic is they experience a 45% drop in their standard of living, and then 1 in 5 women will fall into poverty as a result of divorce. So Wendy's decline post-divorce, from a mental, spiritual, and financial perspective, is not anything surprising.
Wow,
I think, I'm sorry. I think in Wendy's case, she lost everything. She didn't just lose her marriage. She lost her baby. I remember when she first started the Wendy Williams experience. I remember when she was on radio. She started off in radio. I remember when she came back from Philly and she's on BLS. She had the radio airwaves locked down from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then she ventured out into this television project. It originally started, I believe, on VH1. And there were mixed reviews on it. It was a little janky, but it was cute. It was Wendy, everything was pink. And then, she went at it again. And I mean, this was her baby. She thrived in radio. She walked away from radio, threw all of her energy and herself into this television venture, dragged him along, fed him, made him who he was on paper. on paper.
Gotcha.
And then, here he is, he gets to do all of these things and he hasn't worked a day in his life. He just, he's big, he's brolic, he's a protector, but he can't provide for anything. So she lost everything in this divorce. And in one of the things that was highlighted is that in the divorce document that he signed, what he didn't realize is that she had it highlighted, or indicated rather, that alimony would continue as long as she was employed by the Wendy Williams experience, not as long as she was employed, but as long as she was employed with that television show. That is one of the reasons why she wasn't well enough to go back to work.
Interesting.
Bravo.
Thank you for that.
Bravo.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for that. We're gonna. Whoa, there's a lot to unpack here, y'all. If you're just tuning in to the broadcast, we're right here live weekdays at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. This is a Fly Nubian Money panel, and we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Be sure to text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. So you'll even be, you'll be notified when we go live, and you'll know what the topic is, so you won't miss a broadcast. Sometimes the algorithms, YouTube and them, they play games and not send you alerts and notifications, but we have a system for that. So please, please, please join our text list. Text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. And also today, when you text the word Queens to 87948, you get a copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking. We are talking about what happened to Wendy Williams. There's so many layers of this. The queens on the panel today have just started to get into the marriage aspect as well as the financial aspect of this. And so we urge you to get the book, Financial Lovemaking 101, by texting the word Queens to 87948. And you'll get tips and resources and a guide on how to form a healthy relationship with a healthy partner that is financially healthy, so that you can build generational wealth and not end up in a situation like this. That's why this is important, that you take advantage of this free resource today, Financial Lovemaking 101, from our sponsor, by texting the word Queens to 87948. And also, when you text the word Queens to 87948, you will be notified immediately when our panels are live, and you'll know what the topics are. So now, with all of that said, we're going to go over to Miss Rosalind. You are a leadership trainer and a 4-times author. So what are the major key takeaways around transformation, life coaching, leadership skills, communication skills, all the skills that we should be thinking about and sort of looking at this situation with Wendy as a sort of case study?
There's so many ways to look at this. There are so many perspectives to this. What jumps out at me immediately is, again, how Wendy is looked at in the show, at least, as someone to, she talks about relationships. She gives relationship advice. She's meddling in people's lives, and she has made millions off of this. But at the same time, at the bottom line, I am seeing an issue with self-esteem, an issue with self-love. Look, I've been married a couple of times. I could tell you about finances and the things that I've learned over the years. And really, whether this was a relationship of convenience or if this was a relationship based on love, who knows for sure. But definitely, when you're in a relationship, you have to be protective of yourself. You have to have enough regard for yourself to put in the basics, to even be with a man who is disrespectful. And he's disrespected her in so many ways, shapes, and forms, using her money, having affairs, things of this nature. What you allow in your life only grows. If you have a faithful man, a loving man, guess what? Those characteristics are going to grow in the marriage. If you have someone who's disrespectful and who's running away with your money, if you have a boy in your relationship and you allow that, don't speak up, don't put boundaries around that, guess what? That just simply grows. And her demise, to me, her health demise, her mental decline, to me, is absolutely related to being married to this man for some 20 years. And it affects your when you have mental issues, it absolutely affects the way you make decisions, your finances, your everything. I think she just allowed herself to be unprotected. She did not protect herself in this marriage. For us, I just want to say, for us, we need to take that as a warning. So many of us women are quick to want to be in relationships, and no matter how much we want to be in one, hey, I'm between husbands myself. We've got to see correctly the man who's in front of us that we're dating.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up so many good points, Rosalind. I know that we know that water seeks its own level. And one of the things I've learned through my transformational journey, life coaching experiences, is that we mirror each other, right? So the dysfunction and chaos that's in me is definitely, it's reflected out in the world and can be reflected out there in a partner. Can you sort of speak to that? Because, I mean, I know that Kevin and Wendy were married for a number of years, I think over 20 years. I know that she started getting famous and getting lit on the radio waves by drama, you know, talking about celebrities and drama and stuff. And so do you think there's a possibility that she really attracted somebody who was vibrating on that same frequency?
Absolutely. And for those that I've counseled, and even for myself, because I'm going to tell on myself too, let's be real here, that the more that I've become mature, the more that I ended up loving myself, the more that I've respected myself, the better quality man I attracted. It's a tuning fork. Now, we oftentimes don't want to see that. We want to blame, look at that guy, you know, he's this, that, and the other. We oftentimes want to blame. We don't want to see. We want to distract ourselves from the real work that has to happen. Wendy was able to make this big living off of being a dramatist. She's all about drama. She was able to make a living off of that. But it's that same dramatic spirit, that chaotic spirit. It's that same spirit that drew somebody like, what is his name? Kevin into her life, and her tolerating it. You know why she tolerated it? Because it was familiar, quote unquote, because she's used to this kind of behavior in men. And I'm always of the belief that everything starts from inward outward. The inward is just nothing. What I see in front of me is just nothing but evidence of what's happening inside me. So the bottom line is, and I want to give this as a takeaway also to our ladies out there, while we're waiting for Mr. Right, you know, we always have to be taking account of ourselves, evaluating ourselves. How can we become better people? How can I track? Not just, look, I want better friends. I want better business partners. I want better lovers. So as you grow and you take that as first responsibility, life becomes a lot sweeter.
Absolutely.
I'd like to piggyback on that, what Rosalind said. Full transparency, I went through a ugly breakup about 4 years ago, and we were in bliss. We traveled the world together. He was my travel partner when I was on ships. And then when COVID happened, I couldn't understand where we were, how we got into this rut space, and I thought we'd be able to climb out of it. And it ended up turning into the worst breakup I had ever experienced. And I learned something about myself. I said, you know what? I need to sit and assess who I was that attracted this. I attracted this. Yes, this is new behavior I'd never seen before, but it's still the same man. I need to divorce or break up with the woman that I am that attracted that, take accountability, start assessing. And then once I've completed my assessment and gone through some trials, let's see how this thing works out. Then I can look at perhaps dating again. But I really had to break up with that version of me. And that's the hard part. Getting rid of the other person is one thing, but having to take assessment and break up with that portion of you, because that's the hard part, because you've been that woman. She's been struggling through years of alcohol and substance abuse. That really, alcohol and substance abuse, that was her real relationship. Her relationship was with the cocaine. Her relationship was with the vodka. And now having to actually do that breakup and that healing, that is the hard part. And unfortunately, here we are with dementia and other things.
Yeah, I'm praying for Wendy. Let me tell y'all something right quick. In full transparency, I did not, could not, would not watch that documentary. I felt that she was being exploited. I was never a fan of her commentary or even when she was on the radio, I really like, and I was younger back then, like I really couldn't just listen to it. But even now, the state that she's in with her personal problems, with her health issues and things like that, I don't even know why they would even make a documentary like that to put her out there. And that brings me to my next question. And I want to hear from you, Lala. How can personal issues like those faced by Wendy Williams impact a public figure's financial stability and also mental stability?
You feel like you have to live up to a certain standard. And I, like you, I am not a big fan of Wendy. But to me, when you live in mess, mess follows you. And when that happens and you get to a certain status, then people expect certain things from you. So they expect that she lives in this penthouse. They expect that she wears the finest clothes. They expect that she eats the finest foods. And you are caught in this trap of trying to live up to what your public persona is when your whole life behind you is a mess. Let me tell you, I have worked with people across the board. The lowest property I've ever sold was $25,000 in Denver, Colorado. The highest property I've ever sold was in the three millions. And I have had people come to me looking like millions, driving Rolls Royces and everything else. But when you get them in there and you say, okay, now it's time to get a loan, let's look at your financials, they have nothing. And it's all because they put this persona out of being more rich than what they are, and they feel like they have to keep up with the Joneses. You don't need to keep up with the Joneses, baby. You don't need to keep up with Fred, Wilma, Flintstone, Jetsons, nobody. You need to love yourself and your family enough to know that you are stable and secure in your relationships. If you live in mess, you're going to stay in mess. If you put out mess, mess is going to come to you. So the financial implications of this is you always trying to keep up with other people or feeling like you need to be at a certain level that people admire and want to be around you or want to listen to you, that you are living in shambles. Now, I know Wendy's making that money, but I also know a lot of people that make that money and spend that money just as fast. And that athletes are very well known for that. Like they make all this money. All right. And I've had several of them be like, we need to rent a condo because we can't really. But you got all these gold checks. Yeah, what? Huh? So yes, these implications are very serious because when you feel like you have to live up to what the public wants you to live up as, then you're already setting yourself up for doom.
Absolutely. And honestly, look, athletes have access to their money. Athena, Wendy is under guardianship. She can't even go to the bank. She can't do anything with her money. Her own son can't access his inheritance. And so I wanted to, pivot, ping pong the same question over to you, Athena. How can personal issues like these faced by Wendy, have an implication on her financial health and well-being? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah. I'm glad that you brought that up. So, and this is why I do the work that I do, especially with women and being a CPA. Money management and wealth literacy is so important. The issue with the guardianship, though, is, and while I do recommend people to have their estate planning, so have your living will, your trust, your power of attorney, your health care advocate, surrogate. So when the time comes to make these important life decisions, you have that in place. But however, even with proper estate planning, you can bump into this issue of guardianship, which now is like a monkey wrench because, to be honest, no one is planning on being in a situation where you lost your mental faculties that you would need a guardianship. That doesn't really come into play. Now, originally, her son was kind of taking on that role. They had her go to Florida. She lived with him, and he was, quote unquote, taking care of her. What happened was, because the son wasn't properly managing the funds, and they were looking at this expenditures, like thousands of dollars being spent on Uber Eats and parties and different things. Because to be honest, Wendy enjoys a lavish lifestyle. And even in the documentary, he said that. What the attorneys and guardianship came under was because they didn't deem the son as fit. So not only is it important for you as an individual to have proper financial planning, you need to pass that on to your heirs, to your sons. You need to make sure, to your daughters, to your children, you need to make sure that they have wealth literacy, because if they are in a situation where they are your power of attorney, they are your healthcare surrogate, then if they don't even follow proper planning, you can lose everything. And now you're subject to some random stranger who may not love you as much, have your best interest making decisions. With celebrity and celebrity culture, you do have, and not just celebrity culture, with social media and influence culture, everyone is under the pressure of looking like something, keeping up with the Joneses. But, you know, the statistics are what they are. 7 in 10 Americans living paycheck to paycheck does not have at least $5,000 in a savings. So we know what the reality of life is. Now, the Wendy, I did feel like she had the pressure of trying to live up to that image, because even in a documentary, she was scrutinizing people about the clothes she was wearing, make sure she has the most lavish furs, make sure that, you know, she's being seen photographed. And when I watched it, I got the impression that she was addicted to fame, and that was very important for her. And she had a hard time adjusting to what life is now. Furthermore, after the end of her talk show, which was making a lot of money, and Debmar Mercury, which is the company behind her talk show, did not want that talk show to end, because remember, they had all these guest hosts and they were all waiting on time. I think everyone knew Wendy was falling apart, so they tried to extend it as much as possible. But when you stop working or your main source of income generation declines, but you are now used to that kind of expense of lavish living, a lot of people, including celebrities, athletes, whoever, get into financial issues because they have not adjusted for that lifestyle change.
Thank you so much for that, Athena. If you're just tuning in, we're discussing what really happened to Wendy Williams. Her luxury condo was valued at $4.5 million. It is no longer on the market. It was undersold for $3.75 million. Okay, she is under guardianship. I'm learning a lot from the queens on the panel about guardianship and how there's certain stipulations that happen when a person is deemed incapacitated in order to handle their own affairs. And at the end of the day, this is a Black woman who has amassed a fortune. We already spoke earlier about how at the height of her career, she was making $10 million a year. Right now, she has no access to that. The courts have stepped in, and her son doesn't even have access to her money. So I'm going to read some stats, that's some facts about Wendy that are that's on the screen right now. But in the meantime, I would love for you all to hit the like button, share, and subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen and the FlyNubianMoney.com. Text the word Queens to 87948 so you'll be notified when we go live. I'm hearing a little feedback, by the way, someone. All right, so Wendy Williams is only 59 years old. She's a graduate of Northeastern University. Her first job was in 1986. That was her first job in radio at WVIS in the Virgin Islands. I didn't even know that, y'all. In 2008, the Wendy Williams Show began a 13-season run, and that's remarkable, for a show to be on the air at that, for that long. And she was paid at the height of her career $10 million per year. I'm still hearing a little bit of feedback. I don't know. Someone has a hot mic. $10 million per year. In 2017, her health issues began. And in 2021, she went on an extended hiatus. Now, in 2021, September, she left the show. Now, I remember somewhere in between 2017 and 2021, I think probably 2021, she was dressed up on Halloween as a Statue of Liberty, and she literally fainted on the air, and people were like freaked out. People made memes about it. They were really mean about it. But I think that's when the public became aware of her health issues. And so again, like the net worth at the height of her career was estimated to be $60 million, y'all. This is $60 million. So career-wise, she did everything right. You know, she worked really hard. She built a brand for herself. She amassed a bunch of wealth that she should be able to pass down to her offspring, right? But right now, it seems that she's losing, right? You know, she had to pay alimony to her husband and stuff. So this is just really, really, really unfortunate. I want to go over to you, Erica, and I want to, you know, talk about this idea of prenups. Do you believe that more women should consider prenuptial agreements when they're earning that kind of money that Wendy was making?
I think women should be looking at prenups regardless of what amount of money that they're making, because you never know. You could start off you could be making $50,000 a year and think like, well, that's no money. And then you invent something and now you're an instant millionaire. And now you have an excess of $50 million now. And, you know, you're newly married. You had a set of kids and your husband has a set of children from previous relationships. And then, oh my God, 5 years down the road, now there's infidelity. Now there's problems. And now, you know, there's access to your $50 million that you didn't have before. Get those prenups in place, ladies, and it's okay. You can always put a clause in it and say, listen, every 3 or 4 years, we can come back and we can review it and see if we need to reassess this, reevaluate it. You can always go back and look at a prenup. It's just a legal document. It's not binding forever. It's like an NDA. You can give it a lifespan of 5 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever, but give it life. Put things on paper, and it is okay to have these hard conversations, because guess what? If you don't have the hard conversations in the beginning, if there ever becomes an end to this marriage, to this relationship, you're going to end up having a hard conversation about whether you're going to be sending that check in the mail, money order, cash, or cash app. So you might as well just go on ahead and open the door and let's just sit down and talk about it. And if we start taking control of our finances, it'll be easier for us to go into relationships having these conversations. And when you're in control of your finances, you'll be able to weed out any man that doesn't fit the mold of what you're looking for, because you are in control of you. Where there's lack of self-control, that gives an opportunity for someone else to control you.
Wow,
I need to tag on to that, because you really brought up a really good point in the fact that just because you signed it once, baby girl, don't mean you don't get to go back and revisit it. I have closed many estate deals where they thought that they did this 30 years ago, and now they done got divorced and they're separated, and now they got new kids. And well, where's the will? Where's the estate? It was never updated. So the money didn't go where you thought it was going to go. You should always, every 5 years, go and look at your paperwork and update it to what your circumstances are for now, not 20 years ago, because things change, life happens. And also, one of the things that people say to me, they've asked me this, and it's common, is if they're a young couple, you know, we both don't have anything yet, so why would we need an estate? Baby, you may end up being in an accident. You may be in a coma. You may something where nobody's wishing this on you, but you need to know, let people know what you want done in those situations. So there's always room for an estate. There's always room for a living will. Just revisit it every 5 years, and then you can make sure that everything is in order. One time is not your all time.
Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to go over to Rosalind to ask you your perspective on prenups. Oh, you're muted.
Am I?
Now you're good.
Okay. Prenups, I'm in favor of. I am going to take a little different take. And I have always wondered this, because I think so many of us women, we kind of know what to do and where to get the information. We know where to get the information on prenups. We can get financial counseling. We know where to go and how to do it. The information is humongous out there. There's plenty of information. I want to go a little deeper. about why don't we? I want to talk a little bit more about why don't we do things that are in our ultimate best interest. That's myself included. You know, I have to keep evaluating myself. What are the blockages? What are some of the mindsets? What are some of the experiences that we've had with men in the past? And what are some of our longings that cause us to repeatedly shoot ourselves in the foot financially and in regards to living with some behaviors of men that are intolerable? I want to go deeper there because all the information about prenups, I can find help, and yet I don't do that. To me, that is very interesting in and of itself. That giving ourselves permission to do what the very basic loving thing for ourselves and our family is something that is always a topic that fascinates me. That's the 2 cents I have here.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I'll just ask you another question. Well, actually, I want to put this out there, right? Is it possible to draft a legal document? And if so, can you educate us on what the name of the legal document will be? Is it possible to draft a legal document similar to a living will, but from a financial standpoint, to say that your fortune is to be used, like how it's supposed to be used should you become incapacitated? Lala.
Yes. Believe it or not, it could be contested in court, but even if you just had something on writing that you agreed to, something, even if it's, better than nothing, you have it handwritten, you have it notarized and dated and properly filed. You can even do that in the court with a handwritten document. You still can file it saying what you want to do. So you don't always need an attorney. I don't advise you not use one though. Please go get it done professionally. But if you're not in that position, you want to at least make sure that it is notarized and filed appropriately. Yes, you can. And it's very important that you do. Like I said, I get a lot of newlyweds, they just now starting out, they're barely making their rent. But I always tell them, especially when it comes to getting to escrow, let's go ahead and start taking care of this last little part so that if something happens to you, they know what to do. And that is viable. It's very viable to do.
Right. Before I go over to you, Erica and Athena, Lala, are you wearing a Prince shirt or the artist?
No, not today, but I am a Prince girl.
Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a Prince shirt, because I know that, a lot of times our celebrities, Black celebrities, who have amassed huge fortunes, they pass away and their stuff just ends up in court. And speaking of the handwritten letter, I don't know if it took a year or 2 years or something for Aretha Franklin's son to find a handwritten will or document in her couch. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it took 2-3 years, and they're still battling some things out in court.
That's right. That's why I say do it legally, y'all. I mean, you're still going to have the battles in court. Anytime money is involved, you're going to have drama. Okay. But be smarter than to just have something written in your couch. And you did touch on Prince, and I follow that very closely because this girl is a Prince girl, none other. But it hurt my feelings. And I just don't believe, this is my conspiracy thought, is that Prince didn't leave something. He was so smart with his rights to his music, to what belonged to him from the record companies. You cannot convince me that this man didn't have something in writing somewhere else. But because of that, this is why the estate is in it is today. So guys, what I say, please go talk to an attorney and get something in writing. Don't leave it in your couch, y'all. And don't leave nothing.
Right. Thank you. Erica, you want to, can you weigh in on this topic? About living wills. I think we talked about prenups, but yeah, and celebrities that get kind of caught up or hemmed up in these sorts of situations.
I'm going to put myself out here. I usually don't talk about it, but my father, you all are probably too young to know, my father sang with the Drifters. He was part of, Under the Boardwalk, all those great songs. My father, Billy Lewis, sang with the group. And my parents divorced when I was in the 10th grade. I was 15. And my father decided he was going to live overseas. He wasn't coming back to the States. And he was a man of his word. He did come back to the States. Now, my parents got their divorce. And my father, he ended up dying 12 years ago. He had another daughter during the midst of the marriage, which led to the divorce. And she discovered him deceased. Now, here's where it gets tricky. My father had been in the military. And although he never married that young lady's mother, my stepsister, he never married her mother, or if they did marry, they were married 5 months or whatever. She went to collect military benefits. I'm going to get to the will in a minute. She went to collect military benefits, and they told her, no, ma'am, this goes to the first wife. You're not entitled to this. Okay. And my mother was able to get those benefits, even though they had been divorced for years. My mother, whatever those benefits were, went to the first wife. Which was more disturbing is that my father had royalties. Okay. He had royalties. He did not have his affairs in order. He didn't have a will. He didn't have things in place that he could have left to my brother and I. So therefore, when my father passed away, my brother and I have a younger brother. We were informed that my father died. But when my stepsister in England got ready, she had him cremated and didn't tell us anything. And when she did the obituary, she listed herself as his only child. So it is so important that people have their affairs in order. Even though my parents hadn't been married and, they didn't have any communication. I mean, my brother and I are, full grown adults at this point, functioning adults in society. However, we were still his children. Yes. And regardless of how old your children are, 70, 80 years old, they're still your kids and they will still mourn you not being here. Have things in order. Nobody should take over the fact that your children get unacknowledged. You know what I mean? So please put your affairs in order, because if my father had a will and he had shared it with us and said, your mother and I are not together, but this is what I want for my kids. And I want my kids to know that I want to be cremated. I want to be buried. We didn't even know what he wanted, whether he wanted to be buried or cremated or not. And here we are. He was cremated before we got there, and we were not listed as next of kin or family. Only she was.
Wow.
Erica, thank you.
Can I interject for one quick second? That's
Sure.
an example of not having a will. But I also want to say why it's very important you have something in place, even with the will. My experience has been with the death of my mother some 7 and 8 years ago, that it still is going to be a shit show. But when you have a will in place, the will that is the final authority. There's nothing that brother 1 or brother 3 can really say. You can talk about your feelings all you want. You can contest all you want. You can have personal thoughts and opinions all you want. That will align things to your mother's and father's wishes. And that's the end of the subject. This is why you want to have a will, because even with one, it still is a shit show.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Rosalind and Erica. And yes, We Wealth Women says the power of attorney can cover health, financial, etc., and will give that person agency. You all are tuned into our Fly Nubian Money panel. We're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And while the topic today is what really happened to Wendy Williams, we have a financial expert, we have life coaches and authors and certified personal accountants on the line, educators on the line, and we are putting a very, very, very serious twist and a lot of added layers to this conversation. So it's really important that you all text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. So you can join us in our live conversations on weekdays right here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com, on YouTube at 1 p.m. Eastern time, when we have these topics with, panelists that are wonderful, Black women having really intelligent conversations. And given the topic today, we're talking about Wendy Williams, what really happened to her and her estate. She's under guardianship and all of this stuff. Our sponsor is gifting viewers today a free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking 101. Financial Lovemaking 101, not 111. Financial Lovemaking 101. So please text the word Queens to 87948 so you'll get a copy of this book. It lays out the best strategies and resources and tools in order to have a financially healthy marriage or relationship, so that, you know, money doesn't become an issue, and so that you're set up for success in the relationship for the future and for generations to come. Again, our sponsor is gifting the book Financial Lovemaking, Merging Assets with Your Partner in Ways That Feel Good. So be sure to text the word Queens to 87948. That's on your screen to receive your free copy of this book. This is important so we can avoid situations where, God forbid, somebody or even one of us becomes incapacitated, and there isn't proper paperwork set in place. And also, the book Financial Lovemaking 101 talks about finding a healthy partner, somebody that's going to have your back, somebody who's going to give to you and add to you, you know, and to help your money grow, as opposed to, you know, being a taker in the relationship. So with that, I want to go over to Miss Athena. She is our financial expert, our certified CPA. And we know that you said documents that everyone should have are a living will, trust, power of attorney, and healthcare surrogate. I wanted to just sort of get more financial advice from you, and you can add more financial expertise and context to this situation so that we can avoid situations like, unfortunately, what Wendy Williams is experiencing.
Yes. So unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people don't take this into account because if, like you said previously, they don't make enough or they're not in situations where this should matter. But like Lala said, at every stage, you should kind of have something or have just general understanding of these things. So for example, a power of attorney can cover multiple things or limited as much as possible, depending on what you want to do. A power of attorney can cover health rights, financial, while a person is alive or maybe incapacitated or can't make certain decisions. So like the situation with Wendy. As far as a will is concerned, while wills are great, wills also need to be executed, which comes with a lot of court fees. So that's when a trust comes into play, because while you're going through the process of having that will executed, which can take years, I've had people take a long time for the will to be executed. If you have businesses or other investments or assets or homes, that's where the trust can easily kick in and transfer that for you as well. Also, you need to understand on the receiving end, if you are a person, and also insurance, by the way, update your beneficiaries, understand, I have all that stuff into play. So I need to throw that out there because insurance is one of the greatest investments and tools for wealth transfer. The other thing I would say is you need to understand how to receive these things. If I remember my parents were setting up their estate and the lawyers and everything to sign the paperwork. My father, the lawyers told them to tell us that in the event when we receive things, that we need to have our own bank accounts, meaning bank accounts separate from a spouse. Because if that money goes into a joint bank account, that becomes community property within the marriage, and that spouse is entitled to that money. So I feel like this Wendy Williams situation is great for us to get greater understanding, and especially women need to take time to be invested in learning these things.
Thank you so much for that, Athena. I wanted to thank you for all of that expertise. People in the comments are saying that this has been a really helpful conversation to all of our panelists. They're really grateful for the information that we've been giving you all. And so right now we're going to go off and do final thoughts. Let's start with you, Lala. What's your final takeaways, final words of advice from this conversation, as well as where we can follow you?
Well, love is love, and it's a beautiful thing, but sometimes love is not enough. So you need to make sure that you care for yourself and your well-being, to take care of your family. They always say when you're on an airplane, if something happens, you put the mask on first before you help someone else. Do that in your life as well, so that everybody can be at ease, and know what to do if something should ever happen to you. And you can find me at Realty Goddess on all my platforms, but the easiest way to catch me is at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's go to Rosalind.
Yes, final thought is similar to Lala, and that is about taking care of yourself and the quality of your life, quality of your relationships, who you hang around, and developing yourself so that you are attracting to yourself the best and the brightest. And it starts also with having skills. Financial skills is something that we sometimes think is unsexy, but it's very important that we take ownership of financial skills. And you can find information about me. Just simply go to LinkedIn, and I'm on LinkedIn, Rosalind Henderson.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Athena?
All right, ladies, I have been giving you financial game this whole live. If you want more financial information and learn to be the wealthy goddess of your life, please find me at wewealthwomen.com. I'm Athena, a CPA and women's wealth coach, and I'm determined for you guys to live a wealthy, productive lifestyle and to not end up like Wendy.
Absolutely. And Erica had to hop off, but she sends her regards, and she's the owner of Faith in Transition Publishing. So you all can look her up at Faith in Transition Publishing. And she's the author of Faith in Transition. It says Faith in Transition, My Journey to 50 Love, Life, and Lessons. So definitely check that out from her. I am your host, Jade Harrell. You can find me at highblackesteem.com. You can also find me on social media at Lioness Crowns. And yeah, I'm an educator. I do racial wellness coaching. I do consulting in education, media, and politics. And so it's been wonderful moderating this conversation with you all. My biggest takeaway is to live a clean life as much as possible, and to give people grace, right? To give people grace. When I say live a clean life, karma never forgets. So the way in which we treat people and the way we treat ourselves is definitely going to be mirrored out in the world. And so we want to make sure that we are living in alignment with our virtues and values. That's a takeaway. And then also giving people grace and giving ourselves grace. Again, I was never a fan of like Wendy Williams's work or gossip. And I don't wish to see her or anybody else in a situation like this, especially not another Black person or Black woman. And, I'm praying for her restoration and healing and the correction of her mind, her body, her spirit, and her finances. And so with that, we want to thank you all for tuning in to this Fly Nubian Money panel. You can find us on weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time right here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. Be sure to also go over to FlyNubianMoney.com and check out our programming there, and text the word Queens to 87948 to get a free copy of Financial Lovemaking 101, so that you can be set up for success in your relationships and not end up like Wendy and Kevin. God bless them both. All right, and so we'll see you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Have a blessed day, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Children. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I'm Athena Gardner, and today we are talking about Brian McKnight disowning his own children. It has caused a lot of controversy amongst fans, and it has sparked a whole feud between celebrities, Ricky Smiley and Tyrese. But before we get started into these discussions, let me introduce the dynamic co-queens, honey. Joining me today, we have Linda Husser, who is a bodacious lifestyle coach, We have Jade Harrell, who is a nice educator and social entrepreneur. Dr. Charm Timms, naturopathic doctor and spiritual advisor. And we also have Linda E., actress, presenter, model. Hi, queens. How are you all doing today?
Hey, queens.
That's for the best. Hey.
Yes.
Hello. So let's get into it. Linda Husser, I want to ask you, how do you feel about, just in general, parents disowning their children? Is that a thing that parents should be doing? How do you feel about Brian doing this?
Absolutely, positively not. But what I am more mortified by that is the fact that now we live in a time, I'm 60 years old, so I came up when there was no cell phones. There wasn't all of this social media, but the fact that they are airing their dirty laundry in public is what is absolutely mortifying to me. I'm not here to necessarily judge how one does one's thing, but I just don't see any upside to the fact that this is being played out in front of the world, in front of all of us. And it is just really, really, really unfortunate to me and sad that he, as a grown man, he's 54 years old, thinks that this is how you actually go about dealing with this situation that is clearly morphed into, from a molehill, definitely to a mountain. And so I just feel so saddened by the fact that this is playing out, and this is a Black man, right? And he's having some issues with his children, and they are Black men. He has a daughter as well, but it is outrageous, is what it is, right? And I just think there's just a sense of sadness to me when I think about this, that this is the way that they chose to deal with it.
I feel sad about it too. What do you think, Jade? The sigh alone.
Yeah, well, the first thing is I just want to say that I do not have children yet, and I don't feel comfortable speaking about parenthood or how people deal with their children or inner dynamics. I think it's really interesting that this has become a topic of conversation, right? And the fact that it's a topic of conversation because Brian McKnight went public about his family business with his children. I can only imagine how damaging this is to his kids. I'm a daddy's girl. My father has been deceased for over 20 years, but every single day, I was raised in a 2-parent household, so I was really blessed for that. But even the sense of abandonment that I still feel by, having, a deceased father, like who's not there, it just kind of makes me sad to think that, there are children out there and outside of this particular circumstances, people who legit have fathers that are living and breathing that for one way or another can't be in their lives or have chosen not to be in their lives, in the sense of abandonment and attachment issues that it creates. So I don't particularly feel qualified to speak about parenthood or relationships with children. So I'm also here to learn. But, this topic also makes me feel very, very sad.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. I miss the days where celebrities had publicists and had no access to social media and they kept things under wrap and indoors. Dr. Charm, what do you think about what's going on with Brian McKnight and him? His son Nico has been very vocal, and Tyrese and Ricky Smiley has jumped into the mix as well. What do you think about handling?
I'm not going to pull any punches. Brian McKnight had a sister for his first wife, and now he has a preference. And colorism has come into the conversation because Julie, who was married to her from 1990 to 2003, and I even heard certain stories back then about his antics, taking other women and side chicks around in the airports and things, because I used to work for the airlines before, when I was in college and before I went to medical school. So I would hear stories like that from the airline workers. So he did all his little dirt, and now he wants to be saved and be with the pediatric neurophysiologist, Dr. Leilani. I mean, she's an accomplished woman. And if for anybody doesn't know, the neurophysiologist is somebody that evaluates the nervous system. So she works in pediatrics, so she's working with children. So I need to know that has she spoken to Brian's inner child to talk to him about why he's behaving this way? Because you can have issues with your children. Everybody has gone through things with their children and their parents, and there are parents who are estranged from their children. But to say that his children were from evil and sin, because these are his words, that to me, lets me know that he just doesn't want to have anything to do with them. And I'm just wondering, is it because they're from the Black woman? Are they dark skinned? That's one thing. And the other thing is that maybe he didn't like the things that he was doing. He didn't like the self that he was when he was raising those children. So that's my question, Brian. Look in the mirror, because I would like to know why you consider your children born from sin when they come from 50% of your DNA.
Woo, Dr. Charm brought the heat, honey, and I love it. I love it. Because I think a lot of people have sentiments about, especially when men remarry and completely different ethnicity of the wife, and may not have been there for the original children the same, because he did his 4 children before Leilani were by 3 different women. So, you know, there's that to be said. What do you think about it, Linda E?
So I'm quite similar to Jade. I was lucky enough to be brought up in a 2-family household. Unfortunately, my father passed away too in 2018. So that sense of not having my dad and always having my dad did everything. You know, he took me to museums. He made sure I was cultured. And to see this is how Brian McKnight is treating his children and airing it so publicly is really, really sad. Like, I'm based in the UK and we've heard about it over here. Do you know what I mean? And it raises a really, really good question. Is it to do with colorism? Is it to do with race? Is it to do with how he was as a person growing up and treating and raising those children? I think fundamentally it is really, really sad. And I think the fact that Ricky Smiley jumped in, I kind of understand why he jumped in, because Brian McKnight publicly disowned. So I think for him, he was publicly showing support, you know. But with Tyrese jumping in, it's just a mess that's just unnecessary for the whole family, you know, not just the kids the kids he's disowning, but how about the kids he has now? How can they be sure that in a couple of years' time, he might not do the same thing to them and their mum, you know? So it's just like, it's just not it. It's just not it.
Yeah.
Like with Tyrese, you know, I heard Tyrese and I was like, why Tyrese is in this? Like, we were not talking about you. You know, we were not trying to, you know, every time I think about Tyrese, I think of that meme of him crying and saying, what more do you want from me? And I think what we want from you, Tyrese, is to sit down and relax, because we all know you have your own issues between child support, custody arrangement between your first kid's mother and then your newly divorced wife. So I don't know if Tyrese has any legs to stand on when it comes to backing up Brian McKnight. I was reading that Nico, which is Brian's second oldest son, clapped back at Tyrese saying that, you know, I know the R&B brotherhood is strong, but, you know, you used to sleep under our pool table. So that kind of like loyalty. But how do you feel about other men infusing themselves within this argument? Because we have one person, which is Ricky Smiley, which is defending the children and opening up himself to the children. And he might feel a certain way, especially since he lost one of his children. And we have Tyrese on the other side, basically backing up Brian McKnight and saying that it's okay to disown his own children. How do you guys feel about the different men's approach? I would like to start with you, Jade.
Yeah, I think men and women, you know, they should just stay out of people's family business. Although Brian McKnight did put this out there, and this is really ugly and damaging to his children, even people that know Brian McKnight should just be quiet. It doesn't necessarily need your comment or for you to add fuel to the fire or to pick sides. I do believe, though, in all fairness, that Ricky Smiley's approach and his words of support and comfort were very, very helpful. And I know that he used his platform to do that. I wonder if that could have been done privately, so that people could just move on. These things need to really be regulated and monitored by people who are mental health professionals, family therapists, and people who are actually qualified to add support. And that is also done confidentially and in private. And I just wish that people would not use the internet. It just really irks me. It gets under my skin when I see these sorts of public controversies and dudes are in the midst of it, because the way I was raised, especially with my father, my alpha male father, and uncles and grandfathers and brothers and everybody else, it was just a time where men spoke less, especially publicly.
Ooh.
And this sort of back and forth, it's just really not a good look. I see more dudes out here getting messy and getting dirty and talking about all of this stuff, when I think that a different approach is definitely needed, and they get to lead by example.
Right. It's definitely not giving king energy. And usually we will see these things more so when families are fighting over money. And speaking about money, as a certified CPA, I know a lot about money and investments, but I also know for the everyday person, it could be a difficult thing to bridge. So our sponsors at the Black Business School are offering free AI stock lists created by financial experts to help you get your money right. So text the word Queens to 87948 to receive your free investment list today. For those of you who are joining us live, we are your queens for today. Remember to share, like, and subscribe. And we are talking about Brian McKnight disowning his own children. So Linda, I want you to get your thoughts as well on the other men joining in between Ricky Smiley and Tyrese. And is it giving king energy to be going back and forth on the internet like this, like what the men are doing?
No, absolutely not. It is giving feminine energy to me. 100, right? Because I come up in a time where men did not even like if you were trying to tell your boyfriend or your husband some stuff, it's like, oh, we don't do that. So now to see the evolution where men are actually gossiping basically is it's not giving masculinity to me. Now, I'm not saying anything other than what I said. It's not giving masculinity vibes to me. And unfortunately, we have to be careful that we don't, in our own way, in our quest to help, actually put fuel on the fire. The help for this situation is for nobody to jump in, let them do what they need to do and heal, because clearly there needs to be some intervention. Like, I want to see somebody who's in the mental health space maybe say something, right? Mm-hmm. Or at least put something out there in a way where maybe not directly speaking to this, but saying, hey, when we have family disputes and this is typically how one should go about handling that. I want to see someone who could really be a source of support and assistance and help, actually maybe go in their DMs and say, hey, it's time to wave the flag of surrender and let's take this in a space and in a place where we can have some healing, because that's really what needs to happen at this point, I feel.
Right. And I feel like with Tyrese did say that, he was quoted saying that let's not act like relationships between men and their children can't fall apart, which he does have a point. And I don't think anyone's arguing with that. It's just the way things are handled. I don't think this is giving like mature energy in any kind of way, like mostly keep things in-house, because ultimately this feud is not a positive for Brian McKnight's brand. If I was his publicist or something, this is not a good look. Like, for you to go on the internet and say, and this is a quote from him, in order to live a life that you love, you have to get rid of the evil and negativity, even if the evil and negativity is related to you. So he's calling his children like evil, which is so harsh. Now, I do not have kids, but I do have parents. And I don't think that even if they were upset about our relationship or there was something negative, my parents would never publicly air that dirty laundry or put it on for public display. Luckily, we have a decent relationship. But not everyone, to Tyrese's point, not everyone has a decent relationship. with their kids, and that's okay. Dr. Charm, like, it seems like you had a lot to say about, you were passionate there about how he's handling things. What do you think about the other men joining the mix?
Well, Tyrese got played by his preference too. So, I mean, he was running up and through here.
Dr. Charm with the preference conversation.
Crying and talking about the lady did him dirty and she used him. Then he did a whole album. Didn't he break up with his girlfriend for a while because she said, you need to stop doing songs about this woman. But, you know, I disagree with her because I'm like, let him get it all out through his art so he won't be running you crazy at home. But Tyrese needs to stop because he got played by the preference. So it's the risk you run. Brian, you need to get in therapy. I hope that the children are in therapy. I appreciate what Ricky Smiley said. I thought it was very heartfelt. And I think the retort from Tyrese was like, Ricky, you need to worry about your own kids. And I think Ricky is concerned about his own kids because his son just passed away, I think, within the past year. So I think he really took it to heart because he has a son that's in the ground. That, hey, you know, I'm thinking about how these children might be feeling because that's devastating. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with your kids and what they've done. It does not warrant coming in the national spotlight and saying that your children are a product of evil. When you were sitting up there cheating on all these different women, had all these different baby mothers running around here. It takes some accountability and maybe look at maybe some of your behavior contributed to their behavior because they're reacting to your behavior. You are their first model. So that's my thought on it. And I hope that, you know, he's not one of these people that thinks that he go to the church all day and all night and think that's going to be a substitute for therapy. Spirituality is wonderful. I am a spiritual advisor myself. I do tarot and psychic readings and mediumship readings, and it has its places. It can be very healing. But on the other hand, it does not replace therapists. If I'm looking at a tarot card and I see your future and you still and you got some mental illness issues, I'm not going to sit up here and not tell you, hey, you need to go see somebody. Okay, because then that would be on me. I have to answer to that. So he needs to get that. I hope that he seeks therapy.
Linda E., do you agree? You think that Brian McKnight needs to see some therapy for this one?
Oh, absolutely. And look, I saw a comment saying that he's done out here in the Black community. And I think that's something that he needs to remember. This mess isn't just airing out for the Black community. It's airing out everywhere. So people who are not part of our community are looking and seeing, oh, this is how, you know, these dads treat their children, and it's perpetuating certain narratives that just aren't true. Not every single father is like that. Not every single relationship with kids are like that. And look, I'm really happy to see that men are opening up, because there was definitely historically a danger of men not really speaking out and sharing their emotions. But the internet is not the place for it. Mm-hmm. So he needs to, number one, seek therapy, but also seek therapy with his kids. Whatever the problem is, he needs to take it away from the internet. And I think also, and look, he has a preference now, so this is a comment that he probably won't care about. But remember that he is still part of the community. So people are looking, seeing him, and judging us by his standards. So he needs to just, but it might be too late at this point, you know.
Which is so unfair, because when other groups do other things, that's looked at as that one person is doing that thing. And when any of us act a fool, the whole group, the whole batch of us have to like take the heat for that. I know this situation has, see, this is why I try not to, these celebrity dysfunctions within their life and within their family, because now I can't listen to Back at One and feel the same way. Now, that's why I'm just like, you have to dissociate the music from the person, because if you don't, like, almost all your songs now you can't listen to, because like the way these singers and celebrities act, it's like debauchery left and right, all kind of dysfunction. But I think he's definitely, I wish Dr. Alicia was here today, because I'm sure she could give us like the whole psychology background, because it does seem like he's moving away from his past and labeling it as bad. And, one of his kids was quoting, how are you telling us that, we're from sin and all of this, when you used to have us clean up your bathroom and clean up your used condoms and all kind of like crazy things. Because, a lot of these singers do have, a lot of these male singers do have like debaucherous lifestyles when they were performing or like entertaining. So I think there is a lot of healing that needs to be done there. How do you feel about, is it okay? Do you think like Ricky Smiley is going over bounds by inserting himself and offering himself to Brian's children? I want to hear from you, Jade. You can pick that up.
I think it's nice and very commendable that he has done that, and I wish it would have been done in public. But Brian McKnight did publicly embarrass his children and himself. So while I think that it could have been done in private, the situation is already messy. On one hand, Black men are accused of abandoning their family, not stepping up, not holding other Black men accountable. And what I think Ricky Smiley actually did was demonstrate accountability and also demonstrate sort of like the village mentality. It takes a village to raise a child. And I think that is commendable. Whether, my personal preference would have been that he did it in private or not, it really doesn't matter. These people don't even know me. One, two, he actually is demonstrating and leading by example, and I think that is a excellent demonstration of manhood. So that's my overall nuanced opinion on that. My heart just really goes out to these children. When Dr. Charm was speaking earlier on the screen, I saw Brian McKnight and a whole bunch of children or people surrounding him. Were those all of his children, or are they like, I don't know what's going on with that image, but it was a lot of people on that image, and I just wonder how present Brian McKnight has been or not been in his children's lives, and the fact that he was accused of having his children clean up condoms and stuff like that after he was on all these escapades with women is really disgusting to me and narcissistic. I'm just good at that.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if a lot of this has to also do with money, because we've known from the past, right? A lot of celebrity parents like Dr. Dre and his daughter have always, or even Benzino and Coi Leray, when the issues of money comes between families, I think that could be an issue, because the children could be feeling neglected. If he's willing to claim his new wife's 2 kids and disown them, does that necessarily mean that, they're not going to get an inheritance or they're out of his wealth? Because he does have a net worth of like 15 million between all of his concerts, tours, and royalties. So especially if I was a child in this situation and you're claiming your whole new family, I would also be concerned about, is any of that going to pass on through us? Are we disowned? Are we cut off financially in that way? Because money is very important, as we are the Fly Nubian Money channel. So if you are joining us, we are discussing Brian McKnight disowning his children and what the financial aspect of this could be for us, and what lessons that we can learn from this situation, because you don't want to end up like Brian McKnight's children. You might be cut off from your inheritance. So you might want to join us at 87948. Currently, send the text to Queens to 87948, where the Black Business School is offering a free AI stock list to help you get your money up so that you don't have to depend on inheritance or be cut out like these children might be.
Right.
But what do you think about this situation for Brian's brand? Because I know that he also made statements that none of his songs were written about anyone in particular, because he didn't love anyone for real until he met his first wife, Leilani, which Leilani must have like the best of everything, because the way he's willing to abandon everything, his children, his legacy, his songwriting, and just credit all of his love and joy in his life to her, speaks a lot to, I guess, the relationship or the power she has over him. But I was wondering what you guys think. Does Brian have like a financial ruined, possibly facing, do you think he will face a possible financial fallout from this particular situation? I will start with you, Linda Husser.
Absolutely. Actually, I don't know where this is, but there is currently a concert that was canceled.
Oh.
Because people were like, oh, we are not supporting this. He will not take our money and go make Miss Leilani, you know. So it's already happening. I can't tell you exactly where it is, but if you Google Brian McKnight concert canceled, it will pop up. And so the venue let everybody know, because people were basically canceling him, saying, we're not coming. We're not going to come support this madness. And so it's already beginning. And what will be interesting to me is, while Miss Leilani might be whatever she is professionally, it'll be interesting to see, because clearly she is not worth $15 million. If she's got this control over him, like we can sense something's going on, if she may be how this actually ends up being resolved, all right? Because the fact that this is going on and she's there and she's not pulling his coat and saying, oh no, babe, this is not what we're gonna do. We wanna live our best lives, because people out here have issues, and now they see me and they might accost me while I'm out. This has far-reaching ramifications that he really isn't thinking about.
Yes, because he's risking his $15 million fortune potentially with everything. Because I know I was heartbroken when he said his songs didn't really mean anything at the time because he didn't really love anyone. I was like, oh my God, like, yeah, Back Up One seems like means so much, and Anytime means so much to me. And now he's just ruining my whole fantasy of like what those love songs meant. Yeah. Dr. Charm, how do you feel about it? Do you think that he stands to risk his $15 million fortune? And is this a smart, dumb move, or the cost of just having a preference?
Well, I mean, one thing, I mean, when you disown your children, that means that you've cut them out of the will. So let's be clear about that. So they have no financial incentive, or they have no inheritance. And so now the bigger conversation of when people marry people who are outside of the community. So when he passes away, because men tend to have a shorter lifespan than women, and all that wealth is going to Leilani and the children who are biracial and not his Black children. So that's a whole nother conversation. That is the implications of marrying outside of the community. But that's his preference, and that's what he's choosing to do. But I think it's at the detriment to his previous children, who now have no wealth to start with. And then that's a bigger conversation about the racial wealth gap. Brian McKnight is in a unique position because he has wealth to leave to his Black children, whereas the average Black family does not have this wealth to leave to their children. And so he's in that unique position, and he's choosing to not leave that wealth to his children at all. And all four of them were just so terrible that he could not leave them any money. I think it's reprehensible. And then I don't think he cares about the concerts being canceled, because if he cared, he would not have said the things that he said. I'm really questioning his mental health, because to just come out like that, and I think it gets into dogma. And I think he just, to me, he's in such denial, and I don't know what took place in the previous life, in his previous lifespan with the other, but it must have been so terrible that he is choosing to block it out and all things associated with it. Now, of course, I'm not diagnosing him, I'm not his physician, but this is just my speculation, just observing and evaluating some of his statements and choices. And he could have a form of, there could be a form of PTSD going on from some of the things that took place during his previous iteration of his previous life. So he don't want to have any memory of it, and he just wants to go on a la land and just be in a whole nother world. And unfortunately, we can't live like that. You have to face your fears and face the things that happen to you, because it's counterproductive. And at the end of the day, he's going to have to answer for his behavior and be accountable for his behavior eventually. We don't know what is going to happen in the future. So I really hope that he has a spiritual come to Jesus moment and a spiritual awakening, because what he thinks is a spiritual awakening is not.
Right. I was laughing at the comment because someone said we need Iyanla to come out of retirement. Come out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Linda E., how do you feel about his that situation? Like you said, you grew up with your 2-parent household, right? How would you have felt if your, God forbid, your dad had moved on and had disowned you and had this whole new family? Like, would you, and about also kids not of your race that don't look like you, just standing to inherit the money that you and your mom endured during the struggle phase, and they get to lavish around in the wealth phase. Like, how would you feel about that?
I'd feel abandoned. I'd feel like I was worthless. I wouldn't want to be in their position. I wouldn't want to feel like them. And look, fundamentally, we don't know what went on behind the scenes, right? And when it comes to money and stuff to do with money, that can easily tear a family apart. So we don't know what happened between them. That's not me excusing anyone, but fundamentally, we don't know what happened, right? But I do know that I wouldn't want to be his kids. But also, I just want to piggyback to a conversation about his wealth and, his concert being cancelled, and is this going to affect his finances? I actually don't think in the long term it will do, because people have short memory spans. If Brian is able to keep this out of social media and let things lie low for a second, he will be fine. We spoke about disassociating, and let's not lie, there's a certain singer who begins with whose songs are still being played in certain places. So clearly we are a population nowadays that are able to disassociate. It's just his music. I love as an artist. I don't have to really care about his personal life and what that happened or what he's doing there. So in the long run, I actually don't think he's going to lose any money doing this. People's memory spans today, come on, our news cycles are so quick that I don't think in the long run, he might have had, a couple of concerts cancelled, but that could actually make some people in other areas want to see him more, So no, I actually don't think his wealth is going to be affected by this. I think if it was, he maybe will not be doing it, but I think he knows that deep down he's going to be fine. So, yeah.
I think he's very much so invested in this new relationship for everything that he has done, like change his legal name to the new child's full name so that his original junior from the old marriage is not under him anymore. Like, I think he's really, I think it's more than just, I just love this woman and I'm just going to have these kids. There's something like very deeply psychologically embedded. It's almost like he wants to like erase his past completely and just be in this la la land, which I hope, even in the midst of everything, works out for him. I don't want him to end up like Jeezy, having to go to court because he thought it was like an ever after, and it's find out that it wasn't too hot. It wasn't too hot. But I would like to also talk about with Brian and Tyrese. Do you think that are they in contact? Does anybody know? Or is just Tyrese just randomly jumping in and saying things?
They're friends.
Oh, they're friends.
Yeah.
Well, guys stick together no matter what.
let me add this. And I just saw a question in the chat that I think we should also address about if the kids are disrespectful, where's their accountability? But before I delve into that, just as well as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes, Mom, I do apologize. I know you're watching. It takes a village to raise a fuckboy. Let me say it again. It takes a village to raise a fuckboy. So if Brian McKnight is out here disrespecting, disparaging, calling his children evil and disowning his children, then you better believe that everybody around him, from his wife to his friends and associates, are enabling this madness and this behavior, because there's a community, right? There's a community of this low vibration, lack of accountability, narcissistic vibe that really emboldens and empowers Brian McKnight to do these things. And also, if we think that he is awful, I would argue that the woman that he is married to and laying up with at night is 10 times as worse. Because how do you marry a man, devote your life to a man, and lay up with a man that is going to disparage his own seed? It doesn't make any sense. So she's probably, in my opinion, grimy, in my shameless opinion, way more grimy than him, that would allow him to just say, you know what, I'm just gonna forget about these damn kids, they're evil, and then take to a public platform so that she and her offspring can inherit everything and source all of this wealth out of the Black community and funnel it into her household and her community. So she has to be the villain of all villains in this situation, as well as every single person who is enabling Brian McKnight. And if y'all want to quote me on it, it takes a village to raise a fuckboy. Sorry, Mom.
I'm curious to hear from our bodacious lifestyle coach. I know you probably had all kind of clients. Have you had scenarios with clients that are similar to Brian, where they have these family issues that they're having trouble reconciling, but maybe they were smart because they came to you versus the internet?
Well, here's the thing. Now, keep in mind, I come from a generation where what was done in the house stayed in the house. Now, there's pros and cons to that, because some of that stuff that was done in the house really needed to come out of the house and into a therapist chair. But having said that, this right here, we didn't do this. This is not what we did. And so what's really sad to me, and just like Queen Jade was saying, I didn't even know what an F-boy was, to be honest. I'd heard the term, but I'm going to have to Google that when we get off, because I'm not clear on what, because I don't think we had those when I was coming up. Or if we did, they weren't blatant about it. So I'm like, I have heard that term. I am going to get some clarity on what that is today. Or Miss Jade, if you feel like you want to clarify that for those of us who are of that boomer generation, when that word wasn't as prominent, but I have heard that before. And so that's my thought on that is we just did things differently. You're not really seeing super grown people with these issues, not airing them out. Like, if y'all know of anybody that's late 50s, 60s plus that's getting down like this, let me know. But I'm not really seeing it like this. Not to say that at the family reunion we whispering, but this no, we're not doing this as far as I'm concerned. So hopefully that was helpful.
You know, I miss the days where there was structure and order and common decency around things. But I feel like as the internet, social media age trudges on, that is just the wild, wild west out here. And instead of taking things to, like you said, a therapist chair, a lot of these celebrities take it to the internet and then have to deal with the fallout of those things. Dr. Charm, I want to ask you the question of, when it comes to obligation, and especially with these celebrities, does a parent's obligation end when the child is an adult, or is that for a lifetime? Like, does Brian have the right to disown his kids if the relationship is not great and to just be done with it?
I mean, he has the right to dissociate if he wants to. He does have the right. I mean, that's his money. He earned it. He earned it with hard work, fair and square. But is it moral? Is it moral to leave your children, especially when they're in their 20s? Because in many walks of life, many religions, even in astrology, I've been an astrologer for over 20 years. We don't really consider someone fully grown until you have a Saturn return, which is the planet Saturn takes 29 years to go around your sun. So that 29 and a half years to 30 years old. So most people really mature and come into their own at 30 years old. So if you notice, a lot of, parents don't help their kids out in their 20s. And now if you're over 30, you're living at home in this American culture, that's a whole nother situation. People looking at you side-eyed. But with the economy and the things, things being the way they are, a lot of people are still at home in their 20s living with their parents. So I believe that morally, he does have a responsibility to his children. He has access to opportunity, to wealth, to publicity, to connections, to networking that would be of great value to them and can set them up to become wealthy in their own right if they have the work ethic. So I really I'm curious to know where the breakdown started to where it's gotten to this level of dysfunction that they are airing the dirty laundry in public and he's going on. And I will second the person who said about Dr. Leilani, I'm holding her to a higher standard because number one, you're with this man and you are standing here silent while he's engaging in this dysfunctional behavior. And I don't know what kind of conversation is going on behind closed doors, but I know if it were me, I would be talking to that man like, look, you need to calm down because now people are looking into me. And this is a reflection on my image as the pediatric neurologist that she is, that you sit up here and doing this. So I'm wondering, is she allowing this? What's going on? Yes, she's looking out for her children. So that's more in the pot for her. That's, that's more of a something for them to have. So it really makes me question him. And it is immoral, in my opinion, to sit there and just disown your children, not leave them anything, not have some caveats, not have something set up. He could even set it up in the will that, if X, Y, and Z happens, that we have a fail safe and leave him some money, then don't tell him about it. But he's just, his behavior is ludicrous.
I agree. And it's curious to me. I wonder, because there's a moral aspect of things, right? The moral obligation that a lot of parents have with their children, but also the financial obligation as well. And if you are just joining us, you are being welcomed and hosted by our lovely queens, Linda Husser, Jade, Dr. Charm, and Linda E, and myself, Athena. We are Fly Nubian Money. Our sponsors today are the Black Business School, which are offering you a free AI stock list to take out the stress and the confusion about which stocks to pick to help you increase your wealth so you can create wealth for yourself and not have to be solely dependent on maybe if or not you're going to get some generational wealth, as we see in this situation with Brian. Feel free to text the word Queens to 87948 to receive your free investment list today. And if you're joining, please sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss a thing. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. So Linda E., do you think that parents have a financial obligation to their children, whether it is to support them to a certain age or to pass on generational wealth? Or especially with these celebrities, because they will always say, or the common thing I've seen in the past with celebrities is that they did the best that they could for the children, but they squandered the money, or they were, trying to ride their coattail and lacked motivation. Do you feel like these celebrities should be also financially obligated to their children? Should Brian be financially obligated to his previous 4 children?
So look, I don't have children yet, and I hope to, right? However, when I become a parent, I believe I will have a financial obligation to my children. I believe anyone who has children, wants these children, has a financial obligation to them. I don't believe in just bringing a child into this world and then just leaving them willy-nilly. Okay, I believe if you've made a choice to be a parent, you do have a financial obligation to your child. It may not be forever. By the grace of God, it should not need to be forever. I believe that what we do as a parent, my role as a parent, is to make the life of my children easier than it has been for me. So for Brian, he knew how difficult it would have been to, get into the financial position he is in, to get his celebrity status. Look, I don't know ins and outs of his career, but I know it wasn't just, oh, yep, I'm a good singer. There you go. Here's millions of pounds or billions of dollars even, right? So as a parent, why would you not want to make things easier for your children? If my parents were in a position to have me and my siblings as millionaires right now, please believe me, we would be. But it's true. Why would you want things to be more difficult? Who in this day and age likes to struggle? Show me someone who really wants to be like, you know what? I didn't have it. I had it too easy. I would have preferred to struggle. No. Yes, having a good work ethic will get you further and is really important to build, and it builds character, etc., etc. But as a parent, yes. And, going back to that, does he have the right to disown? Yeah, he has the right. But just because you can doesn't mean you should, Fundamentally, yes, once again, we don't know what went on behind closed doors. But that's the thing. We don't know what went on behind closed doors. We only know what he's brought to the public. So we can only judge on what we have seen outside. So from him, cutting his children off, they're not going to get a penny in that will, unless he said, obviously in a will you can leave your finances or assets to anybody. They don't have to be legally related to you. They don't have to be your children. So even though he has disowned, he may have a clause in his will that says these individuals of this name still get a certain amount. But based on how we've spoken about them, I don't believe that is the case. But going back to the original question, no, let's be honest. He ain't giving them nothing. I pray that they make up and he does that will, because right now they ain't seeing a cent. But as a parent, you 100% do. The whole point of furthering and bringing new life in is to make things better. It's to grow that generational wealth. So why would you not want to?
Listen, we might have to put Brian McKnight on the sick and shut-in list with his antics around this situation. Linda, our bodacious life coach, right? I want a question for you. Okay. And this is something that is also coming out as a theme as we've talked about, preferences and race and generational wealth. Do you feel like the man loves for the woman determines how he treats his children? Because if Brian is willing to change his legal name, is willing to own Jack and Julia, which is Dr. Leilani's children, and is saying that he only has one daughter, which is Julia, and forget about his previous daughter with his other women, Brianna, do you feel like there's something to be said that a man's love for the person he's with is going to determine how he treats those children?
Okay, I just want to be clear on the question. So it's going to his children or her children?
Like whoever he's with, like yes. Women that he loves.
Yes.
The children with that woman are going to be treated better versus maybe women he's had issues with, which are clearly the previous women and children.
Now, this is my opinion. Absolutely. Because first of all, there's the sexual aspect to it. There's the innate understanding that if I treat you well, I get what I want. Your children are part of you. And so in order to keep the peace here at home, I'm going to have to pacify you. Because clearly there's some simping going on here. I mean, let's just, yeah. So she's already laid the ground rules because I think it was Dr. Charm who said this, pretty much we've all been saying it. She is allowing this ridiculous behavior to go on because if she were to put her foot down and he's a simp, he would cut it off immediately. There is something that she is also getting from this, but at the end of the day, we are not living in the old days. We are living in a society where somebody can tell somebody to go down and to the Capitol, all right? And folks would do some things. So she's really short-sighted with this. She is not really understanding the gravity of what she is condoning. So to answer your question, absolutely. Because if the simp level is, 9, 10 plus, it's definitely, that woman is most definitely in control. So yes, there are men who've done it all the time. There's just like when you get married, there'll be kids who are already there, and then your mother has a child by the stepfather. And we've heard people say, oh, he treats, her better than me. I don't know if it's a natural response. I don't know if this is part of just how we were, the genetics, but I've heard stories. When I went to school I had friends who said, yeah, my mom, she's pregnant, and they're already worried about this child because they already are starting to feel this child, because it's both of their kids, is going to get the preferential treatment.
Okay. Dr. Charm, do you agree? Do you think that the man, whoever he loves, is going to be treated better?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I had a friend that was married for over 20 years. And when they got divorced and the husband was was closer to the children than she was, as far as she was more the disciplinarian and he was more the parent they go to. It's kind of like they had a little bit of a role reversal. So he was just a more nurturing parent. And when they got a divorce after 20 something years, he completely stopped talking to his children, blocked them, no birthdays, it was very traumatic for the children. And so, but because they weren't together, and some men, unfortunately, he associates those children with that marriage and, how that broke down, and he didn't really want the divorce. But, once she made it clear she was not having it, she wasn't going back, then he just blocked all of it out. And unfortunately, this is what we call in psychology world, a maladaptive coping mechanism. A maladaptive coping mechanism is an unhealthy way to cope with something. So a healthy way would be to work through the trauma, work through the issues, seek therapy, seek family therapy, do other things. But some of these maladaptive coping mechanisms include, okay, I'm just going to block everybody out. I'm in a corner in timeout somewhere with my inner child, drugs, alcohol, sex addiction, all these things that are unhealthy ways to cope. And I do believe that Brian is exhibiting signs of a maladaptive coping mechanism, because his coping mechanism of whatever happened with those kids and that marriage and what is just to block them out and disown them and have nothing to do with them. He has a fresh start. He just thinks he has a whole new life. And that's just not how it works. It doesn't work that way.
Listen, maybe in Brian's mind, it does work that way, because that seems to be what he did. It's curious to me because with celebrities like Tyrese and Ricky Smiley putting themselves in, Ricky Smiley, we haven't heard anything in the news really about him since Cat Williams said he can only play a bad woman in a wig on Club Shay Shay interview. And, Tyrese is always good for a good antic every now and then. But I wonder if there's, do you ladies think, and I guess I can start with you, Jade, do you ladies think that there are other motivations for them to insert themselves into this feud, for maybe they can get some clout or publicity from it? Or do you think it's generally coming from a place of sincerity? Jade?
I think, yes, thank you. I think it depends on the person. But when people who have large platforms and are celebrities, they oftentimes get addicted to the clout, to the attention. And some people believe that all controversy is good controversy. So I think it really depends on the character of these individuals. And us looking at celebrities from afar, and we don't really know, you can't really assess a person's character by just sort of following them or looking. I think that ultimately their character it shows when nobody else is around, or the people who actually know them can really see what their true intentions or motivations are, because a lot of these people are actors and this stuff is performative. So I think it really depends. I just wish people would just stop airing their dirty laundry out on the internet. Like, I just, I'll be over here trying to mind my business and, fight the revolution and be constructive and stay in my lane. But when I'm being bombarded with other people's business, like publicly, it's like, damn, this is so distracting from the mission, right? This is so distracting from, collective Black progress. So I just think it really all depends. Personally, I do believe that Ricky Smiley was sincere, and I do think that it's commendable, and hopefully, he'll be able to offer the support that he would like to offer. And the next time, just men get together, y'all hold they should hold their men's empowerment circles and really support each other and hold hands and hug and kiss and dap each other up and support each other to prevent these things from happening publicly. That's what I would hopefully love to see. And I'm seeing this a lot with Gen X. Men who are in Gen X right now, often, like, many of them are going through midlife crises. I don't know what's going on.
I was about to say, shake my tambourine. Where's the tambourine?
Maybe they can come together and really have some productive healing and restorative groups to really support each other, because this is not a good look. It's just not a good look.
Listen, according to me, said in the comments, Tyrese hates Black women just like Brian McHugh. Ricky needed some and collective Black progress. Yes. Now, if you are tuning in, you are with Fly Nubian Money. I am your host, Athena, and we are joined by our lovely co-queens. And as we close out today, you can feel free to text the word queens to 87948 if you want an AI stock list from our sponsors. So closing thoughts, Linda E. I want you to start with our closing thoughts as we wrap up today. Any last thoughts about Brian McKnight and where people can find you?
Yeah, final thoughts on Brian McKnight and the whole situation is it is incredibly sad. I can only hope that him and his children get together behind the scenes, behind the cameras, offline, have a proper conversation, get into therapy, and he just sorts himself out, and does what is right. That's all I can hope. But in terms of how to find me, you can find me via Instagram on I'm Linda E. On TikTok, I am Linda E, and my website is www.lindae.co.uk.
Listen, she had the domain and all the all the follows. Linda E, honey, you can't be missed. Our bodacious lifestyle coach. Any more final thoughts?
Yes. Before you even think about going live, really ask yourself, is this going to be helpful? Is this going to move the needle towards healing? I am Linda S. Huster, also known as the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach. I can be reached at lindashuster.com, Linda S. Huster on Instagram, and Linda S. Huster 1, the number 1 on TikTok.
Okay, Linda. Jade, our educated queen, our social entrepreneur, how can people find you?
Yes, you all can find me on social media platforms, Lioness Crowns. You can also go to my website, highblackesteem.com. That's highblackesteem.com. My final comment is that I would urge us all to come together and pray for this family, pray for Brian McKnight, pray for his children that are hurting right now, and pray for the restoration of love, healing, and forgiveness within our community so that we can continue on surviving through this hellhole of a white supremacist world that we are in, and to actually create generational wealth and sustainable relationships. So, the continuity of our kind will continue to grow and to thrive for generations to come. So I do uplift this family as well as all families experiencing similar situations and circumstances. I pray for them for love and for healing and forgiveness. And other than that, I have nothing else constructive to add to this conversation. Thank you.
Listen, it must be hot because Linda put out the fan, honey, like she in church, honey. Dr. Charm, any last thoughts? I love your perspective. I loved you add so much to this conversation that I didn't even know we was gonna go, but I love that we went, honey. Any final thoughts?
Thank you. I appreciate that. My final thoughts are, Brian, if you or your children or anyone else seeing this needs a tarot reading and some spiritual advising, you can text me at 404-832-5179. That is the BAT line. I am an astrologer, professional astrologer, and tarot reader and psychic medium, in addition to being a naturopathic doctor, but for the spiritual things that is completely separate from healthcare. I also have a show tonight at the King of Diamonds. No, I will not be stripping, but here in Atlanta, anybody who is in the ATL area who wants to come through the KOD at 9:30 tonight, all my guests get in free. I am also a stand-up comedian. I'm sure you all can tell. Brian, please seek help. Anyone else? If you're going through strife, stress, and strain, you can call on Jesus, but you also better put in a hotline to that therapist, okay? Mental health is important. National Alliance for Mental Illness is available and here for all of us. Thank you, Jesus.
Listen, the men are definitely getting spicier, and I don't know if I like it. I have to say, I don't know if I like it. I guess my final thoughts would be this. It is, I wish that celebrities, the PR people need to take their phones or limit their access to social media, because they definitely should not, whatever the instance is, be airing out their dirty laundry for people to put their 2 cents in, and that affects their brand, their livelihood, and what they have going on. It's just a shame that, this is Brian McKnight, a beloved singer of ours, has had these issues with his family, and it's playing out in this way. But I think it's a lesson for all of us to learn about how to handle family issues and disputes and what is important at the end of the day. I am your host, Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and founder of We Wealth Women, where I teach women how to become the wealthy goddesses of their life by creating their own wealth narrative. We are your hosts for today, and we were sponsored by the Black Business School. Be sure to text the number 87948 if you want a free AI stock list so you can get your money up. That will be all for today, and we will see you tomorrow as we're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I am your host, your proud host. Today, I'm going to use my full government name because we are going to be talking about education. So I am Jade N. Harrell, MED, right? And I am the founder of HighBlackEsteem.com. Today, we are talking about a literacy crisis in America. We're exploring this topic that some educators are saying that our children, Black children, don't know how to read, like literally are graduating high school and don't know how to read. And then we also had the governor this week of California, the governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, who claimed that Black children in the Bronx don't even know what a computer is. So I am joined today by our queens. We have Miss Laura Lala Key. She is an international real estate agent. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
We're also joined by Miss Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and founder of her organization, WeWealthWomen.com. And we're welcoming for the first time an exquisite author, Miss Erica Lewis. She's the author of Faith in Transition, and she's the founder of Faith in Transition, LLC. So welcome, ladies. Happy Friday. How y'all doing?
It's Friday.
It's
wow.
It is. It really is. Right. And we've been rocking hard all week with our Fly Nubian Money segment right here on the Fly Nubian Queen Network. So make sure y'all are liking and sharing this broadcast and subscribing. I know all of us have gone to school, right? Some of us may have children in school. Some of us may be supporting children, young adults. But let's talk about this literacy crisis. Listen, one former educator said point blank, not point blank. Well, that's our children, this is like for real, right? All the same, right? But like our children cannot read, and the system is looking the other way about it. So we're gonna listen to what she has to say, and then we're gonna comment on it. I know the screen was shared, but it just went away. Well, while we get that up, she says, quote, "Our children cannot read and the system is looking the other way. They're well aware that the children are not learning, but they still pass them on to the next grade." What do you all think about that? Let me hear from Miss Erica. You're an author, right? And so literacy is something that's really important to you and your brand. What are your initial thoughts about the state of literacy right now in the community?
It's funny because some years ago I did community access television, and this was a topic, and it was back in 2003-04 when President Bush had implemented No Child Left Behind. And I think people are forgetting that this is the result of No Child Left Behind. That was he implemented that bill in 2002, I believe it is. So we're looking at 23 years later, and these are the repercussions of it. Because now you have educators coming from different regions of the world coming over to, let's say, New York on the East Coast. And if they're from Wisconsin and they're educating kids in the classroom because they can get a discount on their student loans or don't have to pay their student loans back because they're working in an urban community, do you really care if you're just going to work here 5 years just so you don't have to pay your student loans back? Of course not. So the No Child Left Behind, I think this is just the result and the residue of that act that was put into place in 2002 by President Bush.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Let's hear from Miss Athena. You are a CPA, right? And you work around, with wealth. And so what's in your profession, what's the importance in the relationship between literacy and financial literacy and well-being?
Well, I think literacy is important because if you cannot read, you have a hard time not only communicating, but also comprehending on a higher level. And those things are essential when it comes to now reading and understanding and all things coming up with money, your bank statements, your tax statements. And there's a strong correlation between literacy, as far as reading comprehension is, and financial literacy. If you have a hard time speaking and communicating, you're going to have a hard time managing money and your resources and communicating with people and professionals like myself, CPAs, or other professionals that can help you with your financial literacy.
Wow, thank you for that. It's really, really important that our children are getting all of the skills that they need that are necessary. And when we're talking about generational wealth and the transfer of wealth, home ownership is so important to that, Lala. So what is your take on this literacy crisis in our community, as well as the implications that it has within your industry?
Well, simple basics. If you can't read, you can't comprehend what you want to do. That means any kind of home ownership papers that you need to sign. If you don't know how to read those, you don't know what implications are from that. Anything with a loan, document loans, basic information of just banking. When you think about going to the bank, you have to read your documents. So it's not just that. It falls into many other things. If you can't read, you can't comprehend math. You can't comprehend history. You can't comprehend any basics that you have. But I'm literally seeing this when it comes to people who come to me to buy a house. This is why I take, and sometimes it takes hours, I kid you not, where we sit down and I literally go over every word of that contract with my clients so that they understand what's going on. So I am actually seeing in this younger generation that they are not reading on the level that they need to. And I agree with Erica. Listen, just anytime the government decides that they want to come in and step up and have a war on something, it seems like we fail. The No Child Left Behind, all of them left behind. Not only our communities, but that's our first communities that get hit, okay? But two, the war on drugs, we're losing that too. So anytime the government decides they want to get in, it seems that we fail tremendously and our children are suffering.
Thanks for that. And I know that, people have to read through dozens of pages, if not hundreds of pages of contracts when they're acquiring real estate. And so I definitely want to hear more about the implications of that within your industry. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Fly Nubian Money on the Fly Nubian Queen Network. Now we're going to hear from the former educator who says that America has a literacy crisis.
Pretty stagnant for the last decade. But after the pandemic, they plummeted. And now they were like, oh, we got to do something about it. Columbia University, I'm looking at you. You fully backed balanced reading. Fully backed it. Teachers College was 100% pushing out balanced reading. That's why the kids don't know how to sound things out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go do some research. Now they're trying to push science of reading. That's the way. And if you're like, what's science of reading? That's what we was doing. And by we, I'm talking about millennials and older. The little book. When we were sounding words out, that's, yeah. Now they're trying to bring that back. And if you're like, wait, they stopped doing that? Yes! For years, they stopped doing it. I'm going to say this last thing and I'm going to be done. If you have the opportunity and the privilege, right? Because taking off from work is a privilege. You need to start, and by you, I'm talking to parents and guardians, start going to these PTSA meetings and these district meetings. They are passing so many policies and they're banking on the fact that parents and families are not going to show up. You need to know what those policies are and how they're affecting your children, particularly Black and brown children. They know families can't or won't show up. You need to be more involved with your students' schooling. Their life quite literally depends on it. All right, I'm done.
Wow, shout out to that, sister. Let me hear from you, Erica. What's your take on what the former principal just laid out. Like literally kids are not learning science. I mean, excuse me, they're not learning phonics. Remember, like we had phonics back in the day. They used to say, "Oh, hooked on phonics works for me," and you know how to sound things out and decode. They're not doing that. They're trying to bring it back. So, what are your thoughts on this?
You know, it's really sad. In 2017 to 2020, I took a sabbatical and I got out of here. And I worked as a cruise director. I needed to just regroup, refocus, and reshape. And I did that. And I worked on ships. And it brings me to a contract I did in Australia when I spent 7 days in Papua New Guinea. And here I was in a third world country where everyone had to plant their food, live off the land, wait for it to rain in order to have water. Wash their clothes only when it rains, drink water only when it rains. But you have school-age children who were speaking 3, 4, and 5 different languages. And this is a third world country. It is very unfortunate that we have allowed our country and our children to fall into this pit hole. We can't pull them out of it because you know what? Now it's a cycle. Because if we go back to 2002 with No Child Left Behind, that's been implemented. So then you have a generation that was passed on. And then guess what? Since they don't know, they're going to not teach their children because they didn't know to show their children. So now you have a generation of illiteracy that's being passed down. And unfortunately, as it's being passed down, it's getting worse because what little bit of information was once there is slowly being eliminated as the generations progress. I really think that parents really need to just focus. You have kids, you have to get in there and ask questions. Yes, you're going to have teachers in the classroom who don't care, but as a parent, you need to care. They're not teaching cursive in school anymore, which blew my mind. I had no idea about that. I think, honestly, it's up to parents to say, you know what? I can't rely on the school system. I need to get my kid in other programs outside of the city, maybe outside of the state, different programs where they'll go to in the summer, different programs where they'll go to on winter break. We need to start as parents, start thinking outside of the box where we can actually get our kids in shape for their future, because honestly, the government is not. They could care less.
Absolutely. And thank you for that analysis. If you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money on Fly Nubian Queen Network. We want you to go ahead and text the word Queens to 87948. The number is on your screen. Text the word Queens to 87948. You'll be notified when we do go live. And you'll also get a free download from our sponsor at the Black Business School. All right, the blackbusinessschool.com. Shout out to the Black Business School. They have a whole AI generated stock options list. And so, this is something that we can use to support ourselves when we're talking about financial literacy, in addition to, the real literacy, right? Learning how to basically read and write within the context of this conversation. But definitely join our list. Text the word Queens to 3199. Text the word Queens to that number that was on the screen, and definitely like, share, and subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen Network. Again, that number is 87948. Now, we had our real estate guru, Lala, who is on with us, but unfortunately, she got kicked out. So we're working on bringing her back. She's having, some technical difficulties, like electricity in her neighborhood went out, but she is listening. So we're trying to bring our sister back in. So I do want to weigh in on your take on this, Athena. What did you get from that video?
Well, what I basically got from the video is that our government are failing our children. And I personally feel like our government does not care about children in this country. Why would I say that? A lot of funding for education comes from state and local funding. The federal government does not have extensive, or should be putting more resources into education, especially with our literacy rates being what it is. Now, if you have money to fund wars in Ukraine, you have money to send to go to Gaza and with Palestine, why do we not have money to put towards education and also childcare cost relief to help students and parents bring about the best children that they possibly can? And why is it that we made the switch to, like she said in the video, balanced reading versus phonics reading. I never did Hooked on Phonics, but I remember that commercial growing up. Right, I remember that commercial, and I think that, you know, that was a more solid program to help children. I just feel like overall our government does not really care about children, and America, we need to do better.
Thank you for that. Hey, Lala's back.
Little gremlins got me, but I won.
You did. You're winning.
Went down. I was like, not today. Not today.
Okay, cool. So we played the clip. We showed the clip of, you know, the former principal talking about the literacy crisis, breaking down that like children are not learning basic phonetics, like how to sound out words or how to correlate sounds and consonants and blends and vowel sounds and stuff. And so, you know, we're just getting everyone's take on that. And so clearly, Lala, there has been a huge disparity in terms of how we learned how to read and what children are learning in school right now. And now they're trying to bring back some of those old practices. Do you remember being in the classroom and I guess pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, and basically learning like how to sound out words and letters? And, you know, if you have any thoughts of your early childhood experience with that, feel free to chime in and what you think about children just sort of being passed through the pipeline.
In my house, it was mandatory. It didn't, I mean, what I got taught at school is what I got taught at school, but my mother also made it a point for me to know reading, writing, arithmetic. And when she was serious about that, we did after school every day. Yes, she would sound everything out for me. And it was fundamental. Like, but then we got to a point later where you wanted to introduce things like rubric, just letting kids pass for no reason. And you make them sound it out. But if they spelled cat with a K, oh, good. It still sounds like cat. So this is how you spell cat. This does not serve our children. The rest of the world knows this. And this is why China and all these other countries make sure that their kids don't get this little demon before they are ready to get it. This is why the owner of TikTok doesn't let his children get on TikTok, because education becomes first. As soon as they come out of the womb, and they're not learning on these games, okay? So in my household, it was beyond important for me to learn. Before you went outside to play, where's your homework? Where's your writing practice? Where's how do you spell this? We'll practice these things. But I see more and more in the schools, they do not do this anymore. And they've taken out the important key elements for the children to get the foundation and the basics.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. Like, I see it's kind of related to your point. There's a comment in the chat. And by the way, before I read this comment, I want everyone to take a moment, make sure you like and subscribe this channel, and also go over to flynubianmoney.com and check out the wealth of resources and programming that we have over there. That is actually a solution to the financial literacy crisis within our community and within this country. So I see a comment from B. Brown. And Erica, I want to get your take on this. And then I want to get Athena's take on this as well. And then you, Lala. The comment is this: how do you get the message to the parents who are barely educated themselves, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, literally? How do you get them to those meetings?
I think, you know what, sometimes we just have to take our own initiative. We have got to stop waiting for people to knock on our door, to slide a flyer on the door, or to post things in our community so we can see it on the community bulletin board, of which they're closing down all of our rec centers. We have got to stop waiting for the government, the schools, or anyone to do anything for us. It is our responsibility. I do consulting work, and sometimes I work in small towns, and I'm working right now in a very small town right outside of Alpine, New Jersey. Very small school. The oldest child that goes there is 8 years old, so it's very small, and it's kind of like a daycare. But they do agriculture. They plant their food. They're learning 2 and 3 languages before they're 8 years old. They're doing swimming. They're doing arts and crafts. They're learning sewing. And out of all of these children, as I sat there and looked at posters on the wall, there was one Black child. It is so important that we decide that, you know what, if I have to travel 30 miles each way to get my baby to this program, then that's just what I'm going to have to do. We have to start making those hard decisions to be uncomfortable in certain areas of our life, so that in the future, our children will have the opportunity to be comfortable in going to their next level of education. Because if there's not a level of uncomfortability at some point, you know, you'll never be comfortable in any other area, because the cycle of struggle is going to continue. You're going to have to do your research. Yes, we have these glorious phones, but what are we using them for? You know, we're TikToking, we're Facebooking, we're IGing, we're posting pictures, but is anybody doing their resume? Is anybody looking for programs? All of this information is on your phone. It's what we decide to do with it. So yes, I am holding mamas and daddies accountable. Yes, I am. It comes to a point where we already know what they're not going to do for us. So then it becomes, what are you going to do for yourself?
I think
I have
that's
to agree with that,
Erica, because I think that a great illusion that we have is that, well, maybe that was in the past, but certainly not the reality now, that the government or America provides or take care of the society in a way that is beneficial. And as time progresses and more time goes on, we are starting to see the cracks. We are starting to see the cracks in the American dream. When it comes to children and it comes to education, the question was, how do parents try to make $1 out of 15 cents can be active with their children? And it brings a point that, yes, I do think that when you decide to have children, that you are accountable and you have to show up in ways more than just cooking and feeding them and sending them to school. You have to make sure that the education is not only in school, but at home, and that you're having relationships with your teachers and you understand what's going on. However, this points to also within America, the own financial caste system that exists. If you are a working parent, working low to minimum wage, working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive, can you leave your 2-3 jobs? Realistically, can you leave your 2-3 jobs to show up to the PTA meeting? Can you afford to even take that time away to be active in your children's life? Not with what the cost of daycare is. The average daycare, depending on, because there are some needs-based program, is $400 to $1,400 a month in America. That's the average daycare cost for one child, by the way. For one child. So if you have to work, if you have to provide daycare costs, a lot of even how society is in America, where we don't have a lot of communal living anymore, or multi-generational homes or multi-generational communities. It's usually mom, dad, and the kid who's watching, you know, little Susie, who's doing that. So yes, on one hand, the parents need to be more accountable, but I think this is also screaming a financial crisis, is closely tied to a financial crisis in this country.
Awesome.
I have to agree with that, because I need to just step in here in the fact that I think the disparity is not just in the schools. It's in the fact that the cost of living has gone up so high that people are having to work 2 and 3 jobs. And when you have the children, you do have to make that hard decision. I recently had a couple that was ready to buy a home, and she was a full-time worker, and then they had a child, and they were excited. She fully thought she was going to go back to work. But then when they saw the cost of childcare, she would only be going back to work to pay for the childcare. So she decided that she would be the one at home and to help do the educating with the child. And after the pandemic, a lot of people have decided to do that too. But when you have the disparity of the cost of living to what you're bringing home, this is one of the basic fundamentals of why we have these problems with the education in the first place. Parents can't a lot of times take off that time. They got to put the food on the table.
You know, it's really funny because when I do work outside of the urban communities and I'm in the suburban of the suburbans, you know, those suburban areas, they have from June until I think October or November, the farmers market where things are given away. They have all of these resources and we don't know anything about it because we're down this way, maybe 45 minutes to an hour away. And it's like you struggle, you figure it out. You struggle, you figure it out. It becomes that same ongoing song until you're just blue in the face and you just don't know what to do, and then now you got that's your legacy of struggle, figure it out. So what we have to do is come to a realization that there are things that are available, and just because it's 45 minutes to an hour away does not mean that you can't have access to it too. There has to be a point where you say, all right, we're going to do without this so I can do that. If that means, I love a good manicure, but if that means if I have a child and I can't get my nails done for this year, then oh well. I need my hair done right now, but you know what? Gel was $2.99 and I slapped it up in a bun. We got to get to that point.
I love that. I love that.
There's a point number into it.
That's how you make $1 out of 15 cents. Okay, you look at that budget and be like,
the gel and some brush will save your life. So
okay. All right, y'all. Listen, we're tuned into the Fly Nubian Money segment right here on Fly Nubian Queen TV.com. Make sure you all like and share this broadcast. I just want to, if you just came in, hey y'all, hey. I popped out, I popped back in. I think Lala started something. I was like, you know what, not today, Satan. We are going to have this conversation because this is really important. I don't know what's going on.
War on education, honey. They don't want us to be great, honey.
Right. I don't know if it's conspiracy or what. But if you're just tuning in, I wanted to make sure that you're brought up to speed in terms of what we're talking about here today. The topic is, why aren't Black kids being educated? There is a sister who went viral on social media. She's a former principal, and she said that our children are not learning how to read. And so let's take a look at that soundbite again and further discuss. In the meantime, I would love for you all to like and share this broadcast. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
And I was a high school teacher. And I need you to know America's in a literacy crisis, and they're not making a big enough deal about it. Our children cannot read. Our children cannot read, let alone writing a paragraph, let alone comprehension. They cannot read. They do not know how to sound words out. They were not taught that. And if you're wondering, well, then why does my kid just keep getting passed on to the next grade? Because that's what they're doing now. They're not holding the children back. They're moving them on. They're graduating them, knowing that your child is illiterate. Our next change makers, our next lawmakers, our next voters cannot read. I beg of you, take the tablets and the cell phones away. Practice letter recognition and sounds and reading with your child, please. And I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. They been new. They been knew the babies couldn't read and didn't care. You know when they started caring? After the pandemic. Them test scores plummeted. First of all, like test scores for reading were like pretty stagnant for the last like decade. But after the pandemic, they plummeted. And now they were like, oh, we got to do something about it. Columbia University, I'm looking at you. You fully backed balanced reading. Fully backed it. Teachers College was 100% pushing out balanced reading. That's why the kids don't know how to sound things out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go do some research. Now they're trying to push science of reading. That's the way. And if you're like, what's science of reading? That's what we was doing. And by we, I'm talking about millennials and older. The one, the little book, you know, when we were sounding words out. That's, yeah. Now they're trying to bring that back. And if you're like, wait, they stopped doing that? Yes. For years, they stopped doing it. I'm going to say this last thing and I'm going to be done. If you have the opportunity and the privilege, right? Because like taking off from work is a privilege. You need to start, and by you, I'm talking to parents and guardians, Start going to these PTSA meetings and these district meetings. They are passing so many policies and they're banking on the fact that parents and families are not going to show up. You need to know what those policies are and how they're affecting your children, particularly Black and brown children. They know families can't or won't show up. You need to be more involved with your students' schooling. Their life, quite literally, depends on it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, team, for showing that. Shout out to that sister. Black Educators Matter. Somebody in the comments asked, why do we keep saying Black children? Because this is a Black space. And speaking of Black, this segment is sponsored by the Black Business School. So when you text the word Queens to 87948, you will receive a free list of stocks to invest in from the Black Business School. This is a space right here on the Fly Nubian Money segment on the Fly Nubian Queen TV network, where we do center Black issues. And I'm really glad that former Black principal called out this issue in terms of how it is impacting our community. Now that we've heard this clip again, panel, sisters, queens on the panel, what is your take? Anything new stand out for you? Did you get any new thoughts?
I actually did. So when I listened to her talking again, what came to my mind is, what does the future look like if our kids are struggling to read now? What does retirement look like? What does Social Security look like? What does the workforce look like? Okay, are we going to be in a system where we don't produce intelligent, informed adults? What does voting look like in the future?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't read and you lack comprehension, how are you going to make sense of who you pick to run the future of your country? I think this is highlighting and is a part of a major big issue, which is, I think America is going through a reckoning. America that you knew before is not the America now. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Okay, bless Fat Joe the Prophet with that one. Okay, he knew. We need an entire wake up call. With AI coming out, children not being able to read, inflation, families more oppressed. Okay, companies every day are looking ways to cut costs. So I'm a CPA. I know the first thing that gets cut when a company is going through something are the workforce, because salaries and overhead are the biggest expenses. Way everything looking right now, it looks like we're one stone throw away from universal income, because it's just like the perfect storm. Now, even with open up of immigration and that topic, and I know that can be a hot topic, but what that does is most of the immigrants come in and take the jobs either that are highly skilled or most people don't want to do, or to have a cheap workforce. So the average American child, what does their future look like between immigration, between AI, between not being able to read, that's going to be a frustrated individual. You can't read and write properly because you're struggling with literacy rates, and shame on these schools for pushing these kids through, right? I think that we have become soft. That's why we are lagging. We are lagging behind third world countries.
We are.
Third world countries. I grew up in Jamaica. I'm an immigrant that came to this country. I remember what it was like going to school there. We had less resources, no AC, all up in a bench, right? Only to come here and have everything, and they do half as work. Now, I'm not blaming anybody, right? But the idea that the government is having a safety net that cares about us is a false reality. The government is concerned with other things. The federal government doesn't even fund education as much as it should, because most of that funding comes from state and local government. So I would like to hear your thoughts on this, ladies, because I just went into the future, but I just feel like it's the perfect storm happening right now.
It definitely is. It is a storm that's brewing, and the only thing is going to leave a path of destruction in its way. And I really think, in order for us to grab a hold of it, I think at some point we need to go back to what we were doing. We're talking slave years, after slavery, even in the 60s and some 70s, is we need to start homeschooling. Keep your kids at home and do some homeschooling. I have a friend who was an educator. He was a teacher. He worked in a high school. He just retired. He homeschooled his son. His wife got her education. I think she graduated from Seton Hall. And they decided there would be a one income home. And she was an at home mom. And their son was homeschooled. This young man has just graduated college and has his own business, just bought a house, and just decided he was going to get a car. We need to start taking control. We cannot rely on our government to do anything. If we can't rely on our governments to give supplement in food stamps or help with other resources such as childcare, how can we expect them to help us with education, which would actually create resources and wealth for us? Why would they do that? No, it goes back to what you said. They want to control. This is how you control the masses. They can't communicate. They can't talk. They can't think. It's like a really a big 360 heading back to slavery, because you'll be a slave to those. If you can't communicate, then you need somebody to do it for you and be told what to do. So it's really going backwards to slavery is what it's doing.
Well, I'm going to take it one step further. I'm sorry. I don't think the storm is brewing, y'all. We are in the tsunami. We're already in it. But of the world right now, and I know I'm going to put my toe a little bit in politics because it is tied into this. The GOP has been silently playing chess while we've been playing checkers. And they're putting things into place to keep our communities the way that they want. Not just our communities, and all communities that they don't feel serve them. Just simply look at the plan that they're planning for us in Project 2025. Education is included in that. You're either in it or you're out. They're making it a bigger deal to be the have and the have not. There is no middle anymore. The storm is not brewing, y'all. We in it. So it is up to us to calm the eye of the storm and take control of our communities. Let's not forget, we know how to do this. Black Panthers did it many years ago, and they lied and said that they were a militant group. No, they were feeding people, educating people, making sure the communities were in good standing. We cared about our communities. And until we, as the people, decide that we don't want this anymore and take control of our communities and love one another once again. Yes, I am the peace bunny. I don't care. Then nothing will change until we decide, because right now someone else is pulling the strings.
Yes,
absolutely. And listen, I'm a product of DC public schools, Washington, DC public schools. And when I went to school, first of all, I went to the same elementary school from pre-K through the 6th grade. And then I went to middle school for 2 years. And then I went to the same middle school for 2 years, and then the same high school for 2 years. The main difference that I see, and again, I'm an educator. I got my master's in secondary education back in 2007. I taught for a number of years, DC, Philadelphia, and even New York. I emancipated myself from that work back in 2016 to consult with educators nationally and to work on some policy. The main thing is Black teachers no longer really have access to the classroom. I was taught and raised by Black teachers. All of my teachers were Black, right? And it wasn't until I got into like middle school, like 8th grade, I had like my first white teacher, and then I had like maybe 3 in high school. But especially in elementary school, you know, we had the same teachers in that school from, you know, they taught there for like 50 years. So they knew generations of us. They knew our parents, they knew our grandparents, they knew our uncles and aunts. They lived in the neighborhood. Our teachers went to church with us, and they did everything, and they could really discipline you. And they put their hearts and their souls into this because they saw us as their children. Right now, we have a lot of teachers who are not Black. They're being paid all these big bonuses and being gentrified into our neighborhoods, and they don't have the cultural competency to raise our children, let alone the life experience, right? Like these are, I was a young educator myself when I went into the classroom, but things to think about in terms of how the landscape of education has changed and how Black people really don't have access to teaching jobs anymore. What are your thoughts on that, Lala?
I think that's the key critical thing, but look at what's happening right now in our world currently. They are removing curriculum from schools. Teachers are now being threatened with jail if they even teach anything. So teaching is, I wouldn't want to be a teacher. First of all, you're underpaid for what you're doing, and now they're telling you what you can and cannot teach. And all of the programs that were set in place to helping these communities are now being taken away, saying that it's no longer needed, or everybody needs to be equal, when it was never an equal playing field in the first place. Never has been. It's just been an illusion of what they say. Down in Florida, which I have been down in Florida for several years now, they even took teachers out of the classroom, allowing military people to come in and teach who have no educational background. Did I let that sink in for a minute? They're letting people come in and teach your children who don't have an educational background because they need teachers so bad, but yet they want to sue them. So I think as long as they have these things in place and they have us in a chokehold, it doesn't matter what color teacher you're going to get. You're lucky to get a teacher at this point. So how do you expect to educate our children when the educators are not educated themselves?
Exactly.
Simple as that.
I'm in Florida too, by the way, and which is like the wild, wild west these days, because Florida politically is like the wild west. But I have friends who were teachers and guidance counselors, and they would tell me that instead of even raising the pay to retain teachers, what they've done is create programs to get people from other countries for a low cost to come and do the teaching jobs. And that way, so that you can cut down costs, but also you have to question the quality of the education, especially to your credit, Lala. You said that, they're having people with no educational background teaching your kids, because a lot of teachers, you'd find that they didn't originally wanted to be a teacher. They studied something in school, they couldn't find a job, and as long as you have a bachelor's, you can get a teaching job in most states, and they went for it, not really having the passion originally needed, and also not really even necessarily trained, because if you go through a college program to be a teacher, I'm sure you're more equipped to do that job versus you just kind of like shimmy your way in. But I think that with what's going on, we need to shift from our individualistic nature in America. And I think that concept is to our detriment and has us lagging behind other countries. I think that to deal with all the issues around education, community-based, family-based togetherness is going to help solve or rectify some of the issue, especially as it comes to childcare costs, time, and money. A lot of this is also a money issue.
You got that right. And there we go. Once again, we're back to the disparity of the have and the have-nots. It's constructed very well to tie us all into bondage. Mm-hmm. And it is for a reason. I'm not trying to preach doomsday. What I'm trying to get across is, until we are ready to make the change, until we are ready to really pay attention to what's going on around us, this is just one little puzzle piece that we are suffering from. And this is where you also really need to be paying attention to who you're voting for, who is coming in on these smaller platforms, such as your local librarian, your local jailer, your local. If you pay really close attention right now, you'll see that there are a lot of people who are against anything that we stand for, are going for those smaller jobs because it's a stair step into the politics to take care of what they want to get wiped out. But Erica, I'm curious to know, for you as an author, how do you give back as well? That's something that we all do. You sound like to me that you're a person who likes to give back. So how do you give back to the community?
Well, you know what I do? I graduated from Arts High School. That's legacy. Melba Moore graduated from there. Tisha Campbell, Savion Glover. I'm not going to tell you when I graduated, but I'm not going to tell you my age. But I graduated from that amazing school in the performing arts. And I would go back and speak to the television production class. I actually worked with a friend of mine. He was there. He just retired this school year. And I helped one of his students. Her dream was to publish a book, and I helped her publish a book. I helped her get her ISBN. I helped her send her letters off to the Library of Congress. We sat down and we worked with a fellow student that was an art major that helped her do her illustration so that she knew those steps to take in order to create her book that she wanted to write and make available. So yes, giving back is so important. But my thing is if we don't give back in those areas that are depleted, you can give all day. But if it's in an area that's already overflowing because that's where everyone is, yes, that's for optics. No, we need to get in here where it's depleted. And that was an area for me that was depleted because when I went to Arts High School, no, we didn't have television production. We just had music, drama, and art. No, we didn't have creative writing. And truth be told, I was a music major, but I was a writer before I sang or danced or did anything. I was a writer. So my thing is this was an area that was depleted. This young Latina wanted to learn how to do this. And I said, you know what? I am obligated and committed to her. We started off with 15 of them, and she ended up being the only one. And I said, all right, girl, it's me and you. We're going to publish this book. And it took us all school year. And at the end of the year, before she graduated, she had her completed book. So that is one of the things that I give back. But we have to start giving back in those areas that are depleted because there are still people there that want that. You know, not everybody wants to, do the latest challenge and shake it up and drop it. Not everybody wants to do that. There's some people that want to do that latest verbal challenge and read these words and get these phonics going and do math and science. But those are areas where people are depleted, where nobody wants to go and step over there. Oh, that's corny. There's nobody over there. But that's the area. That's the area that needs our attention and focus. So I think it's time for us to start challenging ourselves and each other. Say, hey, you know what? Let's put our energy over here because there's a whole group of kids over here. There's a whole group of talent over here that's not being watered, and it's time to really start putting some fertilizer and some water over here.
Agree.
Absolutely. Thank you all for bearing with me. I am in DC right now, and there is a storm brewing. So there's some things happening. In and out, but Lala started a trend today. So Listen, y'all, listen. Aside from everything that we've been talking about, I do want us to talk about Governor Kathy Hochul's disgusting comment that even Black kids in there's some Black kids in the Bronx that don't even know what a computer is. So let's go to that soundbite, and we'll add on to the conversation. Today, we're talking about why our kids are not being educated. We know that there are disparities, but we also know that we do have families that work really hard. We do know that children do actually want to learn, and they're actually capable of learning. So, oftentimes when these narratives get put out there, we have policymakers who internalize and perpetuate these anti-Black stereotypes. So let's go over to that soundbite and then we'll comment on it.
Young Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
Now, Governor Hochul is reversing course. In a statement, she says, quote, "I misspoke and I regret it." I asked my next guest for their thoughts and how the internet is.
First of all, Erica, I'll let you start this one off. Go ahead.
You got me clutching my pearls over here. Listen, Apparently, this one, it's clear to me. She has an agenda of sorts, and sometimes when people have an agenda, they need to find somebody to be their footstool to stand on or their soapbox to stand on. So she made the Black community her soapbox to stand on and say something, speak out of turn, but she got the ear of whoever she wanted to hear what she was saying. We also need to be aware of that. So I think she spoke out of context. I mean, obviously, she spoke about a community of people that clearly she knows nothing about. But that she's looking at Hey, girl.
I'm trying to break my computer screen. Who's trying to break my computer screen with that?
Hey, girl, hey. Clearly, she's using on the back of Blacks, as was once said in the 70s and 80s, and it's still being done, to use the platform of the struggle of Black people as to what we are going through as their reasoning of speaking, but for me to be seen so that people will know who I am and know what I'm speaking about and know to push that button for me when it's time for me to be elected. So yeah, I think that was just a platform boost for her and for her to be seen by the right people saying the wrong thing, but maybe to put her in the position she wants.
Thanks, Erica. Athena, go ahead, girl. Go in, sis.
No, Janelle, her apology was not enough. Sorry.
No.
The caucasity of this woman. The caucasity of this Wahite woman.
Come on, Athena.
Come and say that Black kids do not know what a computer is and then try to clean it up, say she misspoke. No, your biases came out. Okay, your real views came out. And you got caught with your slip showing, so now you're trying to backtrack because a lot of the voters in the state are Black and brown people. Mm-hmm. And even to say that, and this is why I always get perturbed when people say people of color. It's always people of color when everyone want to bandwagon with Black people, and then when it comes to shaming us, disgracing us, is specifically back. So so she did that on purpose.
Oh,
on purpose. She could have said kids in general. We were just talking about how in general the literacy rates in this country and the kids can't read. So why do Black kids specifically need to be called out? That's because her racial biases were coming out in that statement. And I do not think, I'm tired of people with these fake statements that they put out that their PR and publicists. Like, we are in a different time. Okay, post Cat Williams and Club Shay Shay, we are exposing all the fraudulent and deviant people. Like, we do not have time for any fakeness, but I'm glad she revealed herself, and we should take note of this. And then when it comes time to vote, you need to consider these things that these politicians do, especially Governor Cat.
Oh, she wants to be the white savior so bad. Y'all remember those commercials where they come on like, but the children in Africa, Katie. This is exactly what she came out with, this bullshiggity. Okay. She is out of touch. She tried to sound relevant, like she knew what she was talking about, but her caucasity did come out in the fact that she doesn't even know what it is. She's what we used to say. Remember when we said when we was kids? She was all in the Kool-Aid, but she didn't know what the flavor was. Somebody told her what to say. She wanted to actually talk to her constituents so that she could get more donations for getting back in office. This is all tied politically, but it shows just how much you are out of touch. You are so out of touch. Our children probably know more about computers than your children do, because they can play a game, because we give that to them immediately as soon as they come out of the womb. But the fact that she even had the mouth to fit about how our communities run when she knows nothing about them is just the bodacious boldness of the whiteness of 2024.
Absolutely. Listen, y'all are tuned in to the Fly Nubian Money panel. Make sure you go over to Fly Nubian here on the Fly Nubian Queen TV network. Weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We hit on a variety of topics. You're always going to see, different queens and, weighing in their area of expertise. Be sure to text the word queens to 87948. 87948. So you can get some goodies from the Black Business School, which is our sponsor. They are, sending us AI stock options list. So you can download that and use that to get your money in order, because as our children are being attacked in schools, as elected officials apparently are attacking our children and attacking us and claiming that our kids don't even know what the word computer is, we still have to plan for the future. We still have to make sure that we are putting our money in the right places and we're setting up our children for generational wealth. So go ahead and text the word Queens to that number. Get the goodies from our sponsors at the Black Business School. That's text the word Queens to 87948, 87948 for AI generated stock options list. And remember, set your notification bells and make sure you are tapped into Fly Nubian Queen TV on YouTube in order to come to these panels Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. All right, so listen. Governor Kathy Hochul really did trigger me. I know for a fact that her apology was insincere. I don't think that she made a Freudian slip or, misspoke. This is literally how small she sees our children. Right. I know another thing I want to say is, irrespective of a parent's, I know that education starts in the home. I always wanted to work really hard, and I was really nerdy because we had an encyclopedia set in my house, so I wanted to learn how to read so I could read the encyclopedia, which is really, really cool. But every single child, especially in the state of New York, Governor Kathy knows what a computer is, because you force kids to learn from home during the Rona. Right. And those children all got computers in your state. Right. That was a policy that you put up. You made sure every single kid was at home learning online virtually, and they knew what a damn computer was. So you can miss me with that. So I just had to throw that out there and be petty, because that definitely was getting on my nerves. Now let's look at some of these. Oh, let's see what we have here. 50 Cent clowns New York governor for claiming Black kids from the Bronx don't know the word computer.
50 for the win. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. He just come out and tell the truth and then go back in the shadows. He comes out, says the truth and says, see you later, bye.
50 is like the best troll. I just love that cancer energy in him. He always have the clap back for everybody.
Yeah, I know that it's just highly problematic to have a whole governor making really, really ignorant, asinine public statements about our children. So I can only imagine the conversations that are had in private in some of these closed door meetings that we are not privy to.
Exactly. And notice that she issued an apology, but she's never reprimanded. There's no one that, there's no reprimand. There's no one that came out and said that she shouldn't have said that. There's nobody that came out and publicly reprimanded her. It's ridiculous. So it's like, we are the soapbox. We are on the back of Blacks to make a point and to get a vote. That's what it is.
And we all know this script. We know it too well. They come out and say whatever they want to say, and then all of a sudden, I'm so sorry I said that. Please list me with that fairy tears that you got, because you said what you meant and you meant what you said. Period.
Absolutely. All right. Listen, we are so grateful for everyone who's tuned in and tapped in with us over here at the FlyNubianMoney.com panel. Again, we're here weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. I want to thank all of the queens. I want to thank you all for, coming through. And so I want to go around the room. Let's go around the panel and give some final words. Let the people know your final thoughts on this topic, as well as where we can follow you and support your work. Let's start with Erica.
My final thoughts on this is moms, dads, parental guardians, kinship relatives. Don't be afraid to step out of the box and get out there and see what else is available for your kids. There may even be programs that can help you read if your literacy level is not to the level where you want it to be. There are things that you can do together. There are programs that you can take, but do not settle for less. I can be found at www.faithintransition.com.
Excellent. Thank you. Lala?
And my final thoughts is, it's not just on the parents. It's on us as well as communities. I grew up in a small community, and I knew that if my mother couldn't do something, someone else did it for me as well. We all made it a point to live in a community where truly no child was left behind. It takes a village to raise a child. And until we put that into our spirits and get back to the basics, nothing is going to change. You can find me on all social media platforms under Realty Goddess, and you can find all of my free resources at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you. Queen Athena.
Hi, everyone. My final thoughts is this. The government does not care about you or your kids. We are in a time where there is a financial reckoning, and all these little shifts and changes are happening that are going to mean a lot of detriment for our future and for our kids. So now more than any time, we need to financially galvanize ourselves. I am Athena Gardner. I am a CPA and founder of We Wealth Women, where we help women become wealthy goddesses, and our pillars are wealth, wisdom, and womanhood. Right? If you guys need any assistance with coming up with this financial plan for this reckoning, then you can head out at wewealthwomen.com and contact me there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, I am your hostess for the day, Jade Harrell. You all can find me at highblackesteem.com. I'm an educator, organizer, and I'm a undoing racism coach. So definitely check out our programming over there. My key takeaways here is, even if you or your child is struggling with literacy, persevere. Be resilient, look for those resources, and at the end of the day, reach out for support. Yes, we pay our tax dollars, and yes, people should be doing their job, but there's a whole system that is designed to keep our children as a permanent underclass. And the fact that they're passing them through the system without them learning how to read, it just shows the importance of us educating our own children. And shout out to the Black Business School and the Black Core of 3, right? Educating our own children, supporting Black businesses, that's all a part of the process. So I want to thank everyone for tuning into our Fly Nubian Money panel today. We'll see you again next week. Again, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Definitely support our sponsor, theblackbusinessschool.com, and subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
So blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's no THE. Feel free to go there. And if you want to know the Black Wealth Master Plan, what is that? The Black Wealth Master Plan is that every Black child, every child in our community that we're responsible for, every B1 child, every child of an intelligent Black person should know how to start a business by the age of 12. It takes less than 100 hours to make them an outstanding entrepreneur. They have to know how to start a business by the age of 12 so they can have the freedom to increase their income if they want to. They won't have to worry about whether or not white people will hire them. If they lose their job, they're always going to have an option. They're always going to be the first ones to be able to extract their own value instead of depending on somebody else to extract their value. See, that's the thing. If you don't know how to extract the value out of your own skill, then guess what? Your boss certainly will. Your boss is going to pay you $40 an hour and make $150 an hour because nobody taught you how to drill for your own oil, so to speak. Shout out to Guyana, which now has one of the largest oil reserves on the planet, right? But they don't know how to drill out and extract their own oil. So guess what? ExxonMobil and Shell and all these other companies are all closing in on Guyana right now because they're going to go and extract that oil and take a cut, right? But if you know how to drill your own oil, you don't have to give a cut to anybody. So every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. It takes less than 100 hours to make them better at entrepreneurship than 95% of the population. That is interesting because we spend thousands of hours learning how to play basketball and football. All it takes is 100 hours for them to be a great entrepreneur. They can still play basketball after that. Number two, every Black child should own stock by the age of 5 and have someone consistently buying stock for them from the time that they're born, really, if possible. But if you can't do that, then start by the age of 5, buy them stock consistently. If you do that, then that money is going to continue to grow. And by the time they're 20 or 25 years old, they'll have 6 figures, which means that they're no longer in any sort of economic struggle. They're now in a position of prosperity. They've gone from playing strugglenomics to playing powernomics. They've now gone from being oppressed to being able to go out and do whatever the hell they want. So it's up to you to put them in the position to do that. Economics is a relay race. You got the baton. You need to run that baton fast. If you don't run your leg fast in the Olympics, you'll see this. If you don't run your leg fast, it doesn't matter how fast your children are. They're still going to lose the race. So you are on the second leg of this relay race, and your grandchild is waiting on the anchor leg, looking across the track to see how fast you're going. They're looking across the track to see if you even drop the baton or not, because some of us are dropping the baton. Some of us are throwing the baton over the fence and into the infield, and we somehow think that our grandkids are going to be able to run. Well, when you throw the baton, when you drop the baton, it doesn't matter. You can have Usain Bolt on the anchor leg, but it doesn't matter how fast he is now because you dropped the damn baton. You didn't do your job. So what is your job? Your job is to run as fast as you can and hold on to the stick. Your job is to keep the dream alive so that you can pass the dream on to somebody else. If you don't do that, then nothing else matters. You will have the brightest, most extraordinary children in your community with all the genius in the world, all the work ethic on the planet, and they're going to end up slaves because you dropped the damn baton. I don't think we want that for our kids. What's the third piece? The third piece is that every Black child should know how to, they should be in a position to make a down payment on real estate when they're 21 years old. They don't have to buy real estate at 21. They might buy it at 25 or 26, but they should be in a position to put a down payment on real estate, which means two things. Number one, having the capital, and number two, knowing what to do. Just knowing the basics, like that owning is better than renting, knowing how to buy a property. You could teach them this in a day. It does not take long. And Lord Jesus, we have, it takes, I think I did the math one time with y'all. Let me do the precise math here so we can really just see this. Did you know that there's 8,760 hours in a year? I don't know if y'all know that. And did you know that between the ages of 0 and 18, you have 157,680 hours of time that could be invested in teaching your child? You know that you have 157,680 hours worth of time. Now, if you value that time, because time does have value, there's something in finance called the time value of money. Time has value in options. If you go into stock options class, you'll see where we sell time. This morning, when I was selling my options, I sold some long-term call options on Coinbase and made $30,000 because I was basically selling time. I literally printed money out of thin air because I have this asset that I can manipulate, and I sold time and I got $30,000, which allows me to go and pay off the credit card or whatever I want to do. So this 157,680 hours, if you value that time at $50 an hour, that is $7.8 million. That's $7,884,000 that literally you have that you can invest in that child. You have all this time that you have some good stuff to cover tonight. We are doing our regular Powernomics training, which we do every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And we're about to get down to the get down. I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to this topic because I think it's very timely right now. And before I begin, though, I want to say hi to Anthony and Edward, Kamisha. I see you, Kamisha. And who else? Audrey and Chris Gordon or Chris Goodjoin, Karen Dorsey, Patricia Jackson, Kim Hitchcock, Shashan, Toya, good to see you. Thank you, Amani. Amani from our support team is right here in the chat. If you have any issues with anything going on in the Black Business School, all you got to do is email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a great support team that's right there to talk to you about anything that you might need, any way we can help you. Carla, Mark, who else? Let's see, Rodney Ward. I see Eric Bennett. Good to see you, Eric. Ryan, Tammy. I saw somebody from NYC. Because the Stock Options Summit sold out so fast, we decided we're going to do another summit likely this summer at some point. I just got to find time in my schedule. And we were thinking we want to go to Brooklyn. Brooklyn will be the place we will do the next Stock Options Summit. So we found that we did the survey, and let me just say this. I was really pleased with the results. 100% of you, literally every single person who filled out the survey said that they would recommend it to their friend. And you guys seem to really enjoy the networking, and also you learned a lot there. In the SOS the Stock Options Summit, I really worked hard to keep that commitment that I made to you, that I would show you ways to make money by Monday. And a lot of you did make money by Monday. Some of you literally sent me screenshots of the money. Some of you made as much as $4,000 or $5,000 that following Monday. And it wasn't luck. It wasn't hocus pocus. It was just sort of simple, straightforward strategies anybody can do. So just so you know, we are going to do another Stock Options Summit. Just got to find time to plan it. You know, my team works extremely hard, so there's so much stuff going on. Now, if you have any other questions, I see someone who wants to get in touch with Andre C. Hatchett, who's on our faculty. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And also, if you want to know what my travel schedule is, I'm going to join Jay Ortiz and someone in the Pish Posh Girl. I don't know who she is, but apparently she's big in fashion in Philly. And they invited me to participate in something they're doing called the Get Money Fest, which I like that because I like the idea of blending hip hop culture with economics and stuff like that. So they're doing hip hop and fashion and art and all this other stuff. And they said we want to do financial literacy too. So I said, great. Everybody should know financial literacy, especially people that are trying to be either independent entrepreneurs or artists or writers, directors, actors, producers, filmmakers, stuff like that, because the industry is financial. It's a business. And if you go into business not knowing business, then somebody's going to get all in your business and steal your business. So if you so you got to learn business. All of our kids need to learn business. I don't care who you are, where you're from. If you like money, I guess if you don't care about money and don't like it, then it doesn't apply. But if you need money to pay bills and you need money to be free and you need money to do things in your life, then I encourage you to understand money. You should understand the things that you need. Give me a guess if that makes sense. Let me know if you're following that simple logic. Very simple logic. This is the kind of stuff I might do in financial consciousness training and say something simple like, if everybody is obsessed with money and we're always talking about money and people you're sleeping with ugly men for money and dudes are running around doing all kinds of crazy stuff for money, why wouldn't you want to understand how money works and all the different ways you can obtain it in a way that's healthy and safe and good for you, as opposed to getting it just any old kind of way, right? Trying to catch up. I was just talking to our daughter's friend. I told you I love being like a parent. Like I wish if I could go back in time, there's one thing I would change. I probably would have had about 6 kids and raised them on like a farm or something. I would have homeschooled them, ran a family business, all that stuff. So shout out to those of you that are doing it. That's the dream life I would have created if I could go back in time, but I can't go back in time. So one thing that I do is I like being with my wife. I like being the neighborhood parents, and so my daughter's friend was here and she works for us. We have a family business and the kids work for us, and sometimes their friends need jobs. And so she came in and we were just talking about life and the prom. And I told her, I said, let me tell you a little secret. And she said, what? I said, when I went to the prom, my girlfriend was pregnant. I don't know if y'all know that, but I went to the prom and she literally had a baby in her stomach with her prom dress on. I'll never forget it. I had a white suit with a red cummerbund. She had a red dress. I paid for the dress. I remember that I paid for the dress and my tux with the money I made from my job. I was real independent at an early age. It was hard. It was hard. My mama used to charge me rent when I was like 15, which is just downright abusive. I'm still mad at her for that. But the good side of that is that every challenge gives you an opportunity to grow. So I would grew up a lot faster than my friends. So anyway, so we had so this baby was coming and I just told her, I said, I don't think you want to do that. I said, so I don't know what happens in these proms now. And nowadays, everything's changing. Like now it's like much more common for the girls to be dating girls and boys at the same time, and 3 people to be dating each other. They just changing. And I said, I don't judge any of that. I don't know how it works, but I do know that a couple things haven't changed. And I do know that one thing that has not changed is that when the sperm fertilizes the egg, that causes a baby. And I said, so just be really thoughtful about, the kinds of guys you let into your life. Also, remember, raising a child is easier and much more fun when you do it in a structured situation, right? So anyway, these are the kinds of things that we talk about because I said the biggest thing in life that I really want for you, and this is what I want for everybody in here, is I just want you to be happy, right? That's it. I just want you to be happy. And I said, and happiness is connected to freedom. And freedom and options and happiness are all connected partly to money. I said, if you know how to make your own money, then you know how to manufacture your own freedom. And when you can manufacture your own freedom, you have options. So I said, I really want you to be able to go through life and be able to tell anybody that makes you upset to kiss your entire ass. That's what I want. To me, freedom is being able to tell anybody to kiss my ass if they don't belong in my life. You don't deserve to be here. You are being harmful or disruptive. Or I'm not gonna continue to maintain that relationship just because I need the money or I'm desperate. No, my self-esteem is intact. My bank account's intact. You're not intact. Your spirit is not intact. So you got to go. So get to stepping, get to scooting, scoot, 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 right? And I really think that creates a lot of peace. And I would encourage you to meditate on these things and also really deviate from what society kind of does. Society teaches you to kind of follow people around, maybe because somebody has money, or some girl because she's pretty, or some guy because he's successful and you want to be married to, or you want to date a successful man. I don't think things should work that way. I think that you should be a leader in your own life. Maybe you don't have to lead other people, but you should be a leader in your own life, and that starts with things like self-love, self-confidence, etc. Like, I can honestly say I'm not a man who pretends to be confident. I'm a man who's confident because I really am confident, and the confidence actually comes from love, because that means that if I make a mistake, which I do all the time, I do stupid stuff all the time. I'm a real goofball sometimes, but I still love Boyce, even when he's goofy, even when he's wrong, even when he messes up, whatever. That's it. That's not going to change, and that's what the source of the confidence comes from. It's like, this is my horse. I bet on this horse, and I'm going to ride this horse all the way to the finish line. So anyway, that's just the quick random thought today. I hope it's okay that I share that with you, and I encourage you, go for what you want in life. I saw this quote today, and I'm going to go ahead and mention this quote before I start our reading for today, our Powernomics training. It was from Alexander the Great, and he said something like, he said, you know what? I put the quote on my Instagram, and it was a great quote. And I'm gonna, if I say it, I'm gonna mess it up. So I'm not gonna just try to spit it out off the dome, because I'm literally gonna mess it up. So let me go ahead and just find the quote so I can read it directly, so I can say it without messing it up. He says, "I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion." I thought that was really powerful. So he doesn't fear. You could have 1,000 lions, but if none of those lions have confidence, and all those lions are following behind the sheep, then you're really ineffective. You're not going to get anything done. You're not going to accomplish anything. But you could have 1,000 sheep and just one lion. But if all the sheep have the confidence to imitate the actions of the lion, then you got a problem. Then you got a problem, because then confidence is in the room, and they're going to come at you with everything they've got. And I really think about that when I think about the Black community. I think that we are a pack of lions that are led by sheep. I really do. I think that when you think about this, process this. Look at how many of our children look up to degenerate, drug addicted rappers who hate their mothers, hate Black women, want to kill other Black people, can't even spell their mama's name, just ass backwards, financially irresponsible, just goofballs, right? Look at how many weak politicians we follow behind, and put these people on pedestals, and fake civil rights leaders, who pretty much sold everyone out. And that, to me, is a big problem. I think the lions are the people in the community that are really figuring it out, that are making it happen. To me, if you are the parent who's raising your children in the right way, getting them ready for the future, then you are a lion, and as a lion, you shouldn't be following behind those sheep. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should be able to identify the sheep. You should be able to identify the nonsense and just say, I'm not following behind that. Right. And so really, I think that confidence to lead yourself is extremely important. In fact, at this year's All Black National Convention, our theme is that Black leadership starts at home. It's not on TV. It's not in the NAACP. It's not on Capitol Hill. It's not on your favorite TV show. It's not in the NBA or the NFL. It's not in the world of hip hop. Black leadership starts in your house. So I encourage you, be the leader in your house. Be the superhero that you've been looking for. It's all. I guarantee you that it's all inside of you. If you've been hanging out with us and reading this stuff that we've been reading Dr. Claude Anderson books and these really powerful ideas, don't tell me that you're not capable of leading other people. You're very capable of leading. Lead proudly. Be who you're supposed to be, or at least lead yourself. How about that? Agreed? Make sense? Okay. All right. So a quick reminder, if you want to get notifications when we do our weekly book club meetings, get on the text list. You can text the word greatness to 87948. Text the word greatness to 87948. Some of you are listening on YouTube. I'm going to shut that off in a little bit. So make sure you get on the text list, and you can jump into the Zoom. Text the word greatness to 87948, or you can go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com, and you can join us. All right. So let's see here. Oh, and by the way, the Get Money Fest with Jay Ortiz. If you want to join us in that event in Philadelphia on May 18th, it's going to be 6 hours long. you can actually go to my Twitter. I guess I put it up on my Twitter. The information's up there. So my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1, and you can join us in Philadelphia. It'll be May 18th, and I'll be there for a couple hours. All right, so here's what Dr. Anderson says on page 118 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at the website powernomics.com. He says, the Black civil rights movement's push for social integration garnered more attention, acceptance, and respect within mainstream society because whites felt more threatened by the Black Power movement. In response to white anxiety of Black consciousness, see, they didn't fear the civil rights movement. They didn't fear that. They feared Black consciousness. So when we do financial consciousness training every day, it's not just Black consciousness, it's economic consciousness. So by having Black people who can train you to become economic ninjas like wealthy white people, that does make you a threat. I think that's solving a very important problem. So on page 118, it says here that in response to white anxiety of Black consciousness, the government intervened and destroyed the Blackness movement by distorting its activities and criminalizing its leadership. So they love to distort things, create chaos, and they also like to criminalize the leadership. I met the great Anthony Browder. One time I was on a flight from Guyana at 6 o'clock in the morning. And on this flight, 6 o'clock in the morning in Guyana, who do you expect to bump? You don't expect to bump into any of your friends when you're on a plane at 6 in the morning in a third world country. So I'm getting on this plane and I bump into Anthony Browder, and he's sitting with one row behind me and one row in front of me. Brother Nuri Muhammad was sitting on the same airplane. I said, this is weird. I said, it's strange that all three of us would be on the same plane at the same time. I said, is somebody trying to blow this plane up? Like, what's going on? And so anyway, I was talking to Anthony for a long time, and I just love that conversation. I'll never forget the conversation. He's a great guy, super smart. Look him up, Anthony Browder. If you don't know who Anthony Browder is, you need to know who he is. And he's very youthful and energetic and super smart. And we were talking, and one thing that he warned me about is he said in the 70s, he said we were not aware of the number of agents in our space. He said we weren't aware of the number of people that were just there to create chaos. All they were there to do was to act a fool, discredit, attack, say crazy, do crazy stuff just to make the whole movement look crazy. So people would say, "Oh, those conscious Black people, they just out of their mind. They're crazy. They ain't got no sense. Let's just go follow white folks because they're more structured. They have our best interests at heart. Let's go follow the Democratic Party because these Black people are clearly out of their mind." And so that really got my attention. He mentioned specific names of people. And I don't want to mention their names. I don't want to get into all this, but he said, "Yeah, I think this person here might be an agent, and you really got to watch that because what their job is just to make things confusing, so people don't know who to believe, or they don't know what's going on, right?" So anyway, since that time, anytime I see someone just acting weird and doing crazy stuff, it makes me wonder about what Anthony Browder said. So because there's a lot of documented evidence of them on many occasions undermining any movement that appears to be making real progress. So he says here that white anxiety, in response to white anxiety of Black consciousness, the government intervened and destroyed the Blackness movement by distorting its activities and criminalizing its leadership. A few years into the civil rights movement, Black leadership abandoned Black race consciousness and pledged their commitment to public policies of political correctness involving immigrants, women, and various other fabricated minorities. So they were able to take your consciousness away and make you unconscious and get you to unconsciously believe somehow that by helping immigrants come into the country, you're helping the Black community, or somehow that women's and gay people's issues are the same as your issues. That's what he's basically saying here. So he says here, what else does he say? Let's see, he says, did Black leaders truly believe that whites would voluntarily give up their own race consciousness, sense of oneness and white togetherness? Racism is a team sport, which means a group must play as a team or risk losing by default. Civil rights leaders, ministers, and elected public officials soon abandoned all forms of exclusive Blackness. So putting the word Black on anything eventually became an absolute no-no. And it's getting to the point, we're on page 118. So if anybody asks what page we're on, please put 118 in the chat for them to help them out if you can. All right. So if you notice, I remember I saw something today where they said at Duke University, they had a scholarship specifically for Black students. And literally they just eliminated the scholarship. They said you can't put the word Black on anything. So this is the era that we're going back into. And he says they joined mainstream white society's focus on fabricated classes minorities, diversity, and open door immigration policies. So instead of having things that are uniquely and solely for Black people, they went into these fabricated classes: minorities, using that word minority, which I always hated that word, diversity, which is another equally diluted word and very ambiguous, and open door immigration policies, which immigration, Dr. Anderson shows, immigration has diluted the Black vote and diluted Black economics, and it's going to continue to dilute. I mean, now we're at an all-time high with that, and it's something that I encourage you to really pay close attention to. In fact, Google just fired hundreds of key employees and literally replaced them all in India and Mexico. Go look it up. It's very interesting. All right, so let me keep going. They thereby allowed white society to capture and corrupt the civil rights movement, pervert its language and goals, use Dr. King's concept of a colorblind society to extract race out of racism and demonize all forms of Black consciousness. This is how people like me become considered dangerous, even though I don't hurt anybody, right? Let's see. Just like during slavery, whites were more at ease with Blacks who were colorblind and accepted the racial status quo. Slavery and Jim Crow semi-slavery in the United States did more than rob Blacks of their individual dignity. It robbed them of their social cohesiveness and pride and discouraged cooperative behavior. So the idea of Black people simply working together is seen as a dangerous idea. Let's see here. Race consciousness is essential for self-sufficiency, but there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. So what he's saying is this. This is really important. He says that being racially conscious is really important for your survival. You have to. You have to think about yourself. You have to think about your own. You have to think about your children. Not because you hate other people, but because you're doing what you need to do to survive. But what he's also saying is that there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. So one of the things that was required for me to be race conscious and to say I do Black wealth in the Black business school at the All Black National Convention is I had to let go of any desire for mainstream acceptance. I just had to let that go. If I was sitting around dreaming about winning a Grammy or an Oscar or being recognized as one of Time's 100 most influential people or winning a Nobel Prize, I would be very disappointed. I would say, gosh, this Black stuff ain't really working out. I gotta go do something a little more mainstream because I'm fiending for this white validation. It be calling me, man. It be calling me. I need white folks to love me. They don't love me no more. Black people like me, but they ain't important. They don't matter as much. I need to just do what they do in media where they use Black people until they get to a certain level of prominence, and then they say, now I can go be white. That's what the Oprah Winfrey Network did. If you recall, does anybody remember that? How many of y'all remember this? When the Oprah Winfrey Network was struggling really bad, and they couldn't get people to watch. They thought all those white women were going to come over from NBC or ABC and start watching the Oprah Winfrey Network, and they didn't. So Oprah didn't have viewers. So what did Oprah do? Anybody remember? She got a phone. Hey, Tyler, how you been, girl? How's Medea? So she got on the phone with her good friend Tyler Perry, and they created content for Black people. And that's how the Oprah Winfrey Network, if I recall, I could be wrong. I'm sure there's some details I'm missing, and there's no disrespect to Oprah, but that network was built on the backs of Black people. They did that with a lot of these TV networks. They're like, well, because Black people watch a lot of TV. Let's get Black people to watch this. And then when they got a critical mass, they said, okay, now we can go be white again. Now we can go be white. And so effectively, this sort of need for mainstream validation, it takes away the incentive for Black people to really want to truly commit to the problems that really need to be solved for the people they need to solve those problems for. And let me explain what's going on here. I thought about this. I began to become aware of this kind of elitism when I was actually on the faculty at Syracuse University and when I was working on my PhD. Let me tell you what I noticed in academia. Have you ever wondered why you have university professors? In case you don't know this, maybe you don't know, let me tell you a little bit about university professors. Most business school professors have never run a business. Most business school professors, and in other fields too, they don't care what the real world thinks. They don't. You know what they care about? They care about what other scholars think. They care about what people in academia think. So if you come to them and you say, I wrote a book and it was read by 3 million people, they're not going to care. They're like, well, so what? Was it read by scholars? No, it was read by regular people. Yeah, well, then that doesn't matter. What they care about is impressing other academics, right? So there's a type of elitism where regular people are just not seen as all that important. There's a hierarchy.
You know, like you got animals at the bottom, then you got lower level humans, and then medium, and then the elites, right? They care what the elites think. So you get more credibility, rewards by impressing the elite than you get by impressing, say, the masses. Okay, and this is just a fact. This is just what it is. I'm not complaining about it. It's just what it is. And I remember thinking that that was kind of strange. And what it did was it kind of led them to live in their own little world where they end up doing all these weird things that nobody understands and nobody cares about, or they'll dedicate their lives to writing these really hard research papers that only about 8 other people are ever going to read, but they'll get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, and that's their life. So here's what I think happens. I think in the regular world, a variation of that occurs in the regular world, where I believe that we feel, many of us are raised to feel that, yeah, if black people like what you're doing, that matters to a certain point. But black people, they're not the same as, say, elite Harvard educated white boys in Silicon Valley. They're not as important as the people who give out Oscars and Grammys. They're not as important as, say, executives on Wall Street or whatever, or mainstream media, right? So what then occurs is that we spend more time impressing people who really don't really deserve our attention in the first place. Like I really think that we've never asked ourselves very basic questions like why is it that if you have a rapper who is beloved by the black community, got all his credibility from the black community, got love from the black community when nobody else liked him, why is he spending all his time around nerdy white boys in Silicon Valley? Well, a lot of that's because these are rich, nerdy white boys in Silicon Valley, and that's why. Or why was it with Bill Cosby? I remember with Bill Cosby, I didn't like anything about Bill Cosby's situation, and people got confused and felt that I was supporting Bill Cosby or that I didn't believe he did anything wrong. No, I always felt like Bill Cosby did something wrong, and I even said that when I talked to him on the phone briefly. I said, "Yeah, it sounds to me like there was some serious issues here." But the reason I supported Bill Cosby was not because I believed he was innocent, but because I didn't believe they proved it as much as they needed to prove. I didn't understand how somebody could accuse somebody of something from 1972 and then we act like it just happened and there's no evidence of that. I said that's a white woman privilege. I don't know. I can't. There's nothing I can accuse somebody of doing 30 years ago that's going to actually allow me to get a $10 million check today. That was my position on Cosby. It was not. It wasn't a stupid position. I'm not going to call it stupid. I'm sorry. It wasn't a position where I really believe this man didn't do something he shouldn't have done. I was thinking, man, you should have been hanging out with Camille because Camille would have protected you from all this, but you wanted to be OJ and you out here dibbling and dabbling. Now look at you, right? So anyway, but here's the point. And the reason Cosby called me is because he thanked me for supporting him, and I was like, well, don't thank me that much because I really, I'm not really down for all of that type of stuff. I don't understand a lot of this. And here's one thing about Cosby that always made me curious. I always thought to myself, black people really love you and you were raised of this community, that's who you are. So why were you spending all this time around these other people, who don't love you in the same way that we do? Like, what's special about them? Like I know black women that would give anything to hang out with Bill Cosby and talk to him and spend time with him. Why can't they get your time? How did this like drug addicted hooker in LA get to spend more time with you than the women and the men in your community back in West Philly who love you? Like I'd never understood that. And I think that there's something about so-called black success that somehow makes us feel like, okay, now I get to leave the black community and go spend time around a bunch of people who don't like me very much. Or who would not love me if I wasn't Negro of the Month. If I hadn't sold 10 million records last year, right? Or if I hadn't got that $200 million NFL contract. And so really with Dr. Anderson, when he's talking about race consciousness not giving no mainstream incentives or rewards, I think a lot of us feel this. A lot of us have gone through this. Like if you are an executive at Exxon and you're the one black guy at the table, and let's say there's maybe one other black person in the room with you, The worst thing you could say in that space to anybody is, hey, I really want to do great things for the Black community. I really want to make sure the Black community is good. I serve the Black community first. That's not gonna make a lot of sense to a lot of people, and you'll probably be labeled as a dangerous Black person and probably be booted out of that position within no time. That's why most Black people that are these Black faces in high places don't even mention the Black community. I mean, Barack could barely say the word Black when he was president. He went years without even saying the word Black, and I kind of understand it. That was what he signed up for. But I remember thinking to myself, I'm not really impressed that you got a bunch of white people to vote for you, because I know the price that you have to pay in order to get those votes. Like, did anybody sit back and think about the price you had to pay? You paid a price much higher than the one I would pay. I'm not gonna go kiss these people's asses and say what they want to hear and do what they want me to do just so I can get their votes. What makes you think that their validation is that important anyway? Like, why does that suddenly make you better than everyone else? It doesn't. It doesn't. I think when I look at a Barack Obama, I saw a man who was great before he became president. And Barack Obama had never ever run for president and said, I can't do that political thing because I got to sell out too much. I got to kiss too many asses. I got to be something I don't want to be. I'm going to go over here with Michelle, and we're not going to make 100 million a year, but we could probably make 10 million a year. And we're going to sit right here, plant our butts in the south side of Chicago and do the work with the people that we want to work with and hold it down right here. 100% of our energy will be poured directly into the bloodstream of the people that we care about the most. That to me is a more effective version of Barack Obama than this deluded guy who has to be everything to everyone. And again, I'm very proud of him. I mean, I'm happy for him, but there's nothing about him that says he's one of the greatest Black men in America, because what you got to understand is that being nominated and selected by white folks does not inherently make you great. Sometimes it makes you an epic failure. Do you understand that their favorite Negroes are the ones who serve their wishes the best? I'm not saying Barack's in that category. I'm not talking negative about him right now. Let's assume I'm not. I want to make sure you understand I'm not doing that. But I'm saying, like, what is it about their approval that somehow helps them trump any approval that we could ever give them? There's nothing we could have given Barack Obama that could have matched whatever internal and external rewards, social rewards, that he may have felt by becoming president of the United States. There's nothing we could have offered him. Nothing. That's a shitty position to be in. I don't like it. I just don't like it. So my question would be, if another Barack Obama comes along, who easily knows, like, yeah, if I ran for president, I could probably get elected. I know what to say. I know who to be friends with. I know whose butt to kiss. But I don't want to do that. And that person says, I want to stay right here. I'm going to get my rewards right here. Can we celebrate that person as much as we celebrate the guy who ran off and abandoned us so he could go and be everything to everybody? Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand? It's almost like when you have kids. Like, kids are smarter than adults sometimes because they don't fall for the societal BS the way we do. And if you talk to a kid, like, has anybody ever seen like cases where a child will have like this celebrity parent who goes out into the world and does all these amazing things, but the child can't stand their parent because they were always gone. They were always in Europe and Africa and Asia, and they left them with the babysitter. And why is that? Well, that's because the kid don't give a when he's 4, he don't give a damn that you were off touring touring with Jay-Z or or visiting with the Pope. All he cares about is that he wanted somebody to play with and you were nowhere to be found. All he knows is that every time he had a football game, you were never there. That's all the kid cares about. And so the child will give more credit to a parent, a bad parent, an unsuccessful parent who is with them, who gives them time, than they will to the super successful parent who gives them no time. They don't care that you went off into the world and became somebody else's big shot. You put out all this energy into the universe and didn't pour an ounce of that into the people that actually mattered. Who gives a damn about you and whatever little validations you needed in order to fulfill your emotional voids? or in order for you to fulfill whatever you needed to give yourself your self-esteem, like whatever it was inside of you that made you feel like you needed to leave home and go conquer the world, that was for you. That wasn't for your kids. Your kids are like, we saw it all from a distance. We saw it all on TV like everybody else. You didn't pour into the bloodstream. You diluted yourself. So we have lots of people that I would call diluted black people. You have a lot of diluted black people who are black faces in high places. And if you look at the core of what they do on a daily basis and where they apply their energy, about 1% of that energy goes into anything that benefits the black community. 1%. And they give you that little 1%, and we're supposed to say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you so much for that 1%. When really I'm like, well, what happened to the other 99%? How the other 99% go to all these white folks who don't even like you? And we the ones that's supposed to love you the most. I don't understand that. It's like money. So think about it. What's more? What's if I was gonna give you money right now, and I pull out a $10 bill, and I say I'm gonna give you 100% of this $10 bill, okay? And then I pull out a $100 bill, and I say it's a $100 bill. It's much bigger, but I'm gonna give you 0.1% of this $100 bill. Do you follow me? Let me know if you're following this example. Which one is worth more? 100% of a $10 bill or 0.1% of a $100 bill? It's the $10 bill. 1% of a $100 bill is just $1, so 0.1% is 10 cents. So you got these $100 10-cent Negroes. They worth 100, but they'll give you 10. They'll give you a dime, and we will celebrate those people more than we celebrate the man who might only have $10, but he's gonna give you the whole 10. When I'm looking at who I want next to me, I want the person who's giving the whole 10. When I'm looking at who I want for a wife, I want a wife who's giving the whole 10. I got one. And when I'm looking for people I go to battle with, I want somebody who's gonna give me the whole $10 bill. I'm not looking for people. I don't care if you got 1,000 in the bank. If you ain't using the 1,000 for the things that we're trying to do, then your energy is misguided. Your missile has been inaccurately targeted, which makes all your effort basically ineffective. So don't give me 0.1% of your $100 bill. I'm not impressed by any of that. Give me 100% of the $10 bill. So even if you don't have the same power as a celebrity or as a congressman or as a CEO or whatever, the fact that you're pouring in everything you got into the people that you love, that makes you 10 times more effective than any of those people will ever be. So I hope that analogy makes sense. I hope you got what I was saying. Okay, so this is what Dr. Anderson's referring to. So basically, he explains that race consciousness, it's essential for self-sufficiency. It's essential to be conscious of your race so you can take care of yourself, but there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. Right now, America's infrastructure is not designed to reward you for being a conscious and committed Black person. It's just not in this era. Maybe in 100 years, things will change, but right now, the mainstream rewards will not exist. You're gonna have to create your own rewards. All right. So let me go on to question 38 about forming a Black political party. Now, what I'm going to do is everybody who's listening on YouTube, I want you to know I'm going to have to shut this off. So if you'd like to join us inside the Zoom, go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. There is a free live class that you can have access to, as well as some other materials. And also you can text the word greatness to 87948 to get on the text list. Text greatness to 87948. And if you want copies of Dr. Anderson's books, you can go to powernomics.com. That's weight and so and so I have to explain to people sometimes, because when you do stuff like this, you meet all different kinds of people that might be interested in for different reasons, and sometimes I meet people that are what I might call like blackety blickety black, and they impose certain ideas toward me, like, okay, that means that white people are never ever allowed anywhere near anything that we're doing, and I'm like, no, I'm not threatened by that. The same way my daughter was born in Jewish hospital. They didn't tell me I couldn't be there because I was Black. If I wanted to go to the Notre Dame University, clearly run by the Catholic Church or by people that are Catholic, they don't tell me I can't attend Notre Dame. So I said, we got white people in the Black business school. Why wouldn't you want to learn from intelligent Black people? I think that we should be leading the world. we are the smartest people in the room 9 times out of 10. We are the only people actually that can say that we survived the slave dungeons, the Middle Passage, 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 40, 50 years of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, and we're also surviving whatever they're doing to us right now. We won't know about that till for another 50 or 60 years. That's when all the FBI files will be released, and we're gonna find out what they're doing. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to hip hop music, how we went from Tribe Called Quest and KRS-One to Kill Die Nigga Die. like who did that? Who was responsible for this, right? Because we were not on that committee. This was not something that we decided to do. But I think that you have to be thoughtful about these, what I perceive to be very deliberate efforts to degrade our culture and short circuit us from becoming who we're truly meant to be. Now, first off, I want to say thank you to JJ and her vanilla milkshake. Awesome guy wearing the Black Excellence shirt. I saw that shirt, I said, okay, he's a cool dude. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be at your event. I have so much respect for what you're doing, and I love the fact that you work together as a couple. That's what my wife and I do. And also, I want to mention that it's interesting. I was watching Asia's brilliant conversation about quantum wealth theory. First of all, I like the title. I said, wow, that's a great title. I wonder what this is about. Because quantum physics and quantum mechanics, if you study that stuff, it's just mind-boggling. Albert Einstein, he used to call it spooky math. I think that's what he called quantum physics, because it didn't make any sense. Quantum entanglement and the double slit experiment that she talked about. All that, so I'm a little bit of a nerd. So I was like, okay, let me see what she's got. And then she starts breaking down the brain and behaviors and everything. And I said, I wish my wife was here, because my wife happens to be a therapist and an expert on the subconscious mind. And she is a smart Black woman. I'm very proud of her for that. She reads about 22 books a year. And one book she read 4 times was a book about the subconscious mind. And I listened to her and I talked to her about things. And what these conversations fed into me was this keen understanding that the biggest barrier that we have to building wealth, one of the biggest barriers, it isn't really just access to resources. That's important. That must be discussed. It isn't access to knowledge and information. You literally have an entire university on your cell phone. All right, so it's access to information. You can't say, well, I couldn't get the knowledge, or they kept it from me. No, maybe we could say that 50 years ago. You can't say it now. If you got an iPhone, you can learn anything you want to learn. A lot of it is really culture. A lot of it is culture and habits and the subconscious mind and how we're programmed as children and into adulthood and all these other things. And I said, my gosh, this is really what's going on. America is a beautiful, amazing, extraordinary country in certain areas. There are things that we do better than anybody on earth. And in fact, we are very, very good at industrialization, and that's helped us win wars, right? And by the way, shout out to every veteran in here. Veterans make sacrifices that you mentioned that nobody talks about. Nobody shows respect to that. And I'm gonna go on a little tangent. I'm gonna circle back, but I gotta go on this tangent here because my grandfather served in World War II, and once he was hit in the head with a cannon on a Navy ship, and they thought he was dead, and so they put him in the morgue and zipped his body up. And he literally wakes up and starts pushing, saying, let me out. And he gets let out. And he goes on and marries my grandmother, stays married to her for 70 years and took care of her until the day she died. And then my father went to Vietnam, and he can't talk about it to this day. He talks about being pushed out of the airplane when he didn't want to jump out. They pushed him out of the plane. He talks about sleeping in the ditch and hearing the mortar fire and the bombs going off that night. And what was interesting is that on one hand, the unhealthy coping mechanisms occurred, things like heroin addiction, which affected so many of our men and women that went over to Vietnam. But also what was interesting was there was this really tough, dogged determinism that he developed as well. where he said, when I was in that ditch, I decided I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get home. I'm going to survive this no matter what it takes. So he comes home and and I said, well, how did you get off of heroin? I said, I heard heroin's a hell of a drug. And he said, and literally, he said, I just stopped doing it. I just realized that was not the life I wanted. I didn't want to be a junkie. And I watched him throughout his entire life have that same attitude when it came to accomplishing the goal, right? Figuring out what the mission was. Okay, my family needs me to find a way to make money. I'm going to figure that out, right? And to some extent, and I think we discount that, right? We discount just our personal power when we're committed to doing something. We discount the importance of understanding at some point you got to put your excuses to the side and figure out what the assignment is. And this creates a real interesting contradiction or a challenge I have, because I have part of my audience. I attract a lot of military folks, a lot of veterans follow me. And I remember I asked a soldier, I said, I respect soldiers, I respect veterans immensely, but why do so many veterans follow me? And what he said, because you give an assignment, you tell us what the mission is, and that's what we understand, and I said, okay, that's it. Yeah. You have a problem, you solve it. Right. But then I've got people that I have to challenge a little bit, who unfortunately were hit by this other culture of almost like a really heavy victim mentality. Not to the point that we haven't gone through things. We know what we've gone through, and we can lay that out on a list, and we should acknowledge all of that. But it's like, that's not supposed to be a crutch, right? We can't let that be a crutch. And so that becomes that's my story, and that's why I'll never disrespect a soldier. I think that soldiers are not appreciated. When my father told me about how he came home from Vietnam and people were calling him baby killer and all this stuff, I got mad. I said, I want to go back in time and kick those people in the face. And now that he's got blood cancer and he's sick and he is dying from Agent Orange and things he experienced in the military, we're talking about these things, and these things that is literally what is on my heart right now as I speak to you. So thank you for your service if you have served, and I wish our country appreciated you as much as they should. I just have to say that. Now circling back to what we were talking about earlier, here's the deal. When you're talking about wealth and economics, you cannot understate the importance of culture. Culture is more important than how many degrees you got. It's more important than how much wealth you have access to per se. Those things matter, but that's not, you don't have to go take a bunch of classes in order to understand building wealth. And let me give you an example. My wife and I went to China, and we were in China for about 3 weeks, and we traveled to different regions of China. And I'm going to tell you one thing that was really interesting. I don't want to stereotype here, but man, they know how to sell a product. Anybody ever been in a space where maybe it was Chinatown or China itself and just seeing how assertive they can be? Like they will hunt you down and chase you down and follow up and upsell you, downsell you, negotiate and barter, whatever they got to do to make that sale. And all throughout the country, when I went to different regions, I would see the similar products, which made me think about the distribution systems. I saw similar sales techniques. I saw similar business models. And I bet you that a very small percentage of all these thousands of entrepreneurs I ran into, a very small percentage of them went to college and studied business. Right? And so this idea that you have to go and get all this knowledge and information to build wealth, run businesses, or whatever the case may be, I think that that's overemphasized a little bit. I think that's important, it's beneficial, but it's not necessary. Culture is everything. So if we talk about culture, and let's talk about that a little bit. I was speaking last night with a great man that everybody should know about by the name of Professor James Small. And Professor Small is an expert on Black history and culture. He talks a lot about Africa and all the things we should know about Africa. And he tells those stories that you'll never learn in school. Because I don't believe that we're ever going to really learn who we truly are from a public school system. I don't think that the public school system is designed to empower anybody, even people who are not Black. In fact, in Chicago, we have 55 public schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. In 55 schools. Think about it. So if there's 2,000 kids in every school, it's over 100,000 kids that cannot, not one child. Right? So this is an issue, and it's not just an issue that affects Black people. There are lots of documented stories and information about why the public school system was designed, what it was supposed to teach you to do. It was designed to manufacture workers. It's one of the reasons that the Rockefellers poured so much money into the public school system, because they said, we don't want people thinking independently. We don't want a bunch of people that want to start businesses. We want people that are going to become cogs in a wheel, that are going to understand their part in this mass production process. So school kind of rewards you for sitting down and shutting up more than it rewards you for being creative and intelligent and taking risks and all these other things that you have to do in order to build wealth. Well, Professor Small was talking about Juneteenth, and we're running up on the Juneteenth holiday, and also my birthday's in a couple of days. It's going to be the 27th anniversary of my 25th birthday. So that's and it's funny. I was born actually on Father's Day, and unfortunately my father was not there to receive me as a gift. I think I'm a pretty nice guy. He should have been there. It was a nice party. But anyway, so one thing he said about Juneteenth that was interesting was he said that we live under this myth that Juneteenth was this day where the soldiers came down and told the slaves in Galveston that they'd been freed and that they could all go and everybody's good, just going out, head on out the door, life is better now. He said, actually, this is according to Professor Small. I just learned this last night, so I still have to go verify everything, but he's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. He said, actually, that wasn't true. He said that in Juneteenth, when they came down and talked to the slaves, they said, you're not free. But you have a different situation. You are still going to work for the same master. You are required to still stay on the plantation and work for the master. The difference is that he has to compensate you. So you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be employees. Or better yet, you might say they went from being unpaid slaves to being paid slaves. And the amount you will be paid will be determined by the master. So your boss, your master, is going to get to decide how much he wants to pay you. If he wants to pay you a penny a day, then that's what your pay is going to be. And then they created things like vagrant laws, where if you weren't working for your master, if you did not have a job and you were black, you were going to be incarcerated. And when you get incarcerated, they're going to lease you back to the plantation owners so you can work for them. What does that sound like? Anybody know about a system that... Does that sound familiar to y'all at all? Is there any system where we incarcerate people and then sell them to corporations for small amounts of money? I don't know. I can't remember. It starts with a P. I can't. Not OPP. And then he said there was a third group of slaves who said, "To hell with that." He said that this is, and again, this is not documented in history. He said there was a third group of slaves that said, "Well, you're just gonna do what you got to do. I'm not going back to that situation at all. We out of here. So if you got to shoot us, you got to catch us, try to kill us, whatever, catch me if you can, but we out of here." And these were the individuals that went and set up a lot of the very prosperous black towns all across the United States. Like the Black Wall Street. Remember, Tulsa Black Wall Street was just one of hundreds of towns that were set up and one of hundreds that were burned down and destroyed. So the story, it was a systematic kind of issue. And I heard what Professor Small said, and I said, that is so fascinating how that links directly to the world that we live in today. I said, because if you think about it, we kind of have at least three broad categories of people in our community. We have those of us that went to college, went deep in debt, got our student loans, and then went to become slaves in the corporate plantation. We get stuck because we're so deep in debt, like a sharecropper, that you can't ever quit the job. And we're never given any other sort of transferable skills that would allow you to build wealth or create enough of an asset base that you could walk away from that job. That's a lot of us. That's just educated people, right? With the MBAs, BAs, BSs, JDs, PhDs, MDs, whatever other letters behind our name that make us feel like we're better than other people, right? Then you got like the street dudes, right? Some of us got people like that in our family. I got a bunch of them that didn't do all of that, but they out hustling, doing whatever. Well, eventually we know how that ends, right? Because, the music glorifies the drug dealer, but they don't show you what happens when they get locked up and get 50-year prison sentences. And then they become part of the labor lease program, which is, again, just it follows from what they did back at Juneteenth, right? And then you had that third category. You had the third category of people that said, I'm going to be free by any means necessary. And these are the people that I relate to the most. These are the people that I love talking to. These are the people that have the courage and the vision to understand the assignment, who understand what freedom actually looks like, who understand what it really means to be quote unquote successful, who are determined to get there, who are preparing their children for freedom and success. And those are those people that are fighting to get away from the corporate plantation. It doesn't mean, again, I told my daughter, I said, it's okay to work for somebody. I said, but there's a difference between working for somebody because you want to versus working for somebody because you have to. And I said, my job as your father is to make sure you always know the difference and that you always have a choice. I want you to have options. I want you to be happy. Happiness is directly linked to options. They find that, for example, when they did a study on rats and they put rats in a cage and they would hit them with electric shocks. And they had one group of rats that had no options. They had no ability to stop the shocks. They would just go through pain just randomly, and they didn't know where it was coming from or how to change it. And then they had another group of rats that learned that created learned behavior, where they gave them an option where you feel the shock, and then if you hit a button, you can make the pain stop. You can make the pain go away. You can stop the shocks. And they found that when they measured serotonin in the brains of these rats, meaning how depressed they were, they found that the rats that were in the cage that were stuck were more depressed than the rats who had options. So if you want to know why so many of our people struggle with anxiety and depression at epic levels, and we die young because of it, as Miss Asia brought up earlier today in her brilliant way, it's a lot of times because we don't have options. We feel stuck. It sucks to be stuck. So when I talk to my 12-year-old and we're talking about all the things she wants to do, she's a singer, dancer, actress. She's just got this love, and she gets up and gives Emmy Award speeches during the Emmys that nobody asked her to create, but she'll come down in her award dress and will literally give us an acceptance speech, and we're like, ain't nobody gave you nothing, girl. What you doing? But that's what she does. That's in her soul. That's who she is. She makes up dance routines and everything else. Every single day she does this. And so I said, okay, you want to be a dancer and actress and all these other things. I think that's great. Let's go study some models where you can create that life and still have options. Let's study Tyler Perry. How did Tyler Perry build his own economic empire and eventually buy BET? And I said, because Tyler Perry, he doesn't have to audition to be the star of any movie that he ever makes. He doesn't have to audition. He gets to pick who the stars are. If Medea's going to be the star, then Medea's going to be the star. I said, let's study that business model. Let's talk about how the economics will play a part in you having what I think is very important for you, which is options, which is connected to something that I know is important to you, which is happiness. So when we talk about what she wants to do when she grows up, I don't even talk about things like professions, or you want to be a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor. I say, no, I just want you to be happy. I know we can agree on that. We may not agree on whether or not you should be an attorney or a physician, but we can agree that you want to be happy. So let's talk about how the economics connects to your freedom, which connects to your happiness, which also comes with things like knowledge of self. Some people don't even know what makes them happy. They watch TV and they think that material stuff makes them happy. But that don't make you happy. That gives you a temporary high. A big injection of dopamine that makes you feel like you're happy for a while. I mean, when I got my first job, when I finished college, I was literally the black sheep of my family. I was a complete embarrassment because I was in school till I was 31 years old. And if you know about anything about black families, you know that guy who's still in school at 28, 29 years old, and you're gonna get made fun of. So I go to family reunions, and they wouldn't have anything to say to me all the time. They just kind of say, so you still in school, huh? So I got my first job when I was 31 years old. And as JJ mentioned, she was accurate. I was the only black person on the planet, male or female, to get a PhD in finance that year. It was really, really hard to do. Most difficult thing I ever did in my life. Right. And I love it, though, because it was difficult, and there was some trauma. There was some abuse. Me and my wife, we bond around the trauma we experienced going through our PhD program. It's the most petty, crazy, ridiculous space ever. But there's the bright side of that these tough experiences make you a tough person. Right. So ultimately, through my therapy journey, which I think JJ was so on point about therapy does wonders for you. I love my therapist. I was supposed to talk to her today, but I'm here, so I can't talk to her. But I've learned how you can actually take these tough experiences and sort of dispose of some of the negative pieces and really use the positives to make you strong. Because if you think about it, every superhero in any Marvel movie, he always has a terrible origin story. He or she. There's always like something horrible they had to go through to gain their superpower. And so when I look at my father, who has a horrible origin story, being pushed out of the airplane in Vietnam, the heroin addiction, getting shot at, he's had to kill people in his life several times. I also see the superhero. I see the man who can't be stopped. When my father decides something's going to happen, it would usually happen. When it came time to provide and protect his family, I didn't see some sniveling man at the dinner table complaining about how the white man won't let him take care of his kids. I saw none of that. I saw a man who showed up in the way he needed to show up for the people that needed him to show up in an appropriate way. I saw that and I modeled that and I love that. Right. So I went through my little version of it. I didn't go through anything like what he went through, but I did go through my own version of sort of this academic mistreatment and everything else. So I got out and I got my first job and I was making a lot of money relative to what I was making before. I went from making about $12,000 a year as a grad student to making $115,000 a year as a faculty member. So the amount of money I made in a year became the amount of money I made in a month. So when I got that first paycheck, you couldn't tell me nothing. I thought I won the lottery. I wanted to do cartwheels down the hallway. You talk about money literally making you happy. It did. That day, money was my happiness. And I felt that way for about 6 months until the dopamine kind of wore off. And then at that point, you get what I would almost call almost like an addiction where you're used to the money now. Now you need the money, but getting the check, you just check to make sure it's the right amount and you put it in your account. You don't think about it anymore. And then you got the rest of your life to deal with. So the thing about material things making people happy is interesting to me because I think we're falsely led to believe that that's what matters. But what we don't understand is that eventually all that sort of jubilation levels off. And then you find yourself dealing with the realities of life. And you start wondering things like, why do children of billionaires commit suicide? Or why, when Deion Sanders was the best player in the NFL, was making more money than anybody else, had all the cars, was going to all the parties, owned a couple of mansions, had access to all the ladies, and yet he was so suicidal that he was going to drive himself off a bridge. How's that happen? Well, it's because happiness is much deeper than just the amount of resources you have in your bank account. See, a lot of times, many of us, because we grew up without access to the things we want. I mean, I can tell all these stories about the projects. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. I asked my mother, I said, who was in the hospital with you when I was born? And she said, me and the nurse. That was it. I said, nobody else was there? And I knew my father was out running the streets doing whatever. He eventually went to prison for drugs. I didn't know him that well. I don't even know him well enough to dislike him. I don't even dislike him. The man, I just never knew him. But nobody else was there. So I visualized this scared 16-year-old girl being pregnant. She gave birth to me when she was 17. And I visualized, first of all, I said, well, thank you for letting me live, because I'm sure it would have been easier to just terminate, right? That's, no judgment, but that's what society says. If you're poor, then your child shouldn't be born. Obviously, I have to disagree with that. As one of the kids that got a chance to be born. And also, I remember that we did live in the projects. So there's really no poverty story a person could tell me that I couldn't relate to on some level. I remember seeing roaches in the house, and it wasn't a big deal to have roaches. And like roaches, you just flick them off your sandwich and keep on eating. You're not gonna throw away a good sandwich just because the roach took a little bite. And again, some of y'all may think that's gross. That means y'all ain't never been through nothing. No, I'm playing. You ain't never really been hungry if you don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously, so what happens is that when we grow up in those conditions and we grow up struggling and without the things we want, we just tend to sort of fixate our mind on this false idea that if I get the right job with the right house and the right car and the right amount of money, that life is just going to be good. And that's just not true. What I compare it to is, imagine how you feel when you really have to go to the bathroom, right? Imagine if I'm an okay speaker, I do my thing, but imagine if I was giving the best speech ever. Like, let's say I was a great speaker like Malcolm X or something. I'm giving the most riveting speech on earth and giving you the knowledge that's going to change your life. but at the same time, you really, really gotta pee. Like you're just gonna explode if you don't get to a bathroom. Are you really gonna be able to pay attention in that speech? I mean, remember, it's the best speech ever. I'm telling you how to make $1 billion and be a black and powerful. You don't, but you gotta pee, right? So at that moment, nothing else matters. You gotta get to a bathroom. Right? So you just say, gosh, I want to see the speech, but I got to record it for me. And then you hobble into the bathroom and then finally get to the bathroom. You finally get in there and you're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, gosh. Ooh, right? You're happy to finally let it out, right? Okay, so let me ask you. So after you're done and you go wash your hands and everything, hopefully everybody washes their hands. If you don't, you're nasty. What do you do after that? Do you just hang out in the bathroom in case you got to pee again? You maybe spend the day in the bathroom for a while, just because peeing was so enjoyable before. Why not just do it all day? Right? No, what do? You walk out of the bathroom and then you get back to doing things that are more important. Right? And it's not that going to the bathroom wasn't important. It was important based on where you were in your life. You needed a bathroom, so bathrooms were really important. Now you don't need a bathroom anymore, so now other things are more important than that. And so life is kind of the same way. They have something they call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know about it, you should look it up. And they talk about that. They talk about how your level, where you are vibrationally, where you are in terms of what level of life you're on, that determines what really matters to you. Right? So, for example, when I talk to my daughters, our daughters, I get to be the bonus dad of a son. He's 6'8". So if I told you he was my biological child, you would not believe me. But I love being his bonus dad. He's very smart. And two beautiful daughters. Their mother's gorgeous and their father is a great guy. And we partner together to really make sure these kids are protected and loved. And so with these pretty girls, the best thing I can tell them is not just things about happiness and how money fits into that, but I also say, one of the goals that me, your mother, and your father are going to have for you is to make sure that your financial needs are met well enough. Again, not just because we're giving you things, but because you also understand how to make money, how to preserve money. We want your financial needs to be met well enough so you don't end up in a situation where you got to date a creepy, terrible man just because you can't pay the rent. And in fact, when we were talking earlier about narcissistic abuse, the sister mentioned financial abuse as one method of control that people have over others. And I've seen this a lot. In 2006, I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I interviewed lots of people, and I was really fascinated by how many people make relationship choices based on economic need. So what I say to them is I want to help you operate at a vibrational frequency high enough where you're not picking a man that's just going to fulfill a financial void. It's okay to be attracted to men who are successful and wealthy and all that. I believe that some of that's biologically wired. Just like men like women that look a certain way or whatever it is that men like, women have things that they tend to be attracted to. So I think that's okay. Maybe the wealth is a symbol of something innate about that man that's appealing to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to feel that you have to go and pick a partner just because daddy didn't help you. Daddy didn't teach you how to pay the bills. Mama, nobody's there for you. So many of our people get abused in relationships because we don't have anybody to turn to. Some of us, many of us in this life, myself included, have gone through abuse, not just relationship abuse, but just societal abuse, because we didn't have anything to lean on. We had no inheritance. We had nobody we could turn to for money. And it might show up as some kid who goes out slinging dope in the street because he needs to make an extra $200 or $300 because he just had a baby and he wants to get what the baby needs. So effectively, when you really think about how important money is in terms of just that ability to have a safe, successful, and content existence, I don't understand why we don't train our children on money from the day that they are born. I see so many of our boys, our children, being trained to be great football players, and 99.9% of them ain't never going to make a nickel playing football. But their parents will spend $1,000 sending that child to football camp. I'm like, that is not an investment. That is fine. I like football. I'm a big football fan. But can't we sort of really think about what should be the priority here? So effectively, when you talk about the use of money as a source of power or abuse or whatever the case may be, and whether money's good or bad, and I loved how Asia put the different beliefs we have about money. Money's the root of all evil. Debt is bad, and that's when I realized she was brilliant. And I said, so she brought up Dave Ramsey because I brought that up before. Debt ain't always bad. Debt is not always good. Debt is just powerful. Money isn't always bad. Money isn't always good. Money's just powerful. It's like a gun. Is a gun bad or good? Well, it depends on what you need the gun for. If you're protecting somebody, if you're protecting your family, then it's a very good thing. If you're using it to commit a robbery, then it's a bad thing. Fire. Is fire good or bad? Well, fire can cook your food and keep you warm, or it can burn you and your family alive. So fire can be all these things. So money is very powerful. And here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's what we gotta hack into this and understand this issue is that financial abuse that the sister was talking about in terms of relationships, it doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. It also happens in the relationship that Black people have had with this country. See, when we talk about things like, and this is where I scare or confuse people, because I'll talk about integration and I'll sit here and I'll say, gosh, you know, I don't mind the fact that my neighbors are white, and I don't mind the fact that I can go to shop in any store I want to. I've never had any issue with white people, unless you're trying to bully me or control me. You know, when my daughter married a guy from Denmark, he's a really nice guy. You know, I said, well, does he treat you well? Do you love him? Yeah, okay, fine. So I never had that issue with anybody who wasn't Black. But what I do think about is I ask ourselves, I say, what did integration actually really do for us that I can really point to in terms of saying, okay, we are clearly better off after integration, right? Okay, let me see. Do we have more wealth than we had before integration? No. Okay. Because we own more land. We owned 100 times more land in 100 years ago than we do, or 20 times more land, or 50 times. It's some number. I got to look it up. But we own a lot more land before integration than we do now. Do we have more businesses now than we did before integration? No, we don't. We traded our businesses in for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. In fact, we used to own a sports league. We had something called the Negro Leagues. We had the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, which is basically a Black NASCAR. We had a lot of stuff. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around waiting for people to save them. They were actually building things and creating things out of necessity. Okay. Are families stronger now than they were before integration? Do we have stronger families, or have we kind of fallen off the rail a little bit? No. 76% of all Black kids don't even have a daddy in the house. And we don't even think daddies even are important anymore. We think fathers are just this stupid little accessory that you tack on for convenience. When we would never assume that it's okay for 76% of our children to not have a mother in the house. But why do we think it's so normal for 76% of our kids to not have a father in the house? Maybe we need to process that a little bit. So you can go down the list. Educationally, were we better educated before integration or after? I don't know. Well, we got 55 public schools in Chicago that receive probably billions of dollars in funding that don't have one single child that can read or write or do math at grade level. Nope. So when I think about integration, here's what I see. Here's what I visualize. And JJ, let me know when my time is low, because I don't want to over talk. About 10 more minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do 10 more minutes. What I visualize with integration is a marriage, and it's an abusive marriage. And it was a scenario where you formed a partnership where perhaps we were misled into believing that we would be equitable partners in this relationship. We thought we were going to sort of split the power, split the wealth, split the possibility. And that wasn't really the plan. That wasn't the plan. The plan was not to integrate you so you could be equal partners. The plan was to integrate you so that you could become subordinates. The plan was to commodify you. To some extent, Black people we're like the KFC chicken that was invited to somebody's house for dinner. So the chicken arrives at the house thinking he's about to eat good, and he don't understand that, no, you are the dinner. We're going to put you in the middle of the plate. And you're like, ooh, we're going to put you in the middle of the table. Ooh, I'm going to be in the middle of the table. I'm getting all the attention, right? And you don't understand. They're going to carve a piece of your butt off and cook you because you are the commodity. So to some extent, what happened with integration is not, again, this is important to understand. integration was not a bad concept. Just like marriage. Is marriage bad or good? Well, it depends on who you're married to. It depends on the nature of that relationship. So integration in itself was not a bad or good concept. But in America, where you're dealing with this concept where unfortunately many whites were led to believe that they were superior to black people. And then also simultaneously, it takes two to tango now, you have a lot of black people, even to this day, who sort of have an inherent inferiority belief. We believe that we're supposed to serve somebody else, right? So it's a perfect combination, like the pimp and the hoe, right? Pimps can't pimp everybody. A pimp would not be able to recruit my daughters because they have high self-esteem. They have fathers, strong fathers that support them. They have access to resources. So they wouldn't be good targets for a pimp. They're both beautiful girls. But if you have that little girl out there who doesn't like herself very much, who doesn't have food to eat, who doesn't have anybody that has her back, who maybe doesn't have a lot of knowledge and education, well, then she's going to be a ready target. And pimps can smell this. Predators can smell this. So to some extent in America, remember, capitalism is another one of those things that's very powerful. I don't see it as good or bad. But in America, unfortunately, we are kind of committed to the idea of predatory capitalism. We have a lot of predatory capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist now. I think capitalism can do wonderful things. But there's some problem with a society that believes that it's okay that workers' wages have been going down while CEO pay has been just skyrocketing through the roof. There's something wrong with a society where the top 1, 2, 3% of the country is allowed to own half the wealth, right? Like there's something wrong with a society where your government is $31 trillion in debt. And it's largely because there are people who believe wealthy people shouldn't have to pay more in taxes. I looked at that. I saw exactly when the U.S. debt started skyrocketing. Around 2000, President Bush pushed forward tax cuts. And he did that because at the time things looked good and there was a government surplus. And right after that happened, 9/11 occurred, which led to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which cost several $1 trillion. The big financial crisis of 2007 threw us further in debt because remember, the first thing Obama had to do when he got into office was write a big check for about $700 to $800 billion to bail out the banks. Not to bail out the American people, but we bailed out the banks, we bailed out Wall Street, right? And then a few years later, you have the pandemic. Now the debt to GDP ratio, which is almost like a debt to income ratio. So think about a debt to income ratio if you're trying to buy a house. So the debt to GDP ratio went from maybe about 50% in the 1960s to being 165% today. So effectively, if you think about it like this. The U.S. government has $31 trillion in debt. Annual tax revenue is about $4.5 to $5 trillion. That's like a person making $45,000 a year being $300,000 in debt. So if you had a friend that was $300,000 in debt, but they were making $45,000 a year, would that person be financially secure? Would you say that person's in a good financial situation? No, you would not. So that's what your government looks like. So effectively, to some extent, America is a country that has this interesting history where not only do we have the racism, but it sort of bleeds into the capitalism, and the predatory capitalism just kind of says we're going to prey on anybody who's weak, not just because you're black. We don't hate you just because you're black. We might hate you because you're poor or because you're not one of the wealthy and powerful in this country. So what is the solution? What's the best way to kind of look at this? What does this mean? Well, I do have this book. Feel free to take a look at it. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, I wrote this book mainly because it is my firm belief that in order for us to improve our economic condition, we must address the economic culture that exists in our families. We have to stop raising our kids to make them believe that the highest height they can ascend to is to get a nice job with a nice office and then go run off and live in a white neighborhood. That can't do. Now that's okay if that's what people do. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying though is that you have a lot of people, a lot of children that are so smart that they could become the billionaires that fund and create thousands of jobs. They could become the captains of industry, but instead the little kid is 16 years old and he's good with computers and somebody, what do they say? Oh, you're gonna get you a good job. Right? That's what they used to say to me. And so here's the thing you got to understand is that if you look at Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, Elon Musk is pretty much just an engineer who also learned how to be an entrepreneur, who took some risks and took his engineering skill and scaled that up into something where he's been able to create over 500,000 jobs, mostly for his community. If you look at the history of Jeff Bezos, another man who's worth over $100 billion who created Amazon, if you look at his history, I've studied these guys because I like to reverse engineer. If you're doing something that's working, I'm gonna study that. Well, Jeff Bezos was just a techie kid, like a lot of our kids in our community, who then decided to take a chance to become an entrepreneur. He walked away from a very good, high-paying job. People told him he was stupid for doing this. And he went and he sat in a training class, a free class on how to become a librarian, how to run a bookstore. So he's sitting next to these librarians taking notes on how to run a bookstore. I kid you not. And that is literally the origin of Amazon. So my point is to say this, and this is what we'll end with, is I think we can do so much better. I believe deeply in the idea that we are just sitting on the secret sauce, that we got the juice. We are everything that we need. We are the $1 trillion commodity that we've been looking for. I believe the gold is buried right in your backyard, and you ain't got to go down the street, around the block. You ain't got to sell your kids into corporate slavery. You ain't got to go to places where you're not wanted to find opportunity. I believe that you have the ability to manifest realities that are so extraordinary that even you don't understand how amazing they're going to be. But all we need is the confidence and the discipline and the commitment to developing a culture that allows us to fully manifest and create those realities. Take those kids that might want to be great basketball and football players and create an army of Black entrepreneurs. Buy stock for your children from the time they're born. And then if you do that, and they will have so much money by the time they're 25 or 30. If you consistently buy them stock from the time they're born, by the time they're 30, they'll have so much money they'll never have to work for anybody. If you don't believe me, go to my website, boycewatkins.com. I have something there called a $5 a day investing plan. I had to create this because I had so many people that were giving me pushback because they've been led to the false belief that Black people can't build any wealth, that Black people don't have enough money to invest. So I said, okay, well, can Black people afford chicken? They said, yeah. I said, absolutely. If I put a Popeye's chicken in the poorest neighborhood in America, in one day there'll be a line out the door, around the corner, down the block, full of people that shouldn't be eating chicken. You know what I'm talking about. So let's pick $5 a day, which you can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5. So if a person invests $5 a day consistently in any S&P 500 index fund, Victor Oscar VOO is one that you can pick if you want one, if you want to start that for your child, or SPY, that's another one. If you do $5 a day in any S&P 500 fund as a gift to that newborn baby, by the time the child is 10, they have approximately $21,000. By the time the child is 20, they have approximately $102,000. By the time the child is 30, they have approximately $250,000. By the time they're 40, they have approximately $750,000. At that point, you're not poor anymore. In fact, after the first decade, you're not poor anymore. There's nobody that's liquid that has $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in the bank that could call themselves poor. What does that do? That changes the game. That means they don't have to spend their lives in slavery. That means they don't have to spend their lives doing work they don't want to do. They don't have to spend their lives in places that they're not wanted. They can actually go be free and manifest and live the life they're supposed to live. So let's do that for our kids, and let's make our people great, because that's what we deserve. And I believe it to the core of my heart. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today I have here my homegirl from Gary, Indiana, Crystal Holmes. Welcome, Crystal Holmes.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to say she is a body transformation coach. And that is very exciting because we're here at the end of the year. And I think starting at the beginning of the year, everybody's New Year's resolution is to get their body together. And of course, that's my New Year's resolution every new year. And I think like around February, I get kind of tired out and then I have to kind of grind it through. But anyway, I want to get started. How about you tell everybody a little bit about yourself? What is a body transformation coach, and what do we need to know starting the year 2023 that's around the corner?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Thank you for having me. I am Crystal Holmes. Yes, I'm a body transformation coach, but I'm also an attorney. And I kind of thinking, why is an attorney a body transformation coach? Because I lived it. My body was a mess. My mentality was a mess. I had put on a lot of weight from I was a stress eater, emotional eater. So I found myself in this place where I was not very well. And I like to say exercise and health found me. And then once I was able to transform my own personal body, and it really helped my mental health as well, the stress, I started helping others. So I like to tell folks a body transformation coach is more than just, we all want to lose weight. Yeah, but it's so much more. You got to get in the right mindset. You got to be ready for the journey. And my job is just to guide you and coach you through. I provide motivation. I provide accountability. And just that general guidance that we need sometimes when we're on that weight loss or better health journey.
Oh, that is really interesting. So it's more than just getting your physical health. It's also about your mental health and being inspired to continue on. So that's really interesting. I think like my biggest part is just being motivated.
Yes.
And having somebody who's accountable, like the accountability person here saying, you got to wake up this morning and you got to do this. So if I don't have it scheduled, if I don't have somebody waiting for me and other people asking me what's going on, I have a hard time staying motivated. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I still have a coach. I still have someone that holds me accountable and he pushes me. Like I will push myself to a certain level, but then he knows, hey, I know you could do more. So I tell people it's nothing wrong with having a coach to push you past what you believe your perceived limits are.
Nice. So you always need somebody to push you out of your comfort zone, because how are you going to grow?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, well, for me, it's like we were talking about this before we started recording, like how tough it is, because I'm a mom. I got 3 children, teenagers who are all 3 kids going in 3 different directions. Not only that, but I'm a wife. So I have my husband that I have to deal with. And then I don't know if you know this, Crystal, but I have 2 jobs. Like you talked about how you're an attorney and you're also a body transformation coach. Well, I'm a couples coach. I work with couples and I'm also a college professor. That's my full-time job. And it's so hard to make meals every day and make sure everybody's eating all the fruits and vegetables. And then you got to worry about whether those vegetables are going to expire in the refrigerator, which they normally do. I'm throwing them in the trash after a few days. Like, what would you say for busy moms like myself to really stay motivated when your kids just want to get up and eat pancakes?
Yeah. So, I'm a mom too. Like you said, I'm a full-time attorney, and then I do this. I have my podcast. The first thing is you have to prioritize yourself. Bottom line. I know as moms, we want to put the kids first. We want to put our partners first, but we can't show up as our best selves if we don't take care of ourselves. So like we were saying before we started, I was sharing with you, I'm not suggesting people do this, but I hit the gym at 4:00 in the morning every day, because if I can't fit it in after that. If I try to go after work, it's not going to work because my kid has her activities. We got to get dinner ready. We got to do all these things. So prioritize yourself, schedule whether it's your gym time, your healthy meal planning time, and just you got to make sure you enter this new journey with the right mindset. So if you're not ready, it's okay. But the mindset is key. So first, decide, are you ready? And what do you want? Write down what it is that you want. Do you want to lose weight? Are you doing this because you just really want to live healthier and happier life? What is the goal? And then figure out, okay, how in my life can I structure things so that I can meet this goal? And we say we don't have time. A lot of times we do have time. Think about it. When you're binging whatever, TV show you're watching, could you be on the treadmill? Could you be planning a healthy meal for your family? So those are just some tips. But the main thing is obviously your mindset and prioritize yourself. You got to.
I mean, what you're saying is hitting home, Crystal. It is really hitting home. And so many times, like for me, like I feel guilty. I feel guilty. It's like, I want to be able to go to the gym at 7 a.m. and then I'm leaving my kids on the bus stop, before they even go to the bus stop. I'm like backing out of the driveway. They better move out of the way. And I don't know if they've had breakfast in the morning. I don't know if they're missing something. So I end up, sometimes when I put myself first, I end up feeling like really guilty, or I feel bad about it. What do you say to people who feel guilty, or they feel like, oh God, I don't want to be selfish by putting myself first?
I've been there. And I'll share this with you. When I started this journey, I think it was 2008-ish, 2009. I had my daughter in 2011. I got back into the gym. I got back onto healthy eating. And then in 2015, the end of 2015, I accepted a new position. And I almost didn't take this job because I knew that it would affect my gym time. And I know that sounds crazy, but I knew that I needed that time for my mental health to help me with my stress and to keep me on point. I took the job, and of course, it was a slow slide. And I looked up about 2.5 years later, I had put on a lot of weight. I was stressed out. So at the end of 2019, I told myself, I'm getting back in the gym. I'm getting back on point. And I got back in the gym in early 2020. And around that same time, I had my yearly exam. Long story short, I found out that I had an autoimmune disease. So now, after being on this journey, falling off and getting back on, I so recognize and understand the importance of prioritizing myself. I cannot allow myself, my autoimmune disease is in remission now, thank God, but that keeps me going. I gotta keep my health, because the autoimmune disease had me exhausted. I couldn't parent like I wanted to. I couldn't prepare the meals because I was too tired. So if you're, I know you're saying you feel guilty, but if we don't take care of ourselves, we really won't be able to do much of anything. So that's just something I share to keep us, hopefully it will help the listeners, the watchers stay motivated that we gotta take care of ourselves. The kids will be okay if you spend 45 minutes at the gym or whatever it is.
Yeah, that is so cool. It's almost like you can't afford not to put yourself first, because how are you going to be if you have diseases and all of these things happening to yourself because you're not eating right, you're not taking care of yourself, and you're no good for anybody if you're tired and sitting on the couch eating junk food. It has an impact on the family, and
it does.
So it makes sense in a way. You're not being selfish, almost like not taking care of yourself is selfish.
Yes.
You're going to be no good for anyone else. So the selfless thing you can do is put yourself first. Okay, I think I got that now. Anybody tries to say something, I now have an answer. Like, told me. And by the way, thank you for sharing your personal story about the autoimmune disease. And I'm real happy that it's in remission. That is a very inspiring story.
Thank you.
So-
And that's why I want people, like at first it was about, let's get sexy bodies, let's lose the weight. Now for me, it's so much more. We really got to do better by ourselves for our health.
Yes. Yes. I love that. So, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is that I know I was talking to you about how this weekend I went and cheated and got this machine this lady did on me is supposed to melt away my fat. And I was like, oh, wow, so I can just get this machine to melt my fat away and I don't even have to go to the gym. And I was thinking, wow, this is I felt like I was kind of cheating, but I did it anyway, because I was like, hey, anything that can get me forward in terms of melting the fat away. But, I really was thinking, wow, I felt a little guilty, talk about feeling guilty about cutting corners. But it made me think about, like, what are some of the myths that you think we need to consider when it comes to weight loss in terms of cutting corners or in terms of optimizing our health? What is one thing that you wish that we could learn that we don't know about health?
One thing I think, and I touched on before, is you have to, and I've learned this so much recently with working with clients, you got to have your mindset right. It's one thing to say you want to lose the weight, but it's not easy. It's not an easy journey. And that's why, there are shortcuts out there for us, because it can be hard. It can be hard. It is a commitment. However, if you don't want to shortcut route and you're really trying to, make sure that your health and wellness is prioritized for the long term, it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's doable.
Interesting. So it's back to the mindset. It's how do we motivate our mind? What do we do? I know I like to use accountability. I like to plan my workout. And for some reason, if it's in my calendar, I feel like I have to do. I don't know why. It's like, oh, I've scheduled this time to do this. I must do this. So it's a trick that I play with myself. But what can we do to get our mindset at the place where we can really focus on our health holistically, like what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think you have to figure out, what is your why? Write down and really, and a lot of people don't do this, but really write down, what is your why? Why do you want to go on this journey? And then ask yourself, are you really prepared? Because as your coach, there's certain things I'm going to tell you, you can't have. You can't have Oreos. We're going to cut back on alcohol.
Yeah.
There's certain things we're going to do that I'm going to require of you. And you have to make that determination. Can you do that? Are you ready to make that commitment right now for yourself? And here's the thing, if you're not ready right now, that's okay. That's okay. But that's the first thing, is to be completely honest with yourself. Write out what it is your goal. Do you want to lose weight for a reunion? Are you getting married? Or do you have, I tend to work with people that have, not bigger goals, but they may have a chronic disease, for example, that they're trying to get healthier. They're trying to get their bodies healthier so that they can manage that. So find out what your why is, and then ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice? Can you sacrifice for 90 days? Can you sacrifice for 6 months? And that really, if you can write that down and be clear about what your why is, that really helps with mindset.
I mean, this is so cool, because as you're talking, I'm a couples therapist. And so I feel like I say this to a lot of my couples. It's like, why? Why are you married?
Yes.
Like, I want to say that. I want to say you have to sacrifice things to be married to someone. It's like you have to get rid of your single lifestyle. You can't be married and then expect to have one foot into the single world. Like, you know, there are some things that you need to do that married people do. And there are things that you have to be responsible for. It's a different type of responsibility. So you have to say goodbye to the single self and say hello to the married self. And that is a mindset. You know, I always talk how marriage is in the mind. It's in your subconscious. You have got to get into marriage life. You can't.
Right. And it's a choice. You know, I try to teach people things that are sustainable. I, like myself, I don't want to fall off the wagon again. You know what I mean? I don't want people to be on this up and down, you know, roller coaster of they lose weight, then they gain it back. They lose weight, then they gain it back. You know, new year, new me. Okay. I want people to be on a path where it's pretty steady. They've lost the weight, they keep it off, they're maintaining their health. And in order to do that, it takes a complete mind shift for many of us. You're completely restructuring how you're doing things. And that's hard. Like, even though I've been in this for, I don't know how many years now, I go to my mom's for Thanksgiving and they're looking at me like, you're not going to eat that? Why aren't you eating it? Why, you know? And I'm like, yo, number one, I have autoimmune disease. Can't have that. Number two, you know, I'm trying to live healthier. So you're going to get pushback from those that love you, from society. Are you going to be ready for that? Because it's going to happen.
That's interesting. It's almost like talking to my couples, like, okay, you can go to the club, but you got to still be married. You can't do single stuff when you go to the club. It's almost like saying no to that because you're committed to the bigger picture of a healthier you. You're committed to a bigger picture of a healthier marriage. I mean, it all kind of plays hand in hand. And one thing that you said that really inspired me was the fact that you fell off the wagon. Mm-hmm. And I think that when you fall off the wagon and you start going back to these old patterns, coming back on the wagon, it's almost like you're stronger and smarter, and the relapse almost helped you. Like you're crystal.
Yes. I mean, I would never, you know, wish an autoimmune disease on anyone. However, it did make me smarter. It made me stronger. It made me want to help people more. It made me realize just how fragile our health is. You know, one minute we're thriving, the next minute we may not be. So yeah, it was definitely a blessing. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, well, not in the moment, but now looking back, now, that was a blessing, but I don't need to go back there. I've learned that lesson. I don't need to go back and relearn that particular.
No.
This has been so much fun, Crystal. I'm inspired. I really am. I was talking to you about working out every single morning, going to the gym every single morning. I'm inspired. So that's something that I think I'm going to make this commitment to do, and not just kind of doing it in the house. Sometimes if I do it in the house, I'll go, I'll just do it later. And then the day gets away from me and I never do it at all. So I really am inspired. So I wanted to know, what's your favorite book? And what book would you recommend for people to read?
You know, one thing I kind of read, and I don't know if this is really health related. Maybe it is. And I just started reading it again. I try to read it once a year. The 4 Agreements.
Okay.
I think that's just something that has a lot of gems. You know, being impeccable with your word. It's just something I like to revisit every year, especially this time of year, because now we're entering into 2023, and it just helps me to get my mindset right for, you know, the coming year and how I can just be better.
I love that. The 4 agreements. And you could probably read that whole book in a setting because it's
Yes.
that long.
Yes.
And it's right to the point. The 4 agreements. I have that book and I have read that book. I might reread it now.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny because I read it years ago and I wasn't in the right space mentally when I first read it to really receive it. And I read it again later and it was like, oh my God. Yeah.
Interesting. So keep reading it over and over again. You become a different person. So you pull out different things from that book because there's so many jewels in there. It is chock full of jewels.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As we grow, we change, So I definitely wasn't ready to receive it back then, whenever that was, I first read it. But now it's like, wow,
That's cool. It's been so nice talking to you today.
Thank you.
Everybody how they can reach you to get their body transformed.
Okay, so I put out a ton of free content. I have a podcast called Go Hard Chick. It's designed for women who want to live healthier and happier lives. We talk about everything from weight loss to relationships. You've been a guest on there. Sex. I mean, we talk about everything, parental relationships, trauma. So we got a lot of great episodes lined up for 2023. Also, you can visit my website, gohardchick.com, to learn more about me. I'm on Instagram at Chris, K-R-I-S, Elise, A-L-I-S-E, fit. Yeah, so I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to help.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Crystal. Have a good holiday.
You too.
Hello there. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today here, I would love to introduce you all to my dear colleague, I guess, at this point, because we presented at the All Black National Convention in Charlotte, North Carolina. We spoke about trauma in general. And today here is James Harris with Men to Heal. And I specifically wanted to interview him so that I can talk about how trauma shows up particularly with men. And there are a lot of male clients that I have, and I come across a lot of men who have been affected by very painful memories in their practice. And I was very impressed with what Mr. James Harris talked about in our session together at the All Black National Convention. And I brought him here today because I really wanted him to talk about exactly what healing looks like for Black men with trauma. I feel that their needs and their desires and their particular issues are unique. And so I want to begin today. Mr. James, please tell everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself. Of course, you can get all his information in the show notes, but go ahead. Welcome, Mr. James.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. So I'm James Harris. I'm a father, veteran, entrepreneur, therapist, located in Virginia. I'm the founder of a movement called Men to Heal, which focuses on men's overall wellness, their mental health, physical health, and of course, their emotional health. And I'm also the author of a book called Man, Just Express Yourself, which is an interactive planner guide for boys and men to better express themselves. You can get that on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, Target, Walmart, pretty much anywhere books are sold. And also my website. So while you're on my website, be sure to check out my board game as well. I created a board game for adults, couples, date night, game night, your girls' nights. It's pretty much interactive. One set of cards is for spontaneity. Sometimes people run low. And the other set of cards are for those questions that you should ask throughout your relationship to make sure y'all growing together, make sure y'all stay on the same page. And it comes with dice and pawn pieces so you can move around the board. So feel free to hit my website up. Also on my website is my YouTube channel where I talk and break down several different things, one for fellow clinicians, one for men and women and families, and also a lot of different education on different topics that people normally wouldn't have access to. So that's me in a nutshell. Just want to give back, just want to help people and be an ally.
I think this is so beautiful. I am a college professor, And I'm in the master's program, and I'm teaching people in my classroom all about how to become therapists. And very rarely do I get a Black male in my class. Like, it's all, this profession is dominated by women, very much dominated by white women. And although I teach the diversity class and I teach about cultural competence, it's always nice to see Black men really confronting a lot of the issues related to Black men. And I think that, it's just wonderful. And we all get excited in our field to see someone like yourself who have such a great history as a veteran and all of that kind of tackle some of these issues, particularly with men and how men connect with each other and connect with their partner. And I think that is just really remarkable. So this is exciting. One thing that I wanted to ask you about was that I think that sometimes we have these painful memories that happen to us when we're younger. And as a Black female, I have my mom to talk to. I have my girlfriends that I can talk to. I have my husband that I talk to. Lord knows he hears a lot about what's going on with me and painful memories or difficulties in my life. And I have been socialized in some way as a woman, to talk about these things a lot more freely. I have emotional outlets. And I've noticed in my practice that even in my practice and just in my personal experience, that men do not have this sort of outlet. And I think that men, and particularly Black men, have a lot of pressure put on them, and it's bottled up inside. And what happens is that a lot of times we get these messages that men need to be tough, and men need to have a thick skin, and men need to persevere and overcome. And a lot of times they just don't have this avenue. And sometimes it comes out in anger, it comes out in all these different ways. And so I brought you here today so that we can have a conversation about that. And, just as a reaction to what I'm just saying, what have you noticed with Black men, and in particular, painful memories related to Black men, and how it shows up in your practice?
Yeah, so I would say I would have to disagree with you in
Okay.
the comment of men don't have those people to go to, because the reality is they do. It's just the ability to articulate how we're feeling, because I have that circle around me, but can I go to them and say or express these different things without feeling chastised, without feeling demonized, or without feeling those pressures that society put on, and getting that feedback of man up, toughen up, just deal with it, or whatever the case is. So again, I will argue that we have those same abilities, the coaches, the colleagues at work, the people in the community. We can go to those people, but are they going to be receptive and not, listen us and validate us? So it's a difference. And also I would like to add too, when we're dealing with trauma, we have to realize that trauma is a response that's deeply distressing and disturbing. It's pretty much it overwhelms our ability to cope, and causes us to have feelings of, helplessness, a sense of the ability to feel like a wide range of emotions. So that's why encompass that aspect, a lot of men only feel those two emotions, either happiness or sad, not knowing that it's a lot of other emotions within that. But the ability to express those things freely oftentimes get dismissed. And then with that trauma, of course, you become numb and desensitized. It becomes normal to you. And then, of course, being an African-American man, it's a lot of complex trauma. We seeing, the hypervigilance by driving. We see the police. We see somebody who look like us, who potentially view us as a threat while we're viewing them as a threat. So it's so many different aspects of the trauma of being a Black man. But again, I will argue we have those same outlets and resources. We just tend not to go to them because of the reception that may happen if we display those things.
I love what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense to me. It's almost like, okay, there are places where they could actually open up and connect, but it's the ability to be able to do so and to be able to articulate that And then even if you know how to articulate it, is it going to be received or is it going to be dismissed or invalidated? And who wants to be dismissed and invalidated when you're talking about really painful things in your life? So
And
that
if,
makes perfect sense.
yeah, so if you think about it, like catch that young male at his earliest state, right? Let's say it's a household siblings, a boy and a girl. They both fall down. The girl runs to mom and dad, say, "Hey, I scraped my knee." You know, the girl is getting, "Oh, precious band-aid, let's do this." But the boy is getting, "Go back and do it again, get back on the bike," or whatever the case is, which means at that earliest state, that's his first time being dismissed by the people who love him. So of course he's grown up naturally thinking like, I can't tell them this. They're gonna tell me just to go back, or it's not as important, or it's not really nurtured like my sister's was. And then of course it grows throughout the relationships. I would tell my girlfriend or my fiance or my wife this, but she gonna think I'm soft, or she gonna, she's not gonna think I'm. So that's what happens. It's a constant cycle throughout the adolescence and of course throughout the manhoodness of it. And then that happens in a magnified too when you're in sports or in the workplace or in the community. You feel as if I can't tell them that I'm hurting right now. They're expecting me to perform. They're expecting me to provide. They're expecting me to be the man. They're expecting me to take control of these situations. So all of those things tend to weigh on some men. And then, of course, those additional pressures of what it actually is,
Oh, I really love that because what happens is that when you talked about how they feel, it's either like, you said they feel like two emotions. Usually it's like anger. What were the two emotions that you said they normally feel?
Happiness and sadness,
Happiness and sadness.
Yeah.
And that's just two. I mean, we're all human and we feel a range of emotions. And so you're not ever allowed to be able to fully experience what you're feeling. What you're doing is men are told, and Black men are also told, to cut themselves off from fully expressing how they feel. Fully crying about it can really help them. And so they're socialized to believe that this is what manhood means. And that can translate into depression and inability to cope, because you spoke about coping.
Yeah. So I mean that inability to express yourself or having a circle that you feel that you can express yourself to is a difficult one, because you might get chastised, you might get pushed away. And that's a big thing, because you're expecting to, like, even if you're married, you're expecting your partner to be your safe place to land, but if it's a situation where they too are telling you, no, don't say that, you supposed to hold me down and you supposed to be whatever, like, again, those things can be difficult if one feels that he doesn't have an outlet to be free and his authentic self and expressing how he truly feels.
Being their authentic self. It's like, how can you have a relationship with someone and have a deep connection with someone when they feel like they have to put up a veneer and they just can't be their authentic self? So it really does have men walking around thinking that nobody knows them. There really is no intimacy with them. Well, this is pretty fascinating. So what would you say in terms of your treatment to, first of all, get Black men to get to a space where they do feel comfortable opening up? And what do you do to help other people to say, hold on, let's not invalidate them, let's embrace them and make them feel comfortable being able to get all of these things off their chest?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it would start with education too, because you spoke of trauma early. So, what I tend to do in my sessions is educate that man on specific diagnoses and characteristics that he might be displaying. Because a lot of times, not only men, but a lot of women too are, I guess, ignorant to what diagnoses are, and they think that it's specific to one set of gender. But that's not true, because some of the emotional signs of trauma is, of course, sadness, anger, denial, fear, and shame. And men can have those, and women can have those. And when you don't address those things, of course, within trauma, that's when you can get the nightmares. You can have insomnia. You can have difficulty in relationships. You can have the emotional outbursts. And again, these things are not specifically to women. These things are human characteristics.
Yes.
But it's often overlooked with men thinking like, nah, that's for women, or I no, that ain't me. And some of the physical signs of trauma is, of course, you got the nausea, the dizziness, the altered sleep patterns, the change of appetite, the headaches, and gastrointestinal issues. That might get passed off as, oh, I ate something earlier, it didn't agree with my stomach, or no, bro, let's slow down, let's take some time to process what's actually going on. And then within that trauma too, I educate them on the difference between PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, the social symptoms, and how it can lead to potentially substance use problems, because oftentimes, again, a lot of people aren't educated on what trauma is. They just think I witnessed some, or I observed some, or I was in something, and I'm having the repercussions of it. No, it's a lot more within that. Because of course, before you get to PTSD, you got acute stress disorder, which is
Yes.
everything that happens within that first month. Anything beyond that month, whether it's a month and a day, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, is post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of people don't know that you can repress things for so long, and then it just hits you 50 years from now. You man your business, have this recollection of something that transpired when you was a teenager, or in your early adulthood life. So those things are important to understand. And then of course too, we educate people, I'm sure you do, on the difference between small T's and big T's, because with men, a lot of the small T's are traumatic and not so much of the big T's. And what I mean by small T's: relationship issues, divorce, going back and forth to court for child custody. Those things are traumatic for men. Work
Yes,
stress,
they are.
financial troubles, those things, because society put so much pressure on men to provide, and the aspect of providing has become taken care of financially, not so much emotionally and nurturing. So those things are difficult. They tend to, magnify. Like if you think about trauma, people think about terrorism, they think about the natural disasters like hurricanes and stuff like that, shootings, rape, sexual assault, and stuff like that. But again, it's more to trauma than just those big T's. So again, that education process happens, and then I think men and women realize like, oh man, I need to process it. I need to slow down and take a look at what actually happened to me, and I need to figure out how I can grow from this experience and get to a destination, or either at least start the process of what my healing journey may consist of.
Oh, I really love what you're saying. I like the education piece, it's very important. It's like psychoeducational piece. It helps, first of all, it helps to normalize what's going on with them. And when they start seeing it, it's almost like when you know better, you do better. And you proceed accordingly. I really like the part about, when men feel like they can't be human, you are just you can't be nurtured or have that emotional connection. It's almost like I want to be able to be human too. And I've heard a lot of men, Black men in particular, talk about these things. So it makes sense to me now. And the somatic complaints, yeah, I mean that's what happens. And it's because you're just mitigating. You're cutting yourself off from the experience. Therefore, you're cutting yourself off from yourself. And you have to somehow take these painful memories and reincorporate that into your story in a way, so that you don't feel like you need to mitigate, which means you're going to use substance abuse, you're going to escape with any sort of addictions. And there's all different types of addiction. Work addiction is one of them. It's not even just substance abuse, which is not a really good way of looking at it, but burying yourself into your work is another way. I see men do in a lot of ways, because it's socially acceptable. It's okay to work a lot, and we're given these messages that it's okay.
But it's avoiding the actual
Yes.
You're avoiding the actual ability to confront what has taken place, or to process what has taken place. And it can be an issue. Again, if you don't address these things and process these things as early as possible, they'll manifest themselves in other areas of your life in which you probably don't have any control. Like your children would then view certain aspects, your partner would view certain aspects, your coworkers or teammates. Like all of those things can have alternate cycles that can continue to repeat themselves if they're not properly addressed. And again, you're talking about the addiction piece or the substance use piece. Again, that's a way of not dealing with it either. But when you come down from that high or that intoxication, that issue is still present. Or what happens with a lot of men is the being promiscuous. That's a sign
Yes.
of
Mhm.
me validating my experience by conquering as much as I can, not knowing that you still have to address what happened. If not, you're going to continue to conquer, and you still have this void within inside of you. And of course, you got the other reckless behaviors, the speeding, the reckless driving, and all of those things too. But again, like, you have to process what has taken place within a traumatic state or within your life, and move forward from it, or at least get on the road to deal with it in a way to where it's not spilling over in other aspects of your life and affecting people who care for you or vicariously are being affected, because that's what happened too. People tend to get displacement. There's a chapter in my book on displacement, like, in so many aspects, like the children, the partner gets it when all of that anger and heat is meant for somebody else. Like, if somebody at work is annoying you, or you having issues with your boss, you know the consequences of firing back at your boss or antagonizing that coworker. You can get written up or terminated. So you don't. So you go home, and what happens? The partner is in there cooking, and why are you banging the pots and pans so loud? Like, that's that anger isn't even meant for them, but that's who gets it, and of course the children gets it as well. So again, those cycles are being repeated without you even being consciously aware of it. So
Unconscious, yeah.
yeah, that's why you got to process these things.
So what would you say then? Because I'm hearing exactly what you're saying about how do we needing to address these things. And what would you say is the best way to address this void that's going on, instead of doing these behaviors that's all it's going to do is make your life worse? It's not going to make it better. How do we address the void that's going on for a lot of Black men?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like I said earlier, the education piece is important. I'm not one of those people who say go to therapy to change your life. I am an advocate for therapy, but I'm also an advocate for things that are therapeutic, that might help you and push you in the direction to want to talk to somebody who has a little bit more experience, education, case studies, and background for this stuff, which is phenomenal. But again, like, everybody has different resiliency levels and everybody's on a different journey. So I'm not gonna say go to therapy to change your life, but I would say do some things that are therapeutic to make you want to gain insight on, it might be different if I talk to Dr. Alicia, or it might be different if I talk to Mr. Harris, or it might be different if I talk to this therapist with this practice near my house. All of those things can get you to that point of being challenged in a way. Because in my practice, I do CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, and I also do reality therapy. And reality therapy address the issues within the now. I'm meeting you where you are, and we're processing these things to prevent moving forward on different aspects. And of course, CBT is cognitive behavior therapy. We're addressing what the issue is, we're processing what the issue is, and we're giving exercises to confront those issues and potentially reduce them. And a lot of other people do EMDR, which is phenomenal for trauma. But then, of course, you got hypnosis. But something that you can do on your own in your meantime, like just in the comfort of your own home, is mindfulness. You can do yoga. You can listen to white noise. You can have the candles with aromatherapy and just sit in silence and just think, be one with yourself. And then, of course, if somebody needs it, they can have psychotropic medication or antidepressants. I mean, I'm not a fan of medication. I believe in lifestyle choices. So it's up to you, but it's an array of things that one can do to be better at their healing journey. So it's up to you.
Yeah, really, and that EMDR is really kind of interesting. It's like, why does it work? No, but it works. We know that it works. It's kind of interesting. And yeah, medication, I agree with you. I'm not a proponent of medication. Maybe if you're in an acute state, and like things are really breaking down and you really need to like have some medication short term just so that you can become stabilized. That's medication is great when things are falling apart. So I agree with you, and I'm a CBT girl too. That's just it's just beautiful, and I'm also getting into emotionally focused therapy with Sue Johnson. So I've been getting into a lot of her stuff too. I've been using that in my practice as well. Reality therapy, these are all really great things. I love the mindfulness. I'm really happy with the way our community is going in the direction of being mindful. I'm starting to see a lot of Black men embrace the whole part about yoga and doing mindful practices. I'm starting to see this trend, and I would hope to see more of that. And it just really, it's just odd because it really does work to help you get in connection with yourself so that you connect with other people in a way where it's very meaningful.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm in agreement with you, but the issue is, hopefully it's not a trend or a fad. Hopefully it is something that people actually want to do to better themselves. I mean, because you see a lot of celebrities and athletes, entertainers posting stuff and people gravitate to it, but I want people to actually want to get better with themselves and doing it for the insight of it, not because it's popular or trendy by their favorite, celebrity or whatever. So those things are definitely important, and for a long time, yoga was viewed as one of those things that women do. A lot of men weren't gravitating to yoga, but now we know the benefits of it. And so earlier, couple of years ago, when I introduced yoga to a couple of different men who are athletes, I had to educate them on that as well. Like, yoga would not only strengthen your muscles, so you'll be less injury prone, muscles, your endurance, of course, your flexibility, your dexterity. When they viewed it that way, they was like, all right, cool, I'll try yoga. But not knowing that there's other benefits of it too, the relaxation piece, the mindfulness piece of it, the centering yourself, so it's a lot of different education and unlearning that a lot of people have to do when it comes to just growing on from that trauma.
It's funny because I see yoga and mindfulness. I definitely yoga. I see yoga as the physical aspect, how it helps your physical body. I see that as just a side effect. I mostly see it more as a mental. It's good for your mental health to stay in the moment because you're not so reactionary. And I know that's what happens when people are, have issues or painful memories or issues with trauma, is that they see everything as a threat, perceived or real. It's going to be a threat to them, and they tend to lash out and they tend to be very reactive and all of that. But the yoga helps you to, and mindfulness all helps you to kind of like, hold on, let me try to think about how I'm feeling. Let me try to like process all of these things. And I think it's like, it's so awesome. I love what you're saying about getting athletes in particular to embrace these sort of things. So anyway, this has been a wonderful conversation. And is there any parting thoughts that you would have for everybody who's listening today about Black men, trauma, healing, all of this that we've talked about today?
Yeah, I think again, one of those tools, because again, not everybody wants to jump head first into therapy. So if you are around men or a partner or a daughter or son, assist them by helping them with tools, sending them websites or sending them articles to look at or video clips to look at. So that way they can see, all right, cool, I may need this assistance or I may be causing issues, because if you just say, hey, go to therapy or here go a therapist, you might be met with resistance. So it's different things that you can do. My book is a great tool as well. So be sure to grab that. Man, just
let's see your book.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You got and this is what a lot of people, it was a review on my maybe Yahoo or Goodreads or something. This lady has been married 45 years. She said, I got your book, gave it to my husband. This is the most we talked about feelings and emotions since we've been married. So again, I'm 36, and to hear her being married 45 years, that was gratifying to me. But partners, this is what you do. Grab the book, highlight a couple of different areas you want him to focus on, and then y'all process it together over dinner or date night. So it doesn't feel like a chore to him. It feels like something to enhance y'all relationship. Y'all can talk about these things. And of course, fellas, you can get the book and try to make change within certain areas of your life, just to make sure that you're on the right page or you want to stay on the right page. It's all education, it's all helpful insight, because sometimes we need tools, you know.
Excellent. This is a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for taking out the time to talk with me today. It has been very informative. I've learned a couple of things myself, and I hope everybody can reach out to Mr. James Harris. Black men, you just heard you need therapy sometimes, and here is someone that I think that you could turn to that would definitely be someone who can give you the psychoeducational approach, who can give you the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is to me the gold standard a lot of times, reality therapy, someone who is not going to judge you, who's going to really listen to you, and you won't be dismissed. You're going to be welcomed and you'll be loved. So goodbye, everybody.
Jackson, if you put the questions in the chat, I may or may not see them. I'll try, but I can't look at two screens at once. So, but if you put your, I'm gonna look at one spot. And that's gonna be in the Q&A section within this Zoom webinar, and also to anybody listening outside of the Zoom, you should just know if you want to send me a question to answer, I will answer it in the inside the Zoom, which you can join at voicewalkers.com. Let's see. Now, someone said, will the conference be live? I don't know if Dr. Frazier is doing the Power Networking Conference via live stream, but I do think that the conference is very important because networking is really important in terms of learning how to connect with other people and trust other people, and just realizing that you have people in your community that are doing amazing things. You know, you have people in your community. I met a guy today who told me his name was Paris, and he told me that he developed a whole platform where they were buying real estate using artificial intelligence, and he was making tens of millions of dollars, doing tens of millions of dollars in transactions on this artificial intelligence real estate platform and shortening the amount of time it takes to do real estate deals. And he seemed like a really smart brother, like almost like a computer geek in a kind of way. But I say geek in a good way because I was geekish too, and I was really impressed. So you'd be amazed at how many people in your community are just doing the most amazing things. Now, how many of you? I don't know how many of you are going to the All Black National Convention. Give me a yes if you're going to the All Black National Convention or if you're thinking about it. The All Black National Convention is going to happen October 28th through the 30th in Charlotte, North Carolina. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll actually share my screen. Maybe that's a good place to kind of start a conversation today, because the convention that's our flagship event within the Black Business School. That is what we that is the event. It's not actually just a Black Business School event though. It's sponsored by a lot of different people from the community. There's a lot of interesting things happening there. And I can't share my screen, but if you remember last year, it was a lot of fun. We had Victory Boyd and her family performed at the convention, and it was extraordinary, and just an amazing event. And so this year we have a long list of experts and panelists from all walks of life, business strategy experts. We have lots of people from the spaces of politics, entertainment, relationships, the real estate millionaires and billionaires. The former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us this year. Larry Miller is the guy who is responsible for taking Michael Jordan's company from 300 million a year to 3 billion a year, I think it's about 3 billion. And so they became so big that they actually were able to compete with Nike. So it's kind of a big deal. This is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th. If you'd like to learn more, just go to voicewatkins.com. We're also going to have speed dating for those of you that are looking to meet somebody nice, somebody that's B1 and intelligent. If you're tired of dating idiots, this is a good place to meet somebody nice. Also, we're going to have all kinds of events focus on business and things like business and investing in crypto. We're going to have things related to health, politics, relationships, all kinds of stuff. Just a lot of really good stuff, a lot of really good people. And if you haven't been to the convention before, you're going to love it. If you have kids, we have a children's track where the children will be learning their own curriculum during the convention. So even your kids are going to be smarter. Bring your dog. Your dog will be smarter by the time the convention's over too. We don't have a dog education program though, but still, I mean, the idea is that the energy is really, really good, and I think you're really going to love it. Now let's see here. Questions. Let's see. Suggestions how one should begin investing for retirement at age 55. Well, if you are 55, then that's a very late time to start investing for retirement. Retirement should be something you start investing for when you're like 20, less than 25 years old.
A lot of people wait until they get to their 30s and 40s, and it is absolutely insane to wait to past the age of 35 or 40 because you don't have enough time. It's like if somebody says, drive to California, and let's say you've got a month to get there. Well, that's easy. But let's say you wait and you've only got a day and a half. Well, now you got to drive 200 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour. You still might not make it on time, right? It's going to be a very uncomfortable drive. So the idea with retirement is you want to start early. Now, if you want to retire at 55 and you're young, then that's easy to do. Just go. They have financial calculators that your investment advisor would have access to. They can tell you how much you can invest. Or another benchmark might be the $5 a day investing plan. If you go to BoyceWatkins.com, you can find it there. The $5 a day investing plan is a free ebook that you guys can have. You can buy it on Amazon if you want a hard copy, but if you just want the free e-copy, just go to BoyceWatkins.com. It's right there. And the $5 a day investing plan shows you mathematically that if you invest $5 a day, within 10 years, if you just randomly put it in different stocks, you don't even have to pick your stocks. You don't have to know anything about the stock market except how to download the Acorns app and put $5 a day in, which is something I can show you how to do in about 3 minutes. And literally after 10 years, you have approximately $29,000. After 20 years, you have about $102,000. After 30 years, you have about $250,000. So if you do $10 a day, then that becomes $500,000. If you're doing $15 a day, that becomes $750,000. If you do $20 a day, that becomes a whole million. So $20 a day, a lot of people, that's $600 a month. There are people who spend more than $600 a month on their car note. There are people that give away 3 times that amount for rent to a landlord, which is they flush that much down the toilet. So ultimately, just understand that there is a ton of resources that you have at your disposal. And the key idea is having some percentage of those resources going toward long-term economic benefit. Will Dr. Anderson be joining us next week, Jeanette? Well, he wasn't feeling well this week. I'm hoping he feels better next week. And that's all I can say on that. So Dr. Anderson is going to try to join us. I know he wanted to try tonight. He couldn't make it, but today I wanted to just do a Q&A and answer a lot of your questions for today. Let's see here. William says, it was good seeing you in Detroit, Dr. Watkins. Yeah, it's good seeing you too, William. Yeah, I was in Detroit for Herb Strather, who's a multimillionaire real estate guy who's done over $1 billion in real estate deals. He had an event in Detroit last week, the Black Wealth Builders Summit. It was really awesome. And I'm going to tell you, when you get into the rooms and get around people that are doing things like this, and anybody could have walked in that room, it wasn't free, but anybody could walk in that room, and just being in spaces like that shows you how much money there is out there. There was a guy on the stage who started off with pretty much nothing, and I think it sounded like he was running hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate. And so real estate is the key to wealth. If you want to build wealth, if you put it this way, you can't really get wealthy in America if you don't either own real estate or own stocks and or own some sort of a business. You have to have something that's going to grow and make money while you sleep. Do you support the Black Achievement Fund, Mr. Tucker? I don't know about the Black Achievement Fund. I've never heard of it. There's a group in Louisville, Kentucky called Black Achievers. And last year, my wife and I gave them $20,000 to fund their banquet. I'm going to give them more money in the future. But also we support we try to channel our money to a limited number of projects so we can really have an impact. So the other place that we gave money to was King Randall, who's a 23-year-old kid, actually built a school. A lot of people are talking about building schools and it should take a decade to do and $10 billion. King Randall is 23 years old. He just turned 23 and he literally built an entire school called the Life Prep Academy for Boys down in Albany, Georgia. And he also had the X for Boys, which is another organization he was running. And he's such a great young guy. And I went down and supported a couple of his events. We wrote him a check. I'm going to write him another check because I support what he's doing. And I just really hope that we don't find excuses not to support young people that are really trying to do the right thing. And he's just getting it done. He's building where he stands. He's not doing any grand gestures of trying to just, talk about it for 8 years. Everybody does that. There's so many people on the internet that just do a lot of talking and ain't really getting anything done. But we like them because they sound good when they're on YouTube. But there's a difference between those people and the people that are actually building things that you can sink your teeth into. So King Randall is very impressive. Yes, Shamika, he's extremely impressive. He's been on my platform. I supported him because I saw Roland Martin kind of beating up on him because he was getting some support from people on both sides of the aisle. He was getting support from Democrats and from Republicans. And I guess Roland was beating up on him because he wasn't supporting some Democratic initiative down in Georgia. And I just said, this is the silliest thing in the world, to have I felt embarrassed. I said, gosh, a 50-something-year-old black man should not be beating up on a 23-year-old trying to do the right thing just because you're not in the same political party. I just thought that was the weirdest thing in the world, and it made me very, very sad. And that was why I reached out and said, I called this kid up and I said, come on my platform and I'm gonna write you a check just to show you that I don't care what your politics is. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what party you vote for. I'm not here to be some sort of gangster for the Democratic Party or some thug for the Republican Party. I'm here to just support black initiatives that are going to help our kids get what they need, help them get what they need. See, a lot of us get stuff caught up in this political stuff. And really, at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you all a basic question. I want everybody to answer this question. Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference, which I'm down at in Houston right now. I was moderating the panel. I asked him a basic question. I said, there's a brother named Tony Jackson. And I asked Tony this question on the panel. I said, Tony, do you believe, and he gave a great answer, by the way. He agreed with me. He understood where I was coming from. I said, do you believe that with all the racism in America and all the challenges in America, do you believe that a hardworking, educated, disciplined black man can become wealthy and successful in America? Yes or no? Do you believe, give me a yes or no. Do y'all believe that? Do you believe that a black man or black woman, I mean, again, with all the politics and everything, do you believe that if they make the right choices, if they pick up a book instead of a blunt, if they're hustling instead of sitting on the couch all day, if they are working their butts off every day and making good choices every day, if they're saving and investing instead of spending and blowing their money, do you believe that that black person in a racist, horrible country like America can become wealthy and successful and happy and prosperous? Yes or no? Everybody answer. I see a lot of yeses. And to me, that's all you need to know. To me, that's it. That's the answer. I'm not saying that the politics are irrelevant. I'm not saying that the Democrats or the Republicans are our buddies. They're showing you that they're not. They're showing you they ain't gonna give you nothing. They're showing you they don't have your back. Why are you waiting for them to have your back? They've let you know very clearly they don't like you. So now what are you gonna do? Keep begging them to like you? Keep waiting for them to like you? Or are you gonna learn to love yourself enough to do the things you need to do to be successful? We have every single thing we need to allow any person in our community that wants to be rich and successful to get there. Your ancestors had a different experience. You had black men and black women that did the right thing, that worked extremely hard, that saved and invested their money, that read every book, that were not given opportunities just because they were black, or weren't given opportunities because they were slaves, or weren't given opportunities because of the law. But ain't no law out here that I know of that says that you can't get up and pick up a book and read that book and get the knowledge in that book. I don't know a law anywhere in America. You tell me about a law. If there's a law, that we'll go protest that law. I've never seen a law anywhere that says that when you get that extra money, you can put it in your savings account or your investment account and not go spend it down at Walmart, Target, or the liquor store, or wherever you spend your money. So my point is to say, what are you waiting for? There's no law saying that a black man is not allowed to take care of his children and love his children. So that most of the challenges that you are witnessing are psychological challenges. Most of the challenges you're witnessing are the result of bad, and I dare say alien, racist culture. And you've internalized that. So let's stop the crap. Let's stop it. I mean, I don't want to sit around all day and complain about what Joe Biden did and what Donald Trump's gonna do and all this other stuff when you ain't even doing what you gotta do. You're not even doing what you gotta do. So I just think that it's silly. The whole conversation at this point You know, if you answer that basic fundamental question, can a black man or black woman who works hard, educates himself, saves and invests their money, can that person become wealthy in America? If the answer to that question is yes, and that's all you need, you know, you're not going to get white people's permission to be prosperous. You're not going to get their approval. They're not going to clap for you. You know, they're like the way they would clap for you if you were gay, or clap for you if you're a feminist. They're not going to do that. They're not going to ever clap. You have to clap for you. So that's simple. It's very, very simple. Stop making it complicated, people. Stop making it complicated. Now, some of you mentioned one of you mentioned that the convention, the link to the convention, you can't find it on the website. I didn't look at the website, but what I'll do is I'll add it. I have to double check the entire site, but what I'm going to do is go ahead and just put it up here at the top. And the All Black National Convention, or if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com, you can find it there too, but it should also be on my website too. And I believe it's there, but I don't have the time to look for it. So what I'm actually going to do is just make it easy. It's right there at the very top now. So if you'd like to go ahead and get your passes for the convention, or if you'd like to be a vendor at the convention, lots of vendors show up every year to sell their goods. Lots of people are there to buy black. There's plenty of opportunities to do that. So just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. You should be able to find it up there. Okay, so let me look here and find more of your questions here. So give me a second. And by the way, if you're listening outside the Zoom, if you want me to see your questions, just join the book club. It's totally free. If you go to blackkeystogreatness.com, that's blackkeystogreatness.com, you can actually come inside the Zoom, and that's where I'll see your question. Right now, I'm only answering questions to people that are inside the Zoom, inside the chat, but I am letting people outside kind of listen in if you want to listen in and enjoy the conversation. All right, so so let me see. What's the next question here? Karen says, can I obtain my real estate license through the Black Business School? What we actually have is we have a program in the Black Business School. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, the support team, that's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to a real estate program that was taught by a group of real estate agents. And they were showing people how to become real estate agents, how to get your license, all that, all the steps to get there. We don't have the official ability to grant you your license, but we do have people there that were training people to get prepared to get their license. So the answer is yes and no, I guess. I guess that's a good way to answer that question. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Next question is Alicia. I like that name. Alicia Walker says, is Robinhood just as good as Acorns for the $5 a day, or Wealthfront for the same through IRA? Yep. Any app works. All the app has to be able to do is allow you to make consistent deposits on a weekly basis. That's it. That's it. Just remember the pathway to wealth, the road to wealth is straightforward. It's simple. It's not, there's no whites only sign on that road unless you put one up, you put one there. And literally, it's that straightforward. It's something that's so simple. And I dare say it this way, but I don't want to offend anybody when I say it this way. But, even a monkey can do it. And I say monkey, not because I'm trying to be racial, but because they actually did an experiment with monkeys where they taught monkeys how to invest. And they found that the monkeys were able to be taught to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And they also found that when the monkeys invested, they were able to make as much money as the experts on Wall Street. And the reason is because of something called the efficient markets hypothesis, which is an old theory that was supported by a lot of people, including Burton Malkiel in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street in 1971, where literally because of the efficient markets hypothesis, you don't necessarily need to know anything about stocks in order to buy stocks and do so successfully. All you have to do is make sure you avoid taking bad advice from your friends. But literally, if you just randomly went into the stock market every week and just bought different stocks every time, you literally would have you'd have far more wealth than someone who sat on the sidelines. The biggest mistake people make when it comes to investing is to be too scared to invest, because you miss everything. You miss all the upturns. Right now, if you're watching the stock market, you see a lot of money being made right this moment. And a lot of people aren't getting any of that money right now. Like literally the market, go look, the stock market's been on a roar. the last week and a half. I hope you guys are investing. If you're not investing, please do that. Because the stock market's been on a roar. They're making money. I'm making money by going to sleep. I go to sleep and I wake up and I have another few $1,000s in my account. Like, it's that easy to make money when you're just consistently investing. And why is that? Well, because you got to be positioned to benefit from the upturn. You have to be ready to benefit. So people that were consistently buying when the markets were going down, those are the people that own those assets when the prices start going up. That's how people make money from gentrification. They didn't go buy property in the hood when the value went up. They didn't buy after the gentrification took place. That's for the suckers. That's for the people that want to live in the fancy condos and pay $1 million each for a condo in a neighborhood where 20 years ago you could buy a $10,000 house. Hey, literally, think about this. You have people buying $1 million condos now in neighborhoods where just 2 decades ago those houses were going for $5,000 or $10,000 and nobody wanted them. The people that build the wealth in this country are the people who buy when it's cheap. The people that show up late after everything gets expensive, those are the people that end up losing money. So what stocks are there to buy now? Well, my favorite stock of the week was actually Amazon. In the stock market class, those of you that are in the stock market class, I put a list of stocks in there for you guys every single week. So if you want to try the stock market program, you can do a free trial for a free month. Just go to boycewatkins.com and the link should be on my website. Let's see. Wayne says, Dr. Watkins, is there anyone or any organizations out there who are dealing with or leasing land in the South for farming? That I do not know, Wayne. I'm sorry. If anybody is in the chat and feel free to share some information, but I don't know anybody that's doing that. Jan says, Dr. Boyce, in the Understanding Stock Market Terms lecture, you discussed the future value of an annuity calculator. Let's see here. Then to do an equation, you were teaching to change your mind. Oh, yeah. So the future value annuity calculation, you can find one at calculatorsoup.com. Yep. So future value of an annuity basically shows you how much your money is going to be worth if you invest it consistently at a certain interest rate. Kelvin says, what is King Randall's donation information? If you look up the X for Boys, I think it's called the X for Boys. Let me see. If I type in the X for Boys in Google, yeah, there we go. The x4boys.org, THE, the X for Boys, and that's the letter X, the x4boys.org. There's a donate button right at the top of the page. So you can feel free to leave a donation for King Randall at thexforboys.com. Somebody please type that in the chat for anybody that missed it the first 3 times I said it. All right. Let's see. If the majority of people live in paycheck to paycheck outside of investments, do you have any other ideas to strive in the economy? Yeah, I would say that in the beginning, you might have to crawl before you walk. So crawling before you walk means that, everybody has a little bit of extra money. Almost everybody, not every. I'm not saying that everybody's rich. I'm not saying that everybody's got it easy. We know a lot of us have it hard. A lot of us started off having it hard. And so, when I had it hard, when I didn't have any money, I tried to gain the resources that didn't cost me any money. Knowledge really doesn't cost you a whole lot of money. Even if you start at the beginning, you don't have any money to even pay someone to teach you things. There are still places you can go to get knowledge for free until you get a little bit of money where you can actually pay to learn. And I paid a lot of money for education and all that stuff. I was in debt like everybody else, all that stuff. And so I would start there by getting the things that are free, which is the knowledge. The average millionaire spends 20 hours a month studying how to get wealthy. So the question is, how much are you behaving like a millionaire? So if you're spending 30, 45 minutes a day just looking for different ways to make money, understanding things, even without making any moves yet, then you're going to be ahead of a lot of people, because a lot of people don't make money because they just don't know where to go get it. They don't know how it works. They don't know, again, it's like if I was trying to be a great basketball player, but I refused to go into the if I refuse to go onto the basketball court, then I'm never going to be a good basketball player. Okay. So by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section inside the Zoom and I'll see your question. Anybody who's outside the Zoom that wants to come in, just go to blackkeystogreatness.com. You can join the book club for free and I can see your question. All right. So Diane Parker says, Dr. Watkins, do you have a team of young men and women working with Dr. Anderson on this curriculum project for the Black Business School, the one he mentioned as a starter to your new Black Business School program? No, I do not. We have a team, but it's not a massive team. And the thing about a team is that it takes time to sort of build teams. It's really, really hard. I don't talk about it that much because I don't dwell in the negativity or anything, but it's really, really hard sometimes to bring in people that are not part of the team because, you have to vet people. The people I've worked with for years, because some of you, if you follow the internet, you've seen times where we've worked with people and it didn't work out, and the person then gets mad because they wanted some money from us or something, and they'll say, "Oh, Dr. Boyce is a terrible person," when really it's because we had a business negotiation and they wanted us to give them something we could not give them. We're like, "Look, I know you want more money, but we can't give it to you because we don't have those resources, you know." And then next thing you know, they get mad and and whatever, and it just becomes like a complete shit show, because there's a lot of, unfortunately, as great as our community can be, there's also some toxicity and a lot of pain that can come out of that, where people get triggered and get mad, and and I just don't respond to it. Just so you know, I don't acknowledge it. I'm not going to pay attention to it, especially if I know that we did right by you or we had to part ways with you, So there was like one person that was screaming for years, Dr. Boyce is bad. He's a terrible person. And we built that whole person's career. We put $100,000 in that person's pocket, and that person was behaving in such a toxic way that we just parted ways. I just said, "You're fired. You're out of here. Just go. I don't care what you tell the world." And so then when they go and they tell any story, and people will believe any crazy thing you say about a black man, so they'll go and scream and holler about it. And all I can do is just ignore. You can't fight every crazy person on the planet or every idiot. You just have to keep going forward with your mission. So long story short, that's part of the reason why you don't see me able. I build some teams, but I have to build them very carefully and very slowly, because what we're doing here, in my view, is very sacred. It's very important in terms of what the impact that it's having. I would guarantee you, I don't think there's anywhere else on the internet where people are doing what we're doing. I haven't seen anything out there that's doing what we're doing on the level that we're doing it, right? And so to me, that means you have to protect it. And sometimes protecting it means not just protecting it from the racists that are out there. It might mean protecting it from some of the black people that are into maybe jealous competition or just have the wrong energy. So long story short, I keep it real tight. You're not going to really see me just sort of out here, mixing it up with just anybody, because not everybody understands what we're trying to do. But I believe in it deeply. I know that it works. It's based on scientific research. When I talk to you guys about what it takes to become wealthy or a millionaire and all this other, this is easy to do. It's very simple stuff. What the hard part is confronting toxic culture. The hard part is it's like losing weight. It's easy to lose weight, actually, if you do exactly what you're supposed to do. There's almost no overweight person who doesn't have a serious medical condition where if they simply got up every day and spent 30 minutes doing what a trainer told them to do and ate what a trainer told them to eat, there's almost no person that wouldn't start losing weight. There's nobody. If a trainer says, okay, 30 minutes a day, I want you to run until you sweat, and then I want you to eat these vegetables, eat this specific food, the person's going to lose weight. It's not complicated. What's complicated is dealing with all of the bad habits the person may have, and all of the brainwashing and the conscious and subconscious reasons that the person chooses to overeat, or why the person doesn't follow through on the promises that they make to themselves, dealing with the lack of discipline that may be embedded in their culture, dealing with the habit that they have of picking up a bag of Doritos every time they sit down and watch TV. I know this as a person who went through that journey of losing weight. I always knew what I needed to do to lose weight. I didn't have to take a class to learn that, but it was doing it that was the hard part, right? So what we're trying to do really as a community is we're trying to shift culture. So if you ever wonder why I might repeat myself, sometimes I repeat myself a lot. I say things, if y'all who've been listening to me a lot, sometimes I'll repeat stuff just because I need you to hear it over and over. I need you to hear it 18 times, 20 times a month, because I want it to sink in, and once it sinks in, you're off to the moon. Okay, so I want you to win. I want to help you succeed. So there's my 2 cents on that. Jasmine says, it seemed like I did the calculations wrong, or maybe the calculator wasn't the right one. No, I think the calculator soup one is good. If you look up future value of an annuity calculator, they're all over the place. There should be one if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com. There should be one inside that program. Will Dr. Wesley Muhammad or anybody be from the NOI be at the ABNC? Asked Ryan. Yeah, I believe the team secured Riza Islam. I want to say Nuri Muhammad or Akila Nihanda. I can't remember everybody exactly, but I love the Nation of Islam, and I think the Nation of Islam, as far as how they deal with blackness, the structures of the way they view family and working together and building things. I think that's a great template to pay attention to
in terms of what the community could do if we do our best. Reginald says, okay, so Reginald, I see you have a question about the Black Business School. If anybody has a question about the Black Business School or your membership, just write this email down. It's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Don't forget that THE. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a whole support team that's waiting right there to answer your emails. They can answer any message, any question you have about your membership or anything like that. We want to take good care of you, make sure you're happy. Kevin, how do we get rid of the continuous meritorious manumission and Willie Lynch teachings applied to our people right now? I think some accountability is called for, and I do a little bit of that. Sometimes I'll call something out that I don't like, but at the same time, I don't think you're going to get rid of all of it. I think sometimes instead of stopping someone from doing something you don't like, I think that the best response is to do more of what you do like. So sometimes I don't really know if you can stop every person in the community that isn't trying to do the right thing. What you can do though is you can do more of the right thing. If I just have, then that's honestly, that's a little secret. That's one of the ways I deal with, even when I see, when I see maybe a critic or someone who doesn't like what I'm doing or doesn't like me or something like that. Well, I just do more me. I do more me because I believe in what I'm doing. I believe in what we're doing. I believe in this mission. And so to me, it's like, if you talk about that negative thing one time, I'm going to talk about the positive thing 475 times. Right. And so the positive will drown out the negative. It's just like if you have a McDonald's and you're trying to get people to eat more McDonald's hamburgers, you could do a commercial and say, don't eat at Wendy's. Wendy's is bad. Don't eat at Burger King. Burger King's bad. But McDonald's doesn't do that. McDonald's just runs more McDonald's commercials. Right. Because they know that it's a battle. Like, OK, we need to take up brain space that Burger King might be taking. So there's a competition, but it's more parallel as opposed to conflicting. You don't have to conflict with every idea you disagree with. You don't have to fight with every trifling Negro. You ain't got to fight with those relatives who don't get it. Don't fight with them. Just go and kick ass and take names and succeed. And then they're going to be watching you. They're going to notice you because your energy will be so strong. It's like I compare it to the sun. The sun doesn't compete with the planets. The sun's not competing with other suns. The sun's not competing with anything else in the solar system. All the sun does is it shines brighter and has more luminous power than any other object inside the solar system. As a result of the sun's massive power, all the other objects revolve around the sun, not because they made an agreement or the sun talked them into it or the sun beat them up and forced them into submission per se. The sun just shined. And because the power, the energy of the sun, because of the sun's power on various levels, everybody's just responding to what the sun's doing. So what I would say is, in your family, just go be the sun. Just go shine. Just go be great. Succeed. Win. Do your best. Give 100%. Show up with a lot of energy. And eventually what you'll see is that people will just naturally gravitate towards you. They will naturally follow you. They will naturally respond to you. Sometimes they may talk bad about you, right? But they're good. But even when they're talking bad about you, they're still honoring you. You got to understand that. See, the worst thing people can do is not talk about you at all. But when they're talking about you, they're honoring you. They're honoring your power. They're not honoring you by saying, I like you. They're honoring you by saying, damn, you're there and I can't act like you're not. I must acknowledge you. I must respect what's happening here. Right. So if the Chicago Bulls are playing the LA Lakers, they don't like each other. They're not going to clap for each other when they score a basket. They're going to play hard defense. They're going to prepare. Right. And that's still a type of respect. They're acknowledging each other by saying, man, if we don't prepare, the Lakers are going to kick our butt. So ultimately, that's what it is. I don't look for anybody to just sit around and just say how much they like me. And I appreciate those of you who do. It's nice. I appreciate that. But even my enemies honor me as much as my friends do, because we are here. We are doing this. And you must show up at the table with all your energy and all your ducks in a row, ready to kick butt and take names, so that even people that hate your guts say, damn, here they come again. Here he comes. You got it? I hope that makes sense. Okay. Let's see. All right, next question. Let's see. When Ice Cube presented his platinum platform to Trump when he was president, was it Trump or our politicians that turned it down? Ice Cube did not present the platinum platform. As you know, I worked with Ice Cube very closely during his political thing. I remember him going on CNN. We talked right before he went on CNN. We talked about, we kind of strategized on some points he can make on the show. And then after the show, he called me and we were talking a little bit more, and we talked a lot. And one of the things I can tell you with, from the bottom of my heart is that Ice Cube was really trying to do the right thing. And I wouldn't have sat around and talked to him if I didn't feel that way. I remember I had conversations with other people, and I wasn't as convinced. I talked to Kanye West. I like him. I think he's trying in his own way, but I feel like Kanye's still a little bit, it's like something about being like this in this celebrity space, and all these white people are giving you money and whatever, and they'll pay you money to act like an idiot. I'm not saying Kanye's an idiot, but sometimes he acts like an idiot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Sometimes he's a genius, sometimes he's a weirdo, and I don't really care about any of that, because I can strip away from all that. I see where that's coming from. I see what that is, and I see why that gives you confidence, because men naturally gain confidence when they're making money, no matter what they're making money for. So some comedian who calls himself the N-word or acts like a buffoon and makes $10 million doing it will feel like he's a successful Black person, because people who don't understand how this so-called success is manufactured by corporate America, they think it's a big deal. It ain't a big deal. It's all it means is that your adversary will always pay you to act like an ass. I'm not saying Kanye's an ass. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that in general, a Black person making money doesn't impress me at all. I'm going to ask, how did you make your money? Remember, it's like your daughter. If your daughter comes home and says that the boys in football team, they're all giving her $20 a week, the first question you need to ask is, well, how did you get that money? What did you do to get that money from the whole entire boys football team? Because if she's sleeping with everybody on the football team, that's not a sign of success and respect. So, when we talk about money, a lot of people make that mistake of thinking that being focused on financial success means being obsessed with money and believing that money is the be all end all. Money over everything. If I have money, then I'm successful. Money, 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 money. No, you got to ask, how am I getting my money? Because your enemy will always pay you money to do things that are to your detriment or to the detriment of the people that you care about. And so, I don't blame people for getting their money. I think money's important. Money does matter. And when I talked to Kanye, first thing he told me, literally, we talked 2 minutes, and he told me he was worth $4 billion. I didn't care. I don't care. So what? Big deal. How does that benefit Black people? What does that mean for Black people? But then one thing he did do that I really liked was he tweeted a picture of Dr. Claude Anderson's book right there on the phone, and I appreciated that, and that's why I appreciate him. That's why the good outweighs the bad. But in terms of having the ability to even focus long enough to really get something done, I don't think that was there yet. I think that sometimes that celebrity space distracts you so much that it's like you think you can snap your fingers and everything's going to change. And unless you're snapping your fingers and delegating to the right people, nothing is going to change. And also I really encourage everybody to stop getting all pumped up about these celebrities who talk about themselves like they're walking gods. Like, I'm the greatest of everything. I'm the most important, whatever. No, you're not. Stop that. Your community is more important than you. And you must bow to that. You must honor the community before you start honoring yourself. And so I didn't honestly get a lot from talking to Kanye. It was kind of like, wow, my kids thought that was cool that he called, but it wasn't a big deal. When I talked to Ice Cube, I felt like I was talking to a true ally who truly understands what we're trying to do. I felt like I was talking to a person who understood how to play your position. I felt like he understood that as a celebrity, I have a big platform. My job is to be fearless with my platform, to walk away from all the temptations that come with being a celebrity, where they pay you money to dumb yourself down or walk away from your community. And I also felt that he understood that there's a point where you pass the ball to people in the community that don't have the spotlight you have. So when Ice Cube made his contract with Black America, which I encourage everybody to take a look at, the first thing that impressed the hell out of me was that he went and he recruited scholars and thinkers to give him the best ideas to put on this contract, so that he could then do his job, which is to promote it. I thought that was brilliant. And every celebrity can do that. All of them can do it. But unfortunately, when you just get out here in this weird world, they just completely forget about Black people, at least in an authentic way. It becomes very superficial, very silly. Just understand, with all the money and the power and the access and resources that they have, if they sat down with a team of smart people and just gave them access to the platform and their connections,
you could raise 10, 20, 30 billion dollars in a couple of weeks for the Black community and build a whole chain of Black owned schools. If you wanted to, you could build thousands of Black owned businesses, but nobody's encouraged to think that way because our smartest people are oppressed by culture. You have anti-intellectual culture. So you have a lot of people that get promoted heavily who are just not that smart, who are not trying to be smart, who are trying to be as ignorant as possible. Well, why would you do that? Well, because that's how you get the bag sometimes. I don't think the white man will ever pay you for being your absolute best. He will never pay you for competing against him. He will never pay you to win, in the competition of minds. He'll only pay you to entertain. And that's what your job is. So let me keep going. Alicia says, my son, Cal-El, is 11 years old, is asking this question. Did anyone actually go to the moon? If it's true, how much money would it cost? Great question. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a conspiracy theorist about going to the moon, but I like that question because it gets me off that train of thought I was on before. Because y'all know me, I could go on that forever. But I don't know. What confuses me about the moon is I don't understand how there was something that you did in 1968 that you can't do in 2022. And that's weird. That makes no sense to me. I get it. People are like, yeah, we don't invest in NASA and they but it was 1968. You have more computer technology in your phone that they had in the entire rocket ships that they were sending to the moon. I don't get it. I admit I don't understand it. So when people say that they faked the moon landing, I don't think it's impossible. The government's faked all kinds of stuff. So stop acting like they wouldn't do it. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense. If you ask somebody in 1968, well, what will you be doing by the year 2022? They say, oh, we'll be living on Mars. We'll have colonies on Mars by 2022. We can't even get back to the moon. We can't even do in 2022 what they did in 1968. They're like, oh, we'll be in the moon by the year 2030 or the year 2025. It's going to take that long, really? So I don't know. That was a great question. And I don't know. Anything's possible. Okay, so Nasia says the platinum vendor ticket comes with only one VIP ticket, but I would like to bring my business partner. Can she have a ticket? Nasia, yeah. Well, how about this? I can get you a discounted ticket. So why don't you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and tell them that I said to give you a ticket. And what I might try to do is actually see if I can pull up a discount code that you can use for anybody that wants to go ahead and get your convention tickets now. Since you're in the book club, I can give you guys a discount. So let me see if I can I'm a terrible multitasker. So if I start talking about weird stuff, just know it's because I'm trying to multitask and I'm doing it wrong. All right. Yeah, I can't quite get inside right now. So so I'm gonna have to push this to the side. But what I'll do is I just want you guys to know that probably in the next week or so, we're gonna run another special on the tickets to the convention. So you don't have to buy your passes now. We'll give you a discount code within the next week or so. I can't open it up in the system right now. For some reason, my computer's acting a little bit weird. So sorry for that. If it changes, I'll let you know. Let's see. Diana Parker says, I only ask because we are not promised Dr. Anderson and we don't want to miss gathering his extremely valuable knowledge. Yeah. Well, Dr. Anderson, I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons why I interviewed him so much. I interviewed Dr. Anderson a lot because Dr. Anderson is a national treasure. And I believe that, nobody's going to live forever. Him, you, me, none of us. So I believe in recording things. That's why I talk a lot online, because who knows, maybe in the future, maybe some of my ideas will be beneficial to young people. So I try to visualize in my head when I'm talking to you. I visualize some kid in the year 2070 watching like one of my videos or something and getting inspired from something that I said back in the year 2022. And so I think that you have to have that kind of thinking to really prepare your community for the future. So whatever you're doing, I want you to think about legacy. I want you to think about preparation for the future. I want you to think about doing what you need to do in order to leave something for future generations. And it does make a difference. My wife bought her first house because her great grandfather bought a like one of those old U.S. savings bonds back in 1945, right after World War II. And because he bought this bond in 1945,
his great granddaughter was able to buy a house in the year 2008. And the other thing was, and also in her family, there was an apartment building they bought. Her great grandfather bought in the South Side of Chicago in the 1930s and 1940s, back when the South Side of Chicago was a really super nice area to live. It's still very nice in some parts, but some parts are better than others. And literally, they bought this building, and to this day, his great granddaughter or something like that is living in the building rent free and making an income from owning the building. She does not have to work because of what her great grandfather did back in 1945 or 1940, 1938, whatever the year was. So what I really want you to think about is realize that you are the ancestors. You are the ones that are leaving a legacy, whether you leave one or not. And what you leave or don't leave is going to impact your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren in a significant way. You got to make that plan now. You have to plant those seeds now. Let's see. Sharon says, I'm a 60-year-old woman and basically just started saving for retirement. Do you have any suggestions besides 401k? Yeah, Sharon, I think 60 is tough because you're trying to do in 5 years what, really is a 40-year process, 40-year process. So, what I would say is that you might have to do a retirement kind of in pieces. I can give an example. My parents, when they retired, they got Social Security. They had a pension. They had some investments, but they also had their kids, and their kids stepped in. They also had each other. And so when people talk about things like marriage and children, or how you raise your kids, or investing in keeping your marriage together, that is a survival strategy. I know a lot of people make fun of people in other communities, other countries. They'll say, oh, they're old fashioned. That's why, she stayed with her husband, even though he was a dirty dog, or that's, he was a simp. That's why he stayed with his wife for all those years when he could have been a player. But you don't understand that in countries where they're not as rich as the United States, staying married is the difference between survival and complete desperation, or prosperity and economic failure. I have a friend in Botswana whose family is worth millions of dollars. And she said, family is the most important part of our wealth building process. She said, I don't understand how African Americans even think they can begin to build wealth when they can't even keep family together, because every generation you're starting with nothing. And everybody thinks that dating and relationships are all about how good the sex is and who you have the most fun with and all that. She said, no, we get married and we stay married because your family is your protection. That's your institution. So when you have no family and you have nobody, then it's very difficult to do things. So I would almost say that retirement, it's starting that late at 60 has to be very creative. It means you definitely have to work beyond retirement. So maybe finding a part-time job, or a job that that you can handle as you get older. Is a requirement, because you don't have to quit working just because you hit a certain age. In fact, they recommend that you actually remain active after retirement. When you stop working and you just sit there, you're gonna die soon. That's what all the studies say. Just look it up. So if you are retired, don't just sit around. Find things to do. You don't have to work as hard as you used to, but do something to keep yourself active. Give yourself a sense of purpose. Also, people that don't have any purpose. The time where I had my midlife crisis, where I was the most depressed, was actually when I was the most successful. I was about 40 something years old. I had achieved all my goals. I looked at my life from the time I was 22 and thought about all the goals I had for myself back then. I literally had them written down. I still have those papers where I wrote down what I wanted to do over the next 25 years. I accomplished every single goal that I had for myself. I didn't make the amount of money I wanted to make. I made 100 times more than that, 50 times more, some ridiculous. I didn't, I got the education I wanted to get. I married the woman that I wanted, the kind of woman I wanted to marry. My wife, in my mind, was the woman of my dreams. Like there was nobody that was better in my mind. And so I was sitting there and I was thinking, this is a weird place to be, because I don't have to get up anymore. I don't have to, before I would get up and I had a reason. I had a goal. Like I get up because I was hustling. I was trying to become somebody, or I was trying to finish my degree. I was trying to go make some money. I was trying to succeed. And I realized I didn't have any of that stuff I needed to do anymore. I was like, God, I'm, kind of being, the so-called good side of being whatever I am is you ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. I proved a lot, right? So I realized that I was very depressed at that point, because I had no sense of purpose. There was no reason to get out of bed. So I'm like, what am I going to do? Is lay in the bed all day to eat Cheetos? Like, that's not going to
make me a better person. So I had to find new goals and objectives that were going to keep me mobile, keep me productive, keep me moving. So I encourage everybody, when you retire, don't just sit around. Just move to the next phase of your life. Don't work yourself into the ground either, though, but find something that's going to give you a goal, a sense of purpose. People that have a sense of purpose and a reason for doing things, they just function better. That's also, I think that's part of the reason why when we get a certain age, we get a job, and then we get married and we start having kids, because the kids always give you something to do. Everybody that has kids knows what I'm talking about. There's always, you ask a parent, like, what have you been up to? Oh, running around with these kids and going to work every day, right? That's because you need that sense of purpose. If somebody took away the kids and took away the job and gave you $10 million, that's when people start getting into silly stuff. They start getting into drugs and whatever, because there's nothing to do except sit around and pleasure seek all day. You're using drugs, having sex, eating banana splits, going on vacation all the time, but eventually all that wears off, right? It's no longer like this sort of relief from your stressful life. It becomes like your way of life. And I can tell you, if you're doing all that stuff and leisure all the time, it eventually just wears away on your soul. So find something productive to do. I would maybe say that you definitely have to save and invest at a higher rate if you're saving for retirement later. I think that if you do have kids, hopefully your kids will step up. I step up for my mom all the time. My mother's on my payroll. I wanted my family to benefit from whatever I was doing. And so that's why when you're raising your kids are also part of your retirement plan. So for those guys or anybody that's neglecting your kids, just know you're neglecting yourself, because when you get 70, 80 years old and you need somebody, the kids are the ones who step up and come through for you. And so just keep that in mind as you're making your life investments. Let's see here. Next question is, Nasia says, my son is 15. He lost his dad at 10. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've had him listening to you for years. He even sent in a sports video a few years ago for Fly Nubian Queen. Do you mentor teens? Well, I would say that if he's listening here, Nasia, keep bringing him, keep having him listen. He's 15. He's almost a man now. And so there's a lot of young people that listen. I love it when young people listen. I love it when they say, you're like a stepdad or an Uncle Boyce or an adopted father. Like, I embrace all of that, because I think that in our community, what you got to understand is that you're kind of you're living in the ashes of what your community was supposed to be. You're dealing with the aftermath of things like mass incarceration and the war on drugs and all these other political activities that were done deliberately to dismantle and destroy the Black family, and to send Black men to prison and to ruin Black men. Give me a yes in the chat if you've heard me ever sort of break this down and explain. They took $1 trillion in Black wealth from you when they destroyed your families, like at least $1 trillion, probably $2, $3, $4, $5 trillion. Because think about this: when you're struggling constantly, when you're barely getting by, you don't have time to sit around and talk about investing and building wealth. You can't think about owning real estate when you're barely trying to pay the rent. You can't go out and start businesses and network with other people if you are so traumatized from your upbringing that your whole life is just filled with all kinds of chaotic dysfunction. Your sister's on crack, your brother's in jail, your other brother's trying to kill you, your other sibling don't talk to you. Like, that's kind of what happens in so many of our families. Like, that's crazy. And a lot of that, when you dig to the root of that, I bet you that 9 times out of 10, the word drugs pops up somewhere. The word drugs pops up somewhere. It might not be you. It might be somebody you love, somebody you needed to come through for you, couldn't come through for you because they were off getting high. Or somebody that you needed to come through for you couldn't come through for you because they were traumatized and messed up in the head because their parent was getting high, right? Like, this is just chaotic. It's crazy. And so we have to be very intentional about, sort of rising the phoenix from the ashes, cleaning up the tornado, and really structuring our families and our existence in a way that's going to allow us to get back to becoming a fraction of what we were supposed to be. America owes you a big check for that. They owe you a big apology. They're not going to give you a check. They're not going to give you an apology, not for a long time. And so we have to at least focus on the rebuilding. But we can't forget that. We can't forget that because they're trying to sprinkle those drugs right back in your community. They got your rappers who are your most influential people in the community. They could be rapping about anything. They could be rapping and making kids read. They could be rapping and making kids build wealth. They could be rapping and making kids eat healthy. But instead, they are literally rapping and getting your kids to want to get high and drunk and on drugs at 18 and smoke so much corporate made weed, which has been heavily tampered with, to the point where they are addicted to dope at an early age and can't be functional for nobody. I do understand in my own life how many relatives I've had to cut off because they were messing with all that dope. Like, I don't even know what to do with you now. Like, every time I talk to you, you get triggered and go crazy because now your chemical imbalance in your brain is off. You can't even have a structured conversation anymore because all you can think about is getting high and drunk. Anytime you're picking up the weed in one hand and the henny in the other. And I'm up here trying to fight a war and trying to build. You can't build nothing because all you're thinking about is the dope. You are a slave. You are a damn slave. You are a slave to those drugs, and or you're a slave to the fried chicken, or you're a slave to something silly. And so you can't ever fight for freedom because you're not even free yourself. So I've had to cut in my own family. I've had to cut off relatives. My own father, my own biological father, could not be a father to me because he was getting locked up and in and out of jail over drugs. Other people in my family, I'm not gonna say their name because they might be listening. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. But some of the I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with a drug addict other than to send you to rehab. It's like we're playing in a basketball game and you're injured. You're showing up to the NBA finals with a broken leg. All I can do is wheel your broken ass over to the sideline so that the real players can get in the game and try to win this damn thing without you on the court. So I'm not making fun of people that are in that category. What I'm saying is that I advocate strongly for a zero tolerance policy when it comes to drugs. I believe that any rapper who is promoting drug addiction or drug abuse in the Black community should be dealt with in an extreme way, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying go beat them up or kill them or nothing like that, but I am saying that killing their career would totally be okay with me. Now, by the way, it looks like I froze. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I know you probably can't see me right now because I was frozen for a second. Can you hear me and see me okay? All right, okay, good. All right, so give me a yes in the chat so I know I'm coming through all right. All right, so let's keep going. Okay, and then by the way, I'm still trying to open up the system for the convention thing, and I can try to get you some sort of discount code. If I can't get you one, just make sure you get on the email list. If you go pick up an e-copy of that book, the $5 a day investing plan, you'll actually get on the email list, and I will send out the discount for the convention that way. And actually, wait a minute, I think I might actually be able to open this up. Okay, so in case you don't know, the convention is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th, and you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com in order to join us. Okay. All right. So let me see. Next question here. Next question is, Tara says, I'm not sure if you saw my question, but did you see the young lady pose nude at FAMU? Yeah, I did see that. And you know what? I have to be careful when I answer questions like that because I'm getting older. And when you say stuff that is like that's not like trendy, that's not where you're not going along with stuff that's trendy, people just start saying, oh, you're old. That's why you don't understand. I personally think that older people should be listened to at any age because they understand things that you don't know. And so with that being said, I was sad by the picture. I thought it looked trashy as hell. I hate the idea that we think that is some sort of liberation for women. I've never seen a woman get more respect because she was imitating the behavior of strippers. I just haven't. I don't see that. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to be a stripper or to do whatever you want to do. I don't tell nobody what to do. But to behave in a degrading way, to degrade yourself, and then say I need you to respect me. At the very least, I'm the guy who says, well, that's not logical. That makes no sense. That's like me getting on my knees and then saying, I need you to look up to me. Well, how are you going to look up to me when I just got down on my knees? You're supposed to be looking down on me. That means because I made myself small. I've shortened myself. And I think that what is interesting, where I'm probably not on the political bus with a lot of people, is that as a father of daughters, I think that we are hurting our daughters by not explaining to them that there are many, many ways for you to be a truly empowered human being in this society that go beyond just showing your vagina to any man that walks on the street, or also being hyper masculine. Like now they're promoting these images in movies and stuff of the women becoming men, and I think that because they're trying to defy gender and all this other stuff, and so now with the Black Panther and stuff, I was a little bit concerned because I said, well, there's no Black males hardly in your trailer, and everything is like about women fighting and swords and spears and guns and all that. And I know women can fight, like we know women can do things, but that is thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, he said that's inappropriate behavior. They will always pay Black people to act like buffoons. They will always pay Black people to go along with whatever narrative they have about you and how they view you. And so what I would argue, my theory on this is that because you've had this strong Black woman image kind of building out of the absence of the Black male, which was the result of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, Joe Biden policies, where he sent all the Black men to prison, everything else. So a lot of Black boys, the majority of Black boys and Black women don't have a father in the house. So unfortunately, a lot of the women grow up disliking men because the first man you ever loved disappointed you. So you look down on the men. You realize you can't trust the men, right? And then you have men who don't want to be men, because they hear their mother talk about how terrible men are and how men broke her heart and how men are bad and everything else. So next thing you know, you have this manless society. And if you look throughout history over thousands of years, when one group conquered another group, that's the first thing they did, is they want your masculine men out the door, because that masculine male is competition. I knew a lady who had a boyfriend that was not really as successful as her. He was trying, but she was the go-getter. She was getting all the opportunities, and he really wasn't. He was an actor, and so she got this job offer to move across the country. Some rich Jewish guy said, "Hey, if you come and work for me, I'll give you control of the whole studio. I'll pay you $200,000 a year." It was an opportunity of a lifetime for her, because I think at the time she was struggling to pay the rent. So she goes to the guy, and the guy says, "Hey, let's have a meeting." So she goes to meet with this guy, and she, without telling him, she brings her boyfriend, right? Because she's like, I want him to meet my boyfriend so that I can convince him that we can go run this studio together, because having him by my side, I can do an even better job, or whatever. He had no interest. You're probably not surprised by this. That man had zero interest in meeting her boyfriend. He literally immediately rescinded the job offer. He's like, "No, this offer was for you. It ain't for him. I want you, but I need you to leave him back wherever he came from." Because really what's going on there, in my view, is that he's competition. He's not going to pay the competition to come and work for him. And he was paying her because he wanted to be close to her. Not because she wasn't skilled, she was, but there was another dynamic happening there that she became more aware of once she kind of saw how this man reacted when she said, "I want to get my boyfriend involved also." So ultimately, I believe this is what happens in corporate America. I believe this is part of the reason why a Black male, a straight Black male, is never going to get the same opportunities in corporate America as a Black woman will get, or as a gay Black man will get. It's nothing against any of those groups, but it means that for straight Black men, you have to have one important thing inside of your bones in your body that will help you survive. As a straight Black man, you cannot afford to go into this world and not be absolutely ready to be competitive with other men. You cannot come in be imitating the behaviors of women and children, because they're not going to respect you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to think that you're weak. And so as a straight Black man, if I'm running around constantly talking about why I can't get nothing done because the white man is doing this to me and doing that to me, I can't take care of my woman because the white man won't let me, I can't take care of my kids because he ain't giving me enough money to do it, then I'm not seen as a man anymore by anyone. I'm not seen as a man by my competition. I'm not seen as a man by my woman. I'm not seen as a man by my children. Because at the end of the day, a man has to have the ability to earn some sort of respect from somebody. Like my daddy did not, the daddy that raised me, not my biological father that was in prison for drugs. My daddy, he was the excuse maker, unfortunately. My daddy that raised me was a man where even when he didn't have a lot of money, he carried himself like a man. He carried himself like a boss. He carried himself like the head of a family. He carried himself as a leader. And I looked up to that. I saw him as a god, because he just even when he was weak and tired and all that, I just never saw it. I'm not saying that maybe that's toxic or something. I don't know. I'm sure some therapists would say that that's not appropriate behavior, but it worked. I liked it. I liked knowing that my daddy was the man. I don't know if anybody else had a daddy like that. If you had a daddy like that, God bless you. You were lucky, because that really to me says that if the stuff really goes down and somebody's really trying to take what we got or hurt me or my sister or mess with our family, oh, daddy gonna go get him. Daddy got the strap upstairs. He's gonna pull out that gun. He's gonna fight to the end, and he might not win, but he's gonna die trying. I love that about my father. So I remember one time my mother and I and my sister were in the car, and we were driving, and we were in Louisville, Kentucky, where I grew up, and we were driving down the freeway. We were about to get off the freeway to go to our house. So we were about 5 miles from our house, though, and our car just broke down. So the car broke down on the freeway, but it was close enough to the exit that we could actually walk. But it wasn't, it was close. Like if you're in a car, it would take you maybe 2 minutes to get there. But on foot, you're talking like a 20-minute walk, walking down the freeway, right? So the car breaks down because my parents ain't got no money. We pull over, we start walking down the freeway. So imagine this, you got a black family, a mother, father, an 8-year-old boy, that's boys, that's me, and a 3-year-old girl holding hands, walking down the side of the freeway. And I remember that, white people, and I don't think all white people are bad. I'm not, so if you're white, don't think I hate you. I don't have time to hate you. I love myself. That's a totally different thing. So there were people that drove by and they felt bad for us. They were like, dang, this poor family's walking on the side of the road. So you know what they did? They did what was natural. They pulled over to say, hey, buddy, you need a ride? And I remember my father saying, no, we got it. And it's weird because when he said, no, we got it, I got it. Like I got it instantly. I understood at 8 years old. I understood why my father didn't want to ride from that man. 2 reasons. One, because you don't know who the person is. They could be a serial killer. But then number 2, it was his pride. Like he was, as a man, he's like, I'm going to solve this. I'm going to fix this. This is my family. I got it. Right. And again, I'm not saying this is the best way to handle everything. Maybe the best route might have been to get in the car and get the ride. I mean, and I'm not knocking that. But there was something about that really, to me, exemplified who he was to us and how important that was to our family. He was in many ways like a spiritual, like a tent pole. Like if you think about a tent, the tallest tent pole is what holds the tent up. And if you take that tent pole away, the whole tent falls down and drops on everybody's head, or it's not tall enough for people to walk around inside the tent. And so to me, when you took away the father, you took away one of the tallest tent poles. And so the tent's falling on everybody's head. So you can't really enjoy your camping experience because the tent, you're scrambling around trying to get the tent off your head, right? So the family without the dad, to me, is not the same family that you have with the dad. And I don't understand why people think that it's sexist for me to say that. It's actually more sexist for you to disagree with what I'm saying without hearing me out. Because there's no way on this earth I could ever convince any of you that you can have a family or a sturdy, solid family or a complete family without the mother. We know how important mama is. We know how important big mama is. We know the mother is the center of so many important things that happen in the household. So I don't understand where we forgot how important the father is in terms of being the center of many things that happen in the household. So you've basically gotten comfortable running a marathon with one leg. You think that because you can hop 24 miles that you don't need to have 2 legs. You can run a marathon with one leg, and then you wonder why you keep getting last place. Well, you keep getting last place because you're running against people that have 2 legs, and 2 legs are better than 1. So 2 parents typically are better than 1 parent, even if one of those parents isn't quite perfect, right? So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. So I'm sticking to it. All right, so let me actually grab. I told you guys I was going to grab you a discount code. Actually, if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com and you use the code book club, you can get 30% off your tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can do that right now. So just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, or if you even go to boycewatkins.com, it's right there at the top of the screen, and just use that code book club at checkout, all one word, book club. You can get 30% off your tickets, and we will sell out. We sold hundreds of tickets in the first month that they were available right after the last convention because everybody has so much fun. I guarantee you're going to have an awesome time. You're going to love it. I'm really excited about doing the interview with the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller. Larry's a good friend of mine, and I love this guy. And I like him because Larry didn't forget where he came from. And he was the guy that understood. He understands how to scale a business. He took the Air Jordan brand. Think about this. I bought Air Jordans when I was I got my first pair when I was 14. I saw them for the first time when I was about 12. And I'm not 12 years old anymore. I'm nowhere near 12 years old. But the idea that Michael Jordan's brand is still as relevant now as it was in 1983 and 84 is astonishing to me. And Larry Miller is the reason for that, in my opinion. He took that company from 300 million or so per year to 3 billion. He's coming to the convention. I'm going to do a fireside chat with him. Also, there's a billionaire, Mike Roberts, that's going to come down as well. But then we have a lot of other great people, activists and intelligent people like Reza Islam, people that understand crypto and business, people like Lene Javette, Julian Gordon, others, just so many great people there. So if you'd like to come, just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. Use that code book club and you'll get 30% discount. All right, so let's see. Somebody asked, how did you perform in your race? Don't ask, because I don't do very well in my race. My rule with running is just don't stop running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Kareem says, will the event be live streamed for those who cannot make it? We're working to set up a live stream. That's not determined yet, though, because we have to have a certain type of film crew on the ground, and we haven't picked our film crew yet. So we're thinking about it. We're trying to decide if we're going to do that. Let's see. Rodney Ward, for every different brokerage account, do you need a different bank account? No, you do not. You can have one bank account that feeds all your different brokerage accounts. That's pretty easy to do. Shamika says, have you or anyone heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Anybody heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Sheila says, my son is now 12 and lost his father 2 years ago of an accident, and it does take a community of men to take care of the children, especially the young men. I am so sorry for you and your son. That just hurts my heart, and I'm so sorry for your husband. I mean, I slowed down talking because I feel it in my stomach and my chest right now. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry. It's weird. My stomach just started turning when I just imagined what that poor little boy had to go through. I too have had him go through all of your courses, and he continues to follow you in the teaching of Claude Anderson. Thank you, and the community of strong men. Absolutely, Sheila. And give my best to your son and to your family. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. I'm so sorry. And I'm always going to be here for you as long as I can talk, and as long as as long as I'm alive, I'm gonna be here. The Christmas box baby was a baby kidnapped from the Cook County Hospital. Really? When was that? Was that recently? I haven't heard anything about that. Community control of numbers, says Timothy Jones. Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Community control of numbers versus reparations. I don't know what community control of numbers is. I'm so sorry. That doesn't resonate with me. I apologize for not understanding that. So anyway, I think we've had enough time to kind of do some Q&As. I went through all your questions. I'll be back now tomorrow. Actually, if you're in the stock options class, I'm going to have to move that time. So you're going to get an email from me tonight, moving the date. I'm not going to cancel. I'm just going to postpone because George Fraser needs me to step in. Tavis Smiley was going to host and moderate a panel, the town hall on Thursday night. And George asked me to fill in for Tavis because I guess Tavis isn't feeling well. And so I agreed to do that for him. So I can't do tomorrow night's class. However, I will schedule another date in the next 3 or 4 days. And then also, in fact, I'll do some extra things. And if you log in, you can actually find some stuff that I put in there for you guys. So I hope you all have a good night. And it was fun talking to you. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know, we the financial flashcards for kids, if you were thinking about getting some for your children or kids in the neighborhood, giving them away as Christmas gifts, we have a great discount. Let's see. Nasia says the code book club did not work. Let me see. I'm looking here. Try capitalizing the B and the C. Maybe that'll work. Because I'm looking at it right now, and it seems to work okay. And what I'll try to do, in fact, is I'll even give you the direct link, so that way we can cut to the chase on that. So let me just copy the direct link into the chat, so you guys can just use it directly like that. Let me see here. All right, clicking on chat. Okay, everyone. All right, there you go. So try capitalizing the B and the C too. Let's see if that works. But there's the code. Let me know. Give me a yes if you see that in there. And so if you're thinking about coming to the convention, that code will always work. So go ahead and feel free to use that code. You can get 30% off anything that you want. Even if you want to be a vendor, it even works for vendor tickets. So so feel free to use that code book club, capitalize the B and capitalize the C. But yeah, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the financial flashcards. So we're having like a sort of a 24-hour flash sale where they're about 31% off or something like that until midnight tonight. So if you'd like to take a look at the flashcards, just go to financialflashcards.com.
That's financialflashcards.com. So those are a great tool that we developed to help you teach your kids about wealth and economics, and they work extremely well. And I really want to encourage you. It's very, very easy for you to put your family at a very high level. Remember, let's go back to that basic question I asked you in the beginning. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference. I said, is it possible for a Black man or Black woman who works hard and is disciplined and educates themselves to become successful or wealthy, no matter how poor that they are in the beginning? Most of you answered yes. And I agree. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. It happens all the time. Thousands and thousands of Black people. Some of you in here, many of you in here, started off poor, and now you're doing extremely well. Now, so what I really want you to do is kind of start with that premise and understand that if you want your children ahead of everyone else's children, all you got to do is start them off early. If you start them off early, then they win. If you start them off late, then they're probably going to lose. So what I would encourage you to do is understand that things like the financial flashcards and stuff like that, or whatever tool you want to use, or just conversations about what money looks like, how you make your money, and shaping their values early is really what matters. I figured this out. This is something, I'm figuring things out every year. I know more about this now than I did 5 years ago. And I knew a lot 5 years ago, because even 5 years ago, I'd had my PhD for 15 years. So I knew a lot of stuff, but every day I'm figuring out stuff. And here's what I figured out about this wealth thing in the Black community. It ain't about the knowledge. It ain't about access to the knowledge. 40 years ago, maybe access to knowledge was a big deal because you had to spend money and go to college and all that stuff. Now you got a whole university in your cell phone. The greatest university in the history of the world is in your cell phone. So the knowledge is right there. It's available. So if the knowledge is readily available for anybody who wants it, why do some people have the knowledge and some people don't? Well, that is because of the culture. The culture shapes your value system. So if I am in a culture that does not value knowledge, then I'm not going to seek knowledge. It's like if I live in a culture that doesn't value health food and just thinks health food is nasty, you can put all the health food in the world in front of me. I'm going to walk right past the health food and look for the fried chicken and the cheeseburgers and the Doritos, because that's what I want, right? So ultimately, this is not a battle of access to knowledge and information. This is a battle, and it's not even, and even the battle of actually consuming the information is only part of it. It's really a battle of culture, which shapes values, because the culture you come from determines what type of information or what types of resources you're going to pursue. So if I raise a kid and I teach a kid that you want to eat kale and broccoli and health food and salad every day, and you want to be vegan no matter what, then that kid is going to do everything in his power to pass up everything he can pass up till he gets to the vegan food, because he's going to feel like I can't eat unless it's vegan. I can't eat unless it's salad. I can't eat unless it's a vegetable, right? So the same thing is true with economics. If you raise a kid and you just say to your child, pay attention now, this is important. This makes your job easy. Your job is easy. It's not a hard job. If you just say to your child, son, any Black man who wants to be free and successful needs to have his own business. Or you say to your daughter, baby, every Black woman should know how to make her own money, should know how to invest. Or you say to your kids, you gotta own real estate. Owning real estate's really important. And you say it over and 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 over again, to the point where at your funeral they say, well, what did Mama always say? Well, Mama always said you gotta have real estate and you gotta start a business. Mama used to always say that. If you do that, you don't even have to show them how to buy real estate. They're going to go and find out how to do it. They're going to get on their cell phone, how to invest in real estate. They're going to search for it on Google. They're going to watch 10 million videos. They're going to take a class, or they're going to go to college. They're going to say, well, what do you want to major in? Well, my mother always said that owning real estate was really important. So I think I want to study real estate investing. Right? They're going to go and get the knowledge because you lit the fire. You did the important part of it. So the culture shapes the values. Your job is to light the fire. It's just to send them in a general direction in terms of what their value systems are, because that's going to shape the kind of knowledge that they pursue. They're not going to spend all their time learning how to twerk. They're going to spend, because that's what kids do. They give them the phone. They're like, how to twerk, how to drop it like Cardi B, right? They're learning all this crap from rappers because their value systems are gone. Their value systems are like, if I look like a rapper and I'm lit like a rapper, then I'm going to have a lot more friends or whatever. So that's why they're looking for that knowledge and that information. You can't hide
knowledge and information of a certain variety from somebody who has been trained to want it no matter what. So if I really, really want, if I'm a teenager and I really, really want to have the nicest iPhone, then you can increase the price. You can put it in a hard, in a difficult to find neighborhood. You can, hide it in the store. That kid's going to go hunt it down because they need to have it. So you have to stoke the fire. You have to create the desire. You have to create the demand, and then your kids will do the rest. Your job will be easy. Just create the right culture. Don't even talk to your kids about jobs, in my opinion. I think I don't even talk to my kids about jobs. They'll figure that out. Some slave will come along and tell them how to go work for other people. That's fine. I'm kidding. If people that work for other people, I'm not making fun of that. But seriously, like, I don't need to tell them about all that. I talk to them about? I talk to them about things like being financially free, or I'll say to them, preparation is the key to success. That's my slogan in the household. Every time they fail, every time they mess up, I say, preparation is the key to success. Well, you know what I'm teaching them? I'm teaching them about investing, because all investing is preparation. Investors are nothing. Investors don't make all their money now. Investors made all their money in the past. Every ounce of money that they're making right now came from a move they made in the past. So they dominate the present because they prepared for the present when they were living in the past. When the present used to be the future, they were preparing for the future because they said one day the future is going to be the present. So the question I must ask you right now today is 2028 is coming. It's going to be here. 6 years. Nobody's thinking about 2028. Ain't nobody checking for 2028. Everything's vacant. Opportunities are abundant in the year 2028 if you prepare for it in 2022. What are you doing right now in 2022 that will prepare you to be in a great position in the year 2028? 2022 is to 2028 what 2016 used to be for 2022. Were you preparing for 2022 back in 2016, or were you only thinking about 2016? A lot of us were just thinking about 2016. So what I'm saying to you is, if you want to get ahead of the curve, ahead of the game, all you do is you get to the spot first. You think you take your brain into the future, and you think about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the line, and you start preparing now. And if you prepare now, then you will win. You start buying those shares of stock. That company, by 2028, the value has tripled, and suddenly you're the rich guy on the block, and everybody thinks you got lucky. So preparation is the key to success. Also, ownership is the key to power in America. You can never have power in America if you don't own something. So what I tell my kids also about financial assets is, I say, you got to own property. When I took them down to the rental property we bought in Atlanta, I said, we bought this property because you must own assets if you want to be successful in this country. You must own real estate. You must own stocks. We talk about ownership, 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 ownership. That's what you do. So figure out what your core values are going to be. Maybe pick 3 things, 2 or 3 things that you really want to drill into them, and drill it repeatedly. Repetition is the key to leadership, right? And once you've repeated it to them 10,000 times, then guess what? When you get older, man, that's going to be your legacy. That when they're winning lifetime achievement awards at the age of 45, they're going to give speeches. Your old ass going to be sitting in the audience, barely hanging on, maybe. Who knows? You'll be old and wrinkled, looking back on the good old days, and they're gonna give you a tremendous amount of credit for being the person that introduced them to a way of thinking that opened the door for all the possibilities that exist in their life. So don't feel like you have to give your children the world. Just give them something more valuable than the material things. Give them that spiritual wherewithal. Give them the culture. Give them the value system that will allow them to value the right things as they go conquer the world. All right. So that's it. That's my 2 cents for today. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go. It was fun talking to you. It was great answering your questions. I hope that I answered them thoroughly for you. And I will be back soon. And next week, we're going to get started and jump right back into Powernomics. Those of you that are not in the book club, you can actually join by visiting blackkeystogreatness.com or just boycewatkins.com. There should be a link on my website also. And I will see you guys later. So please have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.